Good morning, everyone. It's 9:30. The inquiry's resumed. We broke off last week just before the hearing the evidence chief from Mr. Owen. So I'm going to turn to Mr. Burton to introduce his witness.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning to you. I hope weekend was good. Before I do so, sir, I have about 5 items of housekeeping that I've discussed with my learned friend. So if I might, I'll just run through those to make sure you and the public are up to speed. First of all, additional core documents. As we discussed, just as we were closing last week, we have now in the core documents the NHS clinical waste strategy and its appendices. And that strategy, as you know, has been referred to by a few speakers, and that's gone in at CD 6.1.12 and 6.1.13 for the appendices. There's also, sir, this just two-side summary sheets of what is described as a framework agreement, and that's, I mean, it's essentially that's a bit of procurement information connected with the strategy that the NHS put out in, I think, autumn 2023. And I know that one of the interested parties referred to, I think, a November 2023 document. We think that was what was being referred to. So that we've given you a copy, and that will go onto the core documents list. It doesn't have a number at the moment, so that's the third core document item. The final, in terms of existing public documents, core document item is the full version of Chapter 12 of the Committee on Climate Change report, I think from 2022, and it's Chapter 12 that is the one that deals with energy from waste. So that's, of course, what Mr. Whitehouse has referred to, and I'm pretty sure Mr. Whitehouse intended for the full chapter to go in the end. Originally, just pages went in. You now have the full chapter, and that, sir, has gone in slightly confusingly. It's gone in as CD 5.1.6, which is exactly the same core document number as the extracted pages from that chapter. So I'll leave it to you to suggest that we A and B them, or if you're happy, we will give them an A and B reference. Yeah, given that the full chapter has gone into second, I suppose that should be the B, and we'll have the original bit that was the extracts as A, right? So that's how we'll do that, sir. Thank you. We've then got if you'll recall, just to reassure you that we're dealing with this and we're almost there. Notes of what was said by the lady who I see is back immediately after Mrs. Bean gave her evidence, and Ms. Butler, who's sat down the end there, took a pretty what we think is a pretty fair note. But we've got that, I think, in the process of being typed up. We'll obviously make sure that that is, as it were, approved on all sides. And then I think what we'd wondered, sir, is whether you were going to read it out. But we'll get to that. I would have thought by lunchtime we'll have something that you can be sure about. Then the transcript of Mr. Whitehouse's evidence in cross-examination at the end of day 2 and the start of day 3 on the disputed point as to whether or not he accepted there was a present local capacity need to deal with healthcare waste. That, with thanks to Mr. Whitehouse's assistant, we have a transcript, and I think we're confident that we'll be able to put about 5 or 6 pages of transcript before you as an agreed transcript. I would have thought by tomorrow morning at the latest. And then the final item is I have to issue an apology on behalf of our team, sir, because the concerns the site visit itinerary. And what had happened, which I'm afraid I didn't know, is Mrs. Bean had worked something up, but it was sent direct to PINS. without going to the county council first. And of course, it should have gone to the county council. Of course, it should. And I have to apologise on our behalf. I'm afraid it was due simply to Mrs. Bean not being familiar with the inquiry process. As you might have gathered, it's her first inquiry, and she just didn't know what to do. So we will, of course, agree that with the county council and get you an agreed document. And again, I think we're quite well advanced in that process, and we're pretty confident that you'll have an agreed site visit itinerary early tomorrow morning for you to consider. And that, yes, so yeah, that's my run of housekeeping points. So thank you.
All understood. Thank you for those points.
Points to follow up on the note in relation to the lady the other day and her the evidence she gave that obviously wasn't heard by those watching from elsewhere. Thank you very much, Ms. Butler, for dealing with that. I've seen actually the typed version, so there's certainly it's in circulation. I've checked it against my own note, and I'm content with it. Some appropriate moment today, can I make this suggestion in terms of how we deal with it? It's very short, but it might be helpful, I think. So if you're happy just to read that out so that those who are at home who hadn't heard it can hear it. The second matter I just want to touch on is just before we commenced this morning, I was given a message about a member of the public wanting something to say about the site visit in terms of where you might go, and secondly, something to say about air quality issues, particularly in relation to Dr. Owen. Now, I don't know any of the detail of that at all. So what I've suggested, and I don't think the person who made that communication is here. They may well be watching on the live stream. But what I've suggested is that in the first instance, if they're not here to tell you what it is they want to contribute, that they send an email to the case officer at PINS, who can then forward it to you, and if you think appropriate, then on to us, and perhaps we can just go from there once we see what it is. Third and final point, and the simplest of all the points we've raised, is that so far as the list of appearances is concerned, and I've put on your table and handed to my learned friend, I've made one tweak to our list of appearances in the condition session, which I think we aim to deal with tomorrow morning. It'll be Miss Emma Fitch, who is the principal spokesman on this side of the room in that session. So I've updated the document for those purposes.
Thank you for those updates. I'm content with that suggestion on the point of the member of the public, and also the note taken of the interested parties representation. Thank you. Mr. Burton, over to you.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, well, I will introduce Mr. Othen. Mr. Othen, good morning to you.
Good morning.
You have been sat patiently through much of this inquiry. Now we have your turn. So can I just give you, before we begin, a pretty short list of documents that I'll be taking Mr. Othen to. So, of course, his own proof and rebuttal, the proof and rebuttal of Mr. Whitehouse, and then CD 1.3.13, which is the County Council's Carbon Energy Managers Consultation Response. CD 6.1.4, which is an article concerning the carbon footprint of fertilizer production. And then it's the recent CDs that we've just been discussing. So the healthcare waste strategy, 6.1.12 and 6.1.13, and that chapter 12 of the Committee on Climate Change report, the EFW chapter, which is CD 5.1.6, and B is the full chapter. That's the list, sir. That should be what we need. Great. Mr. Othen, let me introduce you. You are Stephen Oven, the Technical Director of Fitchner Consulting Engineers. Your qualifications are a Master's of Engineering degree in Chemical Engineering from the University of Cambridge, and you're a Chartered Chemical Engineer and a member of the Institute of Chemical Engineers. Is that correct?
That's right, yes.
At 1.1.2 in your proof of evidence, you tell us something about Fitchner Consulting Engineers Limited, a consultancy, engineering environmental consultancy working mainly in the fields of waste management and renewable energy. And you tell us at 1.1.3 something of the client base, and that your main focus has been the waste industry. Is that correct?
That's right, yes.
Could you perhaps for the inquiry, just to ensure that the public at least can see your experience, could you read 1.1.4 please, and 1.1.5?
Yes. Amongst other responsibilities, I am responsible for all environmental consultancy within Fitchner UK, having carried out carbon assessments, air quality assessments, and permit applications for over 20 years. I and my team have carried out climate change or carbon assessments for various types of power stations and waste management facilities, and air quality assessments for multiple combustion and waste plants, as well as other developments where the primary concern has been traffic emissions. I and my team have also been responsible for the preparation of permit applications under the various permitting regimes for over 60 combustion plants processing municipal waste, clinical waste, refuse-derived fuel, or biomass. I have given evidence at 14 public inquiries, primarily covering carbon assessments, air quality impacts, and the technical design and operation of energy from waste plants.
Thank you. You tell us at 1.1.6 that you've been working on the MR composting application since June 2023, when you say you were instructed to carry out a more detailed assessment of the carbon and climate change implications of the proposal. Do we have that assessment before us?
Oh, we do. That's my appendix.
Very good, thank you. May I ask, when did you finalise that part of your evidence, the assessment?
Very soon, before I finalised the actual proof, so it was being developed up to the proof deadline.
Okay, fine. So insofar as it might be queried why it wasn't provided earlier, that assessment, what's the answer?
The simple answer is it wasn't ready earlier. It was being developed as the evidence was developed.
Okay, thank you. You have prepared, as we know, a proof of evidence for this inquiry, which has your carbon assessment, as just discussed at Appendix 1, and you've also prepared a rebuttal proof. Is that correct?
That's right.
Thank you. Is there anything to correct or alter in those documents?
There are two small points in my proof I wish to correct.
Right. Tell us what they are.
So in paragraph 2.1.3,
yeah,
I refer to the information included in the planning application, and I said that it was estimated the site would reduce imports by 952,000 megawatt hours of electricity. It should have been 952,000 kilowatt hours of electricity.
Yes.
And the second one is in table 1 on page 13 of my proof.
Yeah.
Where there's a figure in there for the carbon emissions associated with diesel use following the proposed development. The figure quoted in the table is 1,336.
Yeah.
It should have been 1,211, which is what appears in the carbon assessment.
Yeah.
And all the subtotals are based on that number. I simply failed to update that figure when I updated the proof.
Fine, okay. So that, and we will find that 1211 in the underlying carbon assessment from which these figures are derived.
We will, yes.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. Anything else?
No, that's all.
Thank you. You have an expert declaration at the start of your proof. Do you stand by that?
I do.
And that applies to all of your evidence in writing?
Yes.
Yes, very good. Now, as you know, and you are a very experienced witness, as you know, the written evidence stands as the first part of your evidence in chief. The other part of the evidence in chief is the oral answers you give to me now. I'm going very shortly to come to climate change, and sir, it won't surprise you to know that I will want Mr. Otham to give you a walkthrough of what is a fairly complicated assessment. But just before we do that, one or two things. 2.2.5 in your proof, Mr. Otham, you say this. The other matter I note is, I think there might be a typo, but the other matter I note is that whilst the officer's report spent some time discussing air quality and landscape and visual impacts, it only tangentially acknowledged the importance of having a chimney of a certain height to achieve optimal dispersion of emissions. Now, as to that, and you go on, but as to that line, is that within that point you're making? Is that within or without your field of expertise?
It's within.
It's within. Thank you. And of course we see that from what you've told us about your experience, because you deal with both air quality and climate change.
I do, yes. Yeah, I've done before. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Now, so far as the background to your work is concerned, and including why you took a fresh look at the climate change implications, you cover that in section 2, and I've got a few questions on that. So, and this is under the heading background, which is page 6 of your proof, and you've got a heading, the planning application at 2.1.1. You refer to the planning statement's bullet point list of the sustainability benefits. Now, first question, had the applicant, so NVAR, had the applicant fully captured the climate change implications of what it was proposing in what it put before the county council application stage?
So what I've listed at 2.1.1 is sort of the bullet point benefits, and essentially all of the benefits relating to carbon change are listed in that list. But what the applicant hadn't done at that stage was quantify all those benefits. And then actually later on in the planning application, the applicant talks about the benefits of the pellet fertilizer. Again, that's not been quantified, but everything had been listed.
Right.
Then, sorry, just
yeah,
worth saying that covers the planning application.
Yeah.
Through the planning process, further information was requested by the council, and so later on, as I refer, I think it's 2.1.3.
Yeah.
The applicant submitted a note on energy use, which is CD 1.2.8, and that then partially quantified the benefits associated with the changes to energy use.
Yeah. Yeah, and you give us information about the partial quantification at I think at 2.1.3. Now, you say this at 2.2.2. The council's carbon and energy manager reviewed this information, and she noted that the first point on the list, which you've given, which was the diversion of green and food waste from landfill, minimising the release of greenhouse gas emissions from decomposing waste and slowing down climate change. You know that she said that first point should be afforded little weight, as the feedstock for the AD plant was already being composted, but the other point should all be afforded some weight. But she noted the uncertainties in the carbon savings. Do you see that?
I do.
Yeah. Now, can we please turn to, I'd like us to just consider briefly what the carbon and energy manager said, please. So that is CD 1.3.13. Could you turn that up, please?
Yes, I have that.
Tell me when you have it. Good. So could I ask you, please, just to give us your evidence regarding the point that she was making about uncertainty and essentially the fairness or otherwise of what she was saying then?
Yes. So in her note, first page, she's reporting the information from the applicant.
Yeah.
On the second page, she starts by talking about the benefits from avoiding natural gas due to the export of renewable gas. And in the third paragraph, she says it's important to consider whether this will actually displace natural gas, which seems an unusual. In essentially all projections of what's going to happen in the country, we're going to carry on using lots of natural gas, and exporting some biogas will definitely displace some natural gas somewhere. So that didn't feel like a reasonable concern. The next paragraph, she talks about the future decarbonisation of the grid. But she says correctly that would only make a small difference. So I don't think that was contributed to her concern about uncertainties.
Yeah.
And then she finishes by talking about a number of other sources of carbon which do not appear to have been considered or calculated, related to construction, transport, and then direct emissions. And while that is correct, and those are all things that I've considered in my carbon assessment, she didn't note the carbon benefits associated with the application, which also hadn't been calculated. So the obvious one here being the benefits from the fertilizer, which she doesn't mention at all, but actually also the benefits of what would have happened to the waste if it hadn't come to us.
Yeah.
So while I agree there were some uncertainties, she wasn't treating them entirely fairly, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and in terms of you just mentioned what you pick up in your assessment. In terms of what she was saying about uncertainty, how does your assessment stack up against concerns regarding uncertainty?
So I think that my assessment, firstly, it does address all the points that she has raised in there, and generally identifies that there is a clear benefit of what's happening what would happen with the proposed development.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You recall, if you were here, and I think you were, that I discussed with Mr. Whitehouse last week, and I don't think we actually need to go to it, but we can if we need to, what officers said in the officer report regarding carbon benefits, as it were, and I think it's common ground that we can't see anything in the report affording them any particular weight. And the inspector has seen those paragraphs. Your comment on that, please.
So I think my main comment, so I agree with that, and I do recall you discussing that. I think the key point was that when the officer report got to the planning balance, the climate change benefits weren't mentioned at all. So a number of things were mentioned as being neutral, but actually carbon change and climate change wasn't actually mentioned at all.
Yeah. At the time of the application being considered by the county council, what, if any, was the figure that they were given or working to for the greenhouse gas savings?
So the only figure given was the figure in the energy efficiency note, which was 9663.
Yeah.
Can I say that? Yeah, 9663 tons per year.
Yeah, thank you. And what figure did Mr. Whitehouse say he was working to in his proof before he received your proof of evidence?
I don't think he mentioned a figure, but he did refer to the officer's report, so I'd presume it's the same number. Now,
thank you. So that's a bit of background, as it were. Let's turn, please, to your carbon assessment, which is your Appendix 1 to your proof. There is, at least for a layperson like me, there is some complexity to this, Mr. Othon, and what I suggest, the best thing to do is that you just walk us through it using either the appendix on its own or the appendix and your proof as necessary. And we perhaps you start with you've got a section in your proof where you tell us about your approach, haven't you? Section 3.1.
Yes.
So are you up to walking the inspector through
that's fine. So I will walk through and hopefully it'll be
thank you
clearer. So in my proof section 3.1, I start by talking about the approach. So the key principle really is that because it's a waste management process, everything which would be managed by the proposed development has to be, if the proposed development isn't here, it has to be managed in some other way. And so we need to consider both the carbon implications of the proposed development and the carbon implications of the baseline and compare the two. So that means I've therefore firstly developed the proposed development, and that I'll go through in a bit, and then worked out what that means for the baseline. And then if either the baseline or the proposed development displaces fossil fuels or displaces anything else, that is included as part of that overall benefit. It also means, and I know it's bottom, that where the waste management approach actually isn't any difference between the baseline and the proposed development, I've not evaluated it. It's the same on both sides of the equation.
Okay.
In section 4 of the carbon assessment, it's probably easier to go to there. I sort of touch on the methodology.
Right. So we're in your appendix.
In the appendix
Yeah.
for this.
Yeah.
Just to draw a few key points from that section. So the first one is that the emissions associated with both construction and demolition have been estimated using a tool called one-click LCA, which is a recognized tool for doing exactly that. It's something that the GLA, for example, requires to be used on all developments. The advantage of this is it has got a very large database of carbon implications of all the different building materials. So it all comes out. As it happens, the overall impact is not particularly significant in the overall scheme. The operational emissions are larger than the construction emissions, but it has been appropriately evaluated. For the various emission factors, so the benefits of displacing natural gas or the cost of importing electricity, for example, and in the use of transport, I've used recognized government emission factors. I've included transport emissions, both allowing for transport to and from the development, and similar transport emissions for the baseline. And I've also allowed for the transport of the additional employees coming to site. And throughout, the release of biogenic carbon dioxide has been excluded. So this is short cycle carbon, which I would describe as essentially recently a tree, just essentially going round in circles in the overall cycle. Conventionally, that is not allowed for in the calculations.
Right. Just pause there because I've got a question or two about that. So just the last one, the short life cycle. This is biogenic carbon, is it? Is that what?
Yes.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Okay. So we've heard from Mr. Cooper, and I think this is also a point you make, that in relation to the biomass waste stream.
Yep.
Yeah, the biomass waste stream, which presently the wood chip sits in the open air, that will be placed in a covered building, obviously, and the result will be, it's certainly anticipated for obvious reasons, that less waste wood will be needed to be burnt to dry and keep dry the same amount of wood chip. But because that's biogenic, that just sits outside your assessment, does it?
That's correct. So the emissions from the biomass burning are biogenic, so therefore they're not included on either side.
Right, I see. Okay, thank you. Got that. And then transport emissions. Two questions on that actually. You say you've included them, and including the additional transport for additional employees coming to the site. There's a paragraph in your proof, which is proof paragraph. It's in this energy balance bit in your proof 3.2.6. You say that you're assuming, in the middle of that paragraph, you say this assumes that none of the biomethane is used for vehicles on site, as this would displace diesel fuel, which releases more greenhouse gas emissions than natural gas. This is a conservative position. Could you just explain that, please?
Yes. So there's two things. So firstly, in terms of the transport emissions, that's evaluating the off-site movements. So for those, I've assumed they are essentially using the standard fuel mix that vehicles will use.
Yeah.
The biomethane for vehicles, as Mr. Cooper explained, this would be used, I think, primarily on-site vehicles, on-site equipment,
Yeah.
which I've included in my assessment as a diesel user
Yes.
rather than transport emissions.
Yeah.
If biomethane is used instead of diesel, because diesel is a higher carbon fuel, that would be a larger benefit than if it displaces natural gas.
Yeah, I see. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you may be coming on. Are you coming on to deal with transport in a bit more detail?
I'll do a transport a
Yeah.
bit more, and also the on-site diesel use. I do.
Oh, fine. Okay. I'm jumping ahead. If you, when you get to it, if you don't deal with the question raised by one of the interested parties, which was whether or not your assessment has allowed for light goods vehicles, vans carrying healthcare waste.
Okay, I'll remember to cover that when we get to that.
Okay, okay, very good. All right, thank you. Right, why don't you just work through the principles then for the processes?
Yes.
Yeah.
So if I return into my proof, I think it's most easily set up again, section 3.
Yeah.
Just to talk through how I've approached the different processes. I'm not intending to go through the maths unless anyone really wants me to, just to be clear. So the waste transfer station at 311.2, it's been relocated and put inside a building, but what it actually does remains the same. So I've not allowed for any changes to greenhouse gas emissions. I'm aware that Mr. Cooper referred to the potential efficiencies, potential introduction of maybe a baling machine, which may well lead to either benefits in terms of reduced electricity use, maybe to benefits in terms of better extraction and recycling. I've not quantified any of those benefits.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah,
I think what Mr. Cooper said about that is that a baling machine would mean that Envar wouldn't need so many vehicle movements, and it could just be much more efficiently put on a
okay, that would make sense. Yes.
Yeah, I think that was as I understood it. Yeah.
Secondly, the biomass boilers, so we have already addressed this slightly just earlier. So the biomass boilers will stay in the same biomass boilers. They may, due to having the wood storage undercover, either burn less waste wood or process more biomass into fuel. As that's all really biogenic material, I've not assumed for any changes there. The healthcare waste ERF or HERF, so that will process around 12,000 tons of healthcare waste, which if it doesn't come here or doesn't come to the site, would need to be processed somewhere else. I'll come to this in more detail, but effectively in the baseline, I've covered the alternative treatment type and evaluate all of those to give a comparison. 316, I've talked about the IVC. So the in-vessel composting and then windrow on site currently processes about 135,000 tons. It will process 65,000 tons a year once the proposed development has been implemented, with 70,000 going to the AD. So strictly, there's no actual change in the IVC, those 65,000. For convenience, I've evaluated the composting plant on both sides.
Okay, the 65,000 is the is what Mr. Cooper refers to as brash, is it?
That's what I understand. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Then we talked about the dry AD plant, which will process around. Sorry,
I've got to. Sorry, before you I've got. I mean, that, as I understood it, that was another. That IVC process was another area where Mr. Cooper explained, and it's in his proof, that that the mobile plant machinery and the shredding machinery for the composting process are diesel-driven systems, and that electrical versions are available, but the site doesn't have enough electrical power at the moment to switch over. Whereas if the permission is granted, that let's hope that would change and become a viable switch. Is that something you've accounted for or not?
No, so that specific point, i.e. changing the fuel from diesel to electric, I've not accounted for.
Right.
I have accounted for the fact that the IVC will use less the diesel machine would be used less because there's less waste to process.
Right. Okay. Okay. Well, that might. Okay, Frank. I'm going to make a note of that. I might have another question on that, but
Okay.
yeah. Go on, please. Yeah.
Sorry, so I was on the dry AD plant. So the dry AD plant will process 70,000 tons, which is currently going to the IBC. So that will generate biogas, as we discussed. So I've assumed that will all go to the national gas grid, as we've already discussed. Some of it is intended to be used in some of the vehicles on site. And the digestate is mainly dried for use, and some of it is sent to the pellet plants to be upgraded into a more improved fertilizer. The pellet plant itself produces about 20,000 tons of fertilizer pellets. And as Mr. Cooper explained last week, that combines various waste products from all the other processes on site to produce that. And that will displace the use of conventional fertilizer. There'll be additional solar panels installed, and that's shown quite clearly on the drawings. So a lot more solar energy will be generated. And all of these generate traffic movements. So in the appendix, I don't know if we need to go through it. I've set out all the different transport flows and distances traveled for all the different processes. Given what you mentioned about the third party, it might be worth just jumping to that.
Yeah.
So this is for the proposed development is section 5.2.6 in the appendix.
Yeah. Page 14.
Yes. So on page 14, so this is where I set out all the different flows and load sizes and distances. And on the notes following it, note 3 talks about healthcare waste.
Yeah.
And so the transport statement that came with the planning application states the healthcare waste was delivered, some of it in vehicles with payloads of 7.5 tons, and some with 2 tons. So the 7.5 ton is when it's been essentially already bulked up somewhere and then transported to site. The 2 ton is the LDV type transport was being allowed for.
Yeah.
So I've allowed for essentially a mixture of those two, giving an average payload of about 4 tons. So I've allowed for some LDVs. I don't think there are as many as the third party lady mentioned.
Yeah.
I'm expecting there to be on average about over the year about 3,000 loads in total.
All right. Thank you. Now, I'm going to ask you to go and discuss the energy balance in a minute and just explain how that fits in. But before we do that, I've got one additional question about what has or has not been accounted for, as it were. The other thing that Mr. Cooper mentioned is a reduction in the import of potable, i.e. treated water. Is that something that you have accounted for in your assessment?
No, not at all.
Is it relevant or not?
It will be, I think in carbon terms, I think it'd be a relatively small benefit, but in producing potable water, you will use some energy, and in transporting the potable water to site, you'll use some energy, whereas collecting rainwater, you won't.
Okay. So can we just check that I want to make sure that I've understood, Mr. Oakham, the potential benefits that you have not accounted for. So just based on what you just run through. So I've got potential carbon benefits. I've got no allowance made by you for placing the waste transfer station in a dedicated building that might allow for efficiencies.
Yep.
Yeah. Like a baling farm. I've got no allowance for you for the possibility of switching the fixed and mobile plant associated with the IBC and WIMRO process over from diesel usage to something better.
Yes.
Yes. And I've got no allowance by you for reducing the import of, as it were, more carbon intensive potable water? Because it's been
That's right. Yes.
yeah. I just want to check, is there anything else that might be a potential carbon benefit but you've not accounted for?
No, I said we hadn't accounted for the storing the biomass, so we don't need to dry it as much. But that's again because it's all biogenic.
Well,
there
that's
isn't
biogenic.
a change.
We discussed that. No, I've got that point. Right. Okay. Thank you. Now, could you explain the energy balance, please, and how that and why that matters to the assessment?
Yes, certainly. So one of the advantages of the development is that by co-locating all the different processes on site, we can integrate the energy. And when I was preparing the carbon balance, it became apparent that to do that, I needed to have an energy balance to see where the energy was flowing. And that's partly because there's a number of different processes using it, and partly because those processes don't all run the whole time. And so to be fair, we need to assess not just the carbon balance when everything is running, but also the carbon balance when some plant is offline and we need to use backup fuel to do that work. So that's why I created the energy balance. There are, as I explain in section 3.2 of the proof, there are 3 main heat users on site. So the AD plant, which will operate essentially continuously, you can't turn off the biology. So essentially that carries on running. That needs heat to maintain the biology, as Mr. Cooper explained. The digestate drying plant, which takes the material out of the AD, also needs quite a lot of heat to do the drying. That doesn't have to run continuously, but effectively will run most of the year. And then the pellet plant, which we expect to operate for about 310 days of the year, with other days allowed for maintenance, that uses heat for various processes. That heat is provided primarily by the HERF, and the HERF, when it's operating, actually provides 95% of the heat needed for all of those processes. But the HERF is expected to be offline for maintenance for a reasonable amount of time. We've only assumed it'll run for 6,000 hours. So when it's not running, we'll need to provide heat elsewhere. So I've considered a couple of scenarios for that. The main one is when the HERF is not operating, but everything else is. This is when the gas-fired CHP units will be running essentially at full capacity to provide additional heat and generate electricity. And the natural gas and the digestate dryers, which essentially is just an air dryer blowing air over the digesters, that air will then be heated up by a dedicated natural gas burner. And then the third scenario is when neither the HERF nor the pellet plant is operating. At that point, we simply need to keep the AD plant and the digestate dryers running. So therefore, the CHP engines would run slightly lower to provide that heat. And again, the burners would provide the heat for the digestate dryer.
Yeah, got it.
So by evaluating all those 3 and then essentially adding them up, we end up with a total energy use for the whole site over the year.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And this is drawn together, isn't it, at your 3.2.4 and 3.2.5, I think, in your
That's right. Proof. Yes, so that's summarized there.
Yeah, thank you. Now, you've got a figure in your rebuttal, and I just want to understand it, of this is your rebuttal at 2.1.9 in your rebuttal. Which is paragraph explaining the energy inputs to the site. And second bullet, you tell us that the energy in healthcare waste is 73,000 megawatt hours per year. And I just want to understand that and how you get to that. That's not a figure that I could actually see in your proof or in your proof appendix.
No, I apologize. I left that as an exercise for the reader, which wasn't very helpful. So 73,000 is the energy in the waste which is combusted.
Yeah.
within table 5 in my appendix, I
Yeah,
put in various information about the healthcare waste plant.
yeah.
It will process 12,000 tons per year of healthcare waste.
So that's in page 11 of your
Page
appendix,
11 of
isn't
my
it?
proof. Yes,
Yeah, of
appendix,
your-
sorry, yes.
Yeah,
Um,
okay.
That waste is expected to have a net calorific value, so the amount of energy
Yeah.
released by burning, of 21.9 megajoules per kilogram.
I see that. That's the first row, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
If you multiply those two numbers together,
Yeah.
and then divide by 3.6 to make the units going from megajoules to megawatt hours,
Yes.
that's where the 73,000 comes from. So it is literally the energy released by burning the waste.
Yeah. I see. Yes. And from that, then you get the 41,000 megawatt hours. That's
That's
Yeah.
correct. So that really
Yeah.
that generates some heat, which is recovered in steam, which is then moved over to the AD
Yeah.
plant, etc.
great. Okay. Good. Right. So that's that part of the energy balance, as it were. And then of course you move on to discuss the biogas at 3.2.6.
Yes, I do. So the AD plant will produce biogas. That biogas is upgraded to biomethane primarily by taking the carbon dioxide out.
Yeah.
And that gives us a certain, from our calculations as to how much biogas is released from food waste and green waste, that gives us 4.9 million cubic meters of biomethane, which has an energy value of 55,000 megawatt hours.
Yeah.
As we've already discussed, I'm assuming all of that is exported to the national grid for gas upgrading.
Yes. Yes, and let's just come back to that point though, because this is where you make it. So you've assumed it all goes to the grid, but if some of it went to vehicles on site that are presently diesel driven, the result would be what?
So the result would be that it would displace diesel rather than natural gas. So diesel is a higher carbon intensity fuel. It releases more carbon per unit of energy. So therefore there would be a benefit. Just to give an indication, just to be helpful here, I think if all of the biomethane was used in vehicles, that would probably give us a benefit of around 3,800 tons of CO2. I don't think all of it will be, but that's a sort of ceiling of the benefit. So it's an advantage. It's not a huge improvement, but it improves the situation.
Yeah,
3,800.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So that's if all. And just to be clear about that, is that all the on-site vehicles? Is it all the on-site vehicles in the plant? Is it all the?
If it went to, if we used it all, it can go to on-site vehicles. It could also, to be fair, be used for off-site vehicles. So if Envar operates their own fleet, it could fuel its own fleet, or people could. So there are various different types.
I see. But for our purposes, what the inspector I think needs to know is you have not allowed for that.
Correct.
A possible increased carbon benefit as it
Correct.
were. Yes. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. And then you've got a paragraph 3.2.7, which deals with electricity. Could you just cover that, please?
Yes. So I've taken data on what the current plant is using and what it will use what the existing processes will use when they are processing less IBC, less green waste. We have data from the various suppliers of the equipment as to how much electricity the new equipment will use.
Yeah.
And then from the energy balance, we know how much power is generated by the CHP plant.
Yeah.
So all that combines together.
Yeah.
To give that the program would consume around 8,200 megawatt hours in a year.
Yeah.
But most of that will be generated on site.
Yeah.
Only 650 megawatt hours would actually need to be imported, which is about a third of what it's currently importing.
Yeah, and the current import we see is 2,285.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Right. That's clear. So I've got clear in my mind anyway that the site has under the proposals heat demands and electricity demands. You've discussed the heat demands, and I think we can we can see your figure of heat demands at 3.2.4, 60,400 megawatt hours per year, correct?
Yep.
And you've told us that 41,000 of that is recovered from the hearth, and then the other bits from elsewhere. But I think even my maths can stretch to. So the hearth does about 2/3 of the heat demand. Is that right?
That's right.
And then electricity demand, we've got that almost mirroring reduction, but it's a reduction of import electricity demand by about 2/3.
Yes.
Yeah. And then we've got the biogas being generated that you're assuming all goes off site, but if it was used, as it were, on site or for fueling a fleet, would have a greater benefit.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you. I think I've understood all of that. So I'm gonna have Mr. Otham move on if you're content. Yep. Great. Now there is a point in Mr. Whitehouse's evidence that I want you please to address, and it is 6.27 in his proof. So could you turn that up, please? Tell me when you are. Tell me when you're there.
Yes, I have that now.
Yeah. So this is in Mr. Whitehouse's discussion of the benefits of the proposals. And what he says is the proposal clearly provides low carbon benefits. However, the majority of the site retains an operation that would still be reliant on fossil fuels. Whilst this provision of low carbon benefit in conjunction with an undetermined rate of generation of biogas and solar power creates a contribution towards reducing reliance on energy derived from fossil fuels, the site would still predominantly undertake processes that rely upon them. Now, I'm going to ask you to deal with the, as it were, maths and quantification detail in a moment, but may I ask, are you aware of any policy or guidance to the effect being expressed here by way of a qualification of benefit because there's still reliance on fossil fuels in a site or part of a site?
I'm not aware of anything on those lines. My understanding is that any reduction in fossil fuels is beneficial.
Okay. Now, in terms of the detail here, can I just first of all just pick off points that Mr. Whitehouse makes there about an undetermined, you see that, rate of generation of biogas and solar power. Obviously, and no criticism, of course, whatsoever, Mr. Whitehouse, because he wrote this without the benefit of your assessment. Does that remain undetermined, those items?
So it does not remain undetermined. And actually, the generation of biogas was in the original energy efficiency note. So there was always a figure for that.
Yeah. Okay. And then you actually, as I understand it, in your rebuttal, you have actually told us what the site will be doing in terms of where the balance will sit in terms of fossil fuels and as it were non-fossil fuels. So do you want to just explain that to us, please? This is, I think you're 2.1.8 in your rebuttal onwards.
Yes. So I've looked at this from the point of view of where is the energy coming from. I think Mr. Whitehouse looks at a different point of view of what waste was being treated.
Okay.
But from the point of view of energy, I've set out in 2.1.9 where the energy is coming from, which includes natural gas in the CHP plant, digestate dryers, and energy in the auxiliary burners on the hearth.
Yeah.
And so that is fossil fuel use. I note I haven't included in this benefit because it's almost a side benefit. I haven't included the diesel, which is another small amount of megawatt hours. But it's shown that the program will consume some fossil fuels. It will also produce renewable fuels on top of that.
Yeah.
as I said, I didn't mention the diesel, and I think the diesel was primarily what Mr. Whitehouse was thinking about. So the process I talked about here in the energy balance are the energy inputs into the AD process and the pellet process and things that come out of that.
Yeah.
The IVC and windrows doesn't use any of that energy. What it does is uses diesel in the various machines.
Yeah, I think I think Mr. Whitehouse said a bit more about this orally, and I think his concern concerned the brashy portion of the green and food waste that would remain to be treated by the IVC and the windrow process, as I understood it. So
right. Okay. So did you want me to try and explain that? So
yes, please.
Just to pull some numbers. So in the carbon assessment itself, the appendix, page 13, underneath table 8, I talk about how much diesel is being used for mobile plant.
Yeah.
And my estimate was that diesel usage for the proposed development would fall to about 439,000 litres.
Yeah, from 485,000 litres.
From 570,000 at the moment, and then dropping to 485 for various efficiencies, and because we're processing less waste through the IBC.
Yes, yeah.
Just to turn that into energy, the calorie value of diesel is about 10 kilowatt hours per litre. So 439,000 litres is about 4,400 megawatt hours of energy.
Sorry, Mr. Oakham, sorry, I just need to get this down. So, sorry, the calorie value, 10 kilowatt hours per litre, did you say?
I did.
Yeah. And then, sorry, I missed the next bit.
So that means that the energy input from diesel is about 4,400 megawatt hours. So just to compare with the previous numbers we've talked about.
Yeah, I see.
Yep.
Yeah.
And not all of that is used in the IVC and windrows.
Yeah.
So I discussed this with Mr. Cooper last week.
Yeah.
About 2/3 of it is being used in those processes.
Yeah.
So what that means is that the diesel usage for the IVC brash processes and the windrow process afterwards is of the order of 3,000 to 3,500 megawatt hours.
Yeah.
Which is a small part of the overall energy input coming into the site.
Yeah. Yeah. And can you put that in carbon terms, please? Are you able to do that?
Yes. So also in the same paragraph I went to, the carbon emissions from all of that diesel were 1,211 tons of CO2. That's the figure I corrected at the very start, if you recall. So 1,211 tons of CO2 from diesel. The total direct emissions from the site are around, I don't know my number now, about 30,000. So it's a small part of the overall direct emissions on the site.
Yeah, I see. And the carbon emissions from the 3,000 to 3,500 megawatt hours of diesel usage for the retained IBC brash process,
yes,
would be what?
About 900, about 800, 900, about 2/3. So that sort of order.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Understood. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Right. Now, before you go on to, I think, displacement factors, is there anything else to explain about your assessment as you see it? I do want to ask you about the healthcare waste baseline scenario in a little bit of detail. and about
yes.
moratoriums, but
No, in terms of the principles, no, I think the only thing I haven't yet covered in the principles of methodology is the displacement side.
okay, so why don't you tell us about that?
Yes, so we're going back to my proof section 3.3.
Yeah,
So there are 3 aspects of displacement to consider. The first one is displacing other fossil fuel use. As I said previously, I've used emission factors from the government for natural gas and diesel for displacing those, and
Yeah.
indeed for electricity when electricity is being consumed.
yeah,
You mentioned healthcare waste. So for healthcare waste, what is happening to that waste at the moment is
yeah,
that some of it is going direct to incineration elsewhere. Some is going to be sterilized. So
yeah,
the idea of sterilization is to take waste which is hazardous because it's infectious, and then basically get rid of the infectiousness. So
Yeah.
you're left with the same waste, but it's no longer as hazardous.
yeah,
And some of that, once it's been sterilized, will go to landfill. Some of it will still go to incineration.
yeah,
Clearly, sterilization, which is a process using autoclaves and steam, is a process that uses energy rather than producing it.
yeah,
And as explained, when the waste is sent to landfill, it will decompose in landfill and will produce methane. And while methane is about 25 times worse for the climate than carbon dioxide, and while much of that will be captured and used to generate electricity, not all of it is.
yeah,
And so that means that landfill is generally not a good thing for climate change.
yeah, yeah. And if the inspector is keen to see the further detail, do we find that in your appendix?
We do. So I've gone through that in a section 5.3.2 of
Yeah.
the appendix, goes into the modelling and assessment of those different healthcare waste options in quite a lot more detail.
Yes, yeah, see that. Okay. Is this a sensible place to pick up what you say in your rebuttal at 2.1 regarding plant design? And that, of course, does begin with 2.1.1. It's apparent that Mr. Whitehouse has misunderstood how the different processes would interact with each other. And you've got 2.1.4 and 1.5. Just to explain.
Yes. So the way that Mr. Whitehouse had put it is, he was, I think, implying that the benefits came because of the incineration. So therefore, everything was a result of the incineration, and that leads to additional emissions. So I don't think that's quite right. So it is an integrated process where everything works together. But firstly, as I said, the emissions from the HERF, while they're additional in this location, they're not additional universally. That waste is producing greenhouse gas emissions somewhere else. So they're not brand new emissions. Secondly, actually, I'll do this in a slightly different order. So the second point is that it isn't strictly true that the pellets require incineration emissions. The pellets require heat.
Yeah.
That heat could be provided by a number of ways.
Yeah.
The advantage of providing it with a HERF is that we are using energy which might otherwise not be used efficiently. It's quite rare to recover heat from those.
Yeah.
And it means we don't need to burn other fossil fuels in order to produce the heat, to produce the pellets.
Yeah. So in simple terms, then, as you've just explained, but have I got this right? In simple terms, the healthcare waste in the baseline, that is producing greenhouse gas emissions.
Yes.
So whilst the spatial location on the Earth that greenhouse gas emissions are being produced will shift from wherever they're being dealt with now to the site, they're not, as you say, new greenhouse gas emissions.
That's right. So greenhouse gas emissions are unlike essentially every other pollutant.
Yeah.
They're not actually harmful to you at the location unless you literally breathe them in. You know what I mean? They're
Yeah,
not,
in
the carbon
climate
dioxide
change.
is not going to cause health issues locally. It's a global issue.
Yeah.
So where they're released is not critical. And that's why we look at the overall universal implication of the greenhouse gas emissions.
Yeah, I see. I understand. Okay, good. Thank you. And I think you just discussed, did you, the points at 2.1.4. I want to ask you about the pellets and what they're displacing, what they are displacing in a bit more detail. So we'll come back to that.
Yes.
On this theme, though, the suggestion, as it were, of additional incineration and what Mr. Whitehouse said about that, he has made a point, as we've heard, about what the Committee for Climate Change said about essentially recommendation for a moratorium on energy from waste. And you deal with that in your rebuttal, but I think we need to actually pick this up and have you just talk the inspector through it with the benefit of having what the Committee for Climate Change actually said in the core documents. So would you mind turning up that core document, which is CD 5.1.6, and B is the full chapter and A are the extracts? So
yes, so I'm working on B, I think, at the moment.
Yeah. So CD 5.1.6B.
Yes. So I think it's just worth saying, just in terms of background. So CD 5.1.6B is the report to Parliament, progress report for 2023.
Yeah.
It builds on the report to Parliament 2022, which had a fairly similar concept, and actually then rolls back to the review of waste emissions, which appears in the 2026 carbon budget. So I don't propose we need to produce all these documents, but this is a rolling discussion about how waste management should fit into the overall carbon budget. And this is why I said that this recommendation from the Committee on Climate Change needs to be seen as looking at, if you like, conventional large-scale incineration, because that is where all of the analysis and all of the policy is pointing. In my rebuttal, I went to a number of examples to demonstrate this. So firstly, on page 304.
Yeah, let's just pick up in your rebuttal. So
Yes.
this, I think you're referring to 2.2.
Yes, paragraph 2.2.3 of my
Yeah.
rebuttal.
Yeah.
I pick up a few points. Figure 12.4 is looking at household waste recycling, really confirming that's where they are focusing. Figure 12.5 is the graph that shows UK energy from waste capacity. And that comes from a series of reports by Tolvik Consulting, who produce a whole lot of statistics about energy from waste. That report only covers large-scale plants, so municipal waste, commercial industrial waste plants. So that's where that total comes from. So the expected in 2022 sort of being up to about 22 million tons of capacity, that's all large plants that they're talking about.
Okay.
And then that feeds through on page 306.
Yeah.
In the second paragraph. The Committee on Climate Change refers back to previous analysis saying that 13 million tons of recovery capacity would be sufficient.
Yeah.
That analysis is in the 2018 Waste and Resources Strategy. And again, that is only looking at the large scale plants.
Okay.
So that's why I felt that was the case.
Yeah. Can we just just pause there, Mr. Oaken? Healthcare waste combustion facilities are within or without large scale plants. Dedicated healthcare waste combustion facilities.
They are without.
Without, right? Okay.
Small amount. So yeah, so that when when the NHS waste strategy refers to high temperature incineration, they're talking about the smaller scale, rather like this on the smaller scale plants dedicated to healthcare, clinical hazardous waste.
Yeah, I see. Now, as I understood it, Mr. Whitehouse was suggesting that you had been, shall we say, selective in what you say about the Committee on Climate Change report.
Yes.
What's your response?
So that certainly wasn't my intention. I was selecting some references which I considered demonstrated what I was saying. I wasn't intending to be cherry picking. My view is and remains that the purpose of this chapter and the purpose of the recommendation is focusing on large scale plants and the large scale sort of treatment of municipal primarily, and also similar commercial industrial waste, and how that should be recycled rather than recovered.
Yeah. And if that's right, and you've taken us through the numbers, as it were, so we can see how what they say about capacity relates to large scale plants, and healthcare, dedicated healthcare waste is sitting outside that. If that's right, does that, I mean, does it mean that the Committee on Climate Change, what people have just forgotten about this need to deal with healthcare waste? I mean, what's the logic, insofar as there is any?
I think it is partly because it is a very small part of the overall waste. The NHS waste strategy, which we will talk about later, has actually a list at the back of the appendix of how many plants there are. It quantifies about 120,000 tonnes, so 0.1 million tonnes of capacity compared to the 20 odd million we've got for main plants. So it's a small part of it. And it's also, I think, because in many cases, that waste needs to be incinerated. That is the approved way to get rid of it.
Yeah, because Mr. Whitehouse sets out a quote, of course, in his proof, and he has it's in his paragraph in his proof, and the thrust of it is the concern is that if you build energy from waste plants, you disincentivize people in terms of the waste hierarchy, essentially. That's the point. So what's what thoughts, if any, do you have on that in terms of healthcare waste specifically?
So I don't think that is the same approach at all. So for healthcare waste, hospitals are and have been improving segregation so that they're keeping separate the waste which needs to be incinerated, and they continue to be incentivized to do that. I don't think that the presence of an incineration plant around the country would disincentivize hospitals to do that.
Yeah, and just make sure we've absolutely understood this. Why is it that in many cases healthcare waste just needs to be incinerated?
Because it has hazardous or may have hazardous materials inside it. So some medicines, for example, it may have infectious things in it. And in some cases, it's just that the waste that comes out of a hospital is not something you wish to see again. So putting it into a landfill and then it being there is not something you wish to deal with. So this is the offensive type waste.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Thank you. You have also, of course, explained in your rebuttal what the government has said in any event, as it were, in response to the Committee on Climate Change's recommendation regarding what you say is a recommendation concerning large-scale waste plants and not healthcare waste dedicated plants. I don't propose to ask you anything about that unless you feel there's anything more to be said.
No, I don't think so. That's all clear.
Thank you. Now, I said I wanted to ask you about pellet fertilizer and what that might displace and the benefits of that. Could you just explain that for the inspector, please?
Yes. So I'm returning now to paragraph 3.3.7 of my proof.
Yeah.
And And Mr. Cooper actually in his rebuttal, I think, explained quite a lot more about what the fertilizer is.
Yeah.
So by this fertilizer essentially does replace a conventional fertilizer, which has two benefits I've allowed for, and one possible benefit I've not allowed for. So the benefits here, the most obvious one is that by this fertilizer by displacing conventional fertilizer, we don't need to make that conventional fertilizer.
Yeah.
And conventional fertilizer has quite a large carbon footprint.
Yeah.
It can vary really depending on how this is manufactured. So I've used a figure from a paper by the International Fertilizer Society, which is CD 6.1.4, which is the lowest number. It's the carbon footprint for prilled fertilizer. Prilled means pelleted.
Right.
Should say. Produced in Europe.
Yeah.
There are higher numbers if it's produced elsewhere.
I see. Mr. Cooper told us in his evidence that he gave evidence about where UK NPK, so conventional fertilizer, comes from, and his evidence was that the majority comes from the EU, quite a lot from Egypt, and to a lesser extent from China and the US. Were you here for that?
I was there for that, yes.
So in terms of your selection of the European figure, how does that sit against what Mr. Cooper told the inquiry?
So that generally supports it. It means that it's realistic to use the European figure as the baseline. It's likely that some fertilizer will have a higher carbon footprint if it's coming from those other countries.
Yeah. So is your approach, is it conservative or generous to the pellets?
It's intended to be conservative and remains conservative.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So okay. So that's the carbon, as it were, embodied in producing the traditional NPK fertilizer. And that's not all, is it? I think.
So the secondary benefit is that some of the carbon is essentially absorbed into the soil, is sequestered into the soil.
Yeah.
So that is now carbon which has been removed from the carbon cycle.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's another figure. That's about 0.9 tons of that.
Yeah.
And the third benefit, which I mentioned but not done, so the manufacturers of this pellet consider that their fertilizer is more efficient than other fertilizers, and therefore it displaces more than a ton of other fertilizer.
Yeah.
I didn't feel I had enough to support that, so therefore I didn't allow for that potential benefit.
Yeah. Yeah. See. So just turning to Mr. Whitehouse's rebuttal, please. And just reflecting in the light of what you just said on the observations that Mr. Whitehouse makes at his paragraph 2.5 first bullet.
Yes.
Where he refers to variables in relation to the conventional fertilizers. So your comment on that, please.
So I agree it's subject to a series of variables, and that is why I've used the lowest figure I could find, which is that number.
Yeah, and in terms of what Mr. Whitehouse, his phrase, that your position on the issue, so Mr. Oatham's position on the issue, should be treated with an appropriate degree of caution. What do you say about that, please?
So I agree that there is some variability around that number, but my intention is the variability, by using a conservative number, the variability is going to a greater benefit rather than a lesser benefit.
Yeah. Okay, fine. Thank you. I had one specific question, which is something that Mr. Cooper mentioned about the role of ammonia in producing conventional fertilizer. And and what will be happening with the proposals in producing the pellet fertilizer here. Did you hear that?
I did hear that. Yes.
Yes. What are you able to tell us what the comparison is, conventional fertilizer and these pellets?
A little. So I wouldn't describe myself as an expert on fertilizer production, but one of the main ingredients into the fertilizer is ammonia, which tends to be manufactured in a carbon intensive manner. My understanding here is that we don't need to do that because there is ammonia present on site, which is absorbed into the fertilizer pellets.
Yeah, got that now. Thank you. Good. Okay. And then the second bullet point that Mr. Whitehouse has at his rebuttal 2.5 is, I think it's a more general point. It's stepping away from the fertilizer specifically. And it's that you've essentially relied on assumptions regarding matters that are outside the appellant's control in relation to displacement of emissions elsewhere, such as the extent of other available healthcare waste facilities that might be available in the local area across the lifespan of the proposed development. And indeed then coming back to fertilizer reliance on the fertilizer market remaining stable. Your evidence on those points, please.
Okay, so taking the second one first, I think that's simplest. The fertilizer market is much larger than the amount of fertilizer being produced here. So it seems to me highly unlikely that there won't be a need for this fertilizer. So therefore, it will always be displacing other fertilizer.
Yeah.
On the displacement of healthcare waste, so here I am primarily relying on the work of Eunomia in terms of the local healthcare waste market, and to an extent, some points on the healthcare waste strategy, which we will, I think, come to later when I talk about some other issues. But my overall position here is that there is a need for this facility. Healthcare waste is currently being treated in less favourable manners, and so therefore it would come here to displace those. I do agree that exactly what those facilities will be for the next 15 to 20 years is cannot be clear, but what I'm presuming displacing are representative facilities.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Well, I mean, I am going to ask you about the healthcare waste strategy, but that's in the context of what interested parties have said. So I want you please to tie up your assessment before we go to that, just in terms of the overall benefits of the proposal, please.
Yes. So just to summarize the overall, so it's section 3.4 of my proof.
Yeah.
I have calculated that the direct and indirect carbon emissions with the proposed development are about 30,000 tons of CO2, compared to about 19,000 being used elsewhere. But because the proposed development displaces natural gas by exporting biogas, displaces the use of other fertilizers, and leads to sequestration of biogenic carbon, it gives significant additional benefits. So the overall net benefit of the proposed development to the climate as a whole is about 40,000 tons of CO2 per year.
Yeah. And I think we've talked through some of the what you describe as conservative approaches you've taken.
Yeah.
Now, in his rebuttal, at paragraph 3.3, Mr. Whitehouse refers to what I'm going to describe as the partial application made by my clients. Could you turn up, please, Mr. Whitehouse's rebuttal at 3.3? And that is for, as it were, only construction of a waste transfer station and a biomass building, and essentially the 4 lagoons and a wastewater treatment and surface water attenuation lagoon elements. Are you able to tell us, and Mr. Whitehouse says, very final line of his rebuttal, final sentence, this demonstrates that the appellant recognises that climate change benefit could be achieved by development at the site without the need for the erection of the proposed chimney. Are you able to tell us what would be the carbon savings achieved by that partial proposal?
My understanding is that that proposal will include some solar panels. I think it's building 2 buildings rather than 3, of which will have large for the solar panels. So effectively, it'll be about 2/3 of the capacity.
Yeah, can we turn up, please? Didn't mention this CD, but I think we should look at it. CD 1.1.9, which is the proposed site plan, sir. So you can just see
Okay.
see this in plan form, and Mr. Oaken, you can look at it in plan form as you give your explanation. Sorry, CT 1.1.8, isn't it? Yeah. So this is the proposed site plan. Do you have that, Mr. Oaken?
I do, yes.
So I'm not asking you to be exact at all, but in broad terms, item marked just bear with me, Mr. Oaken. So in your drawing pack, sir. Yeah. Thank you, sir. So item marked 28, Mr. Oaken, is the waste transfer building with roof solar panels. Item marked 49 is the biomass building with roof solar panels. And then 47, we see another building, which is with solar panels, which is the pellet fertilizer one. You see that?
I can, yes.
So as I understand, the partial application is essentially, and it's not exactly this, but it's essentially waste transfer station building, biomass building, the lagoons and the associated bit of plant to go with those. So,
yeah, so that was my understanding,
Yeah.
that effectively 2 of the 3 buildings with solar panels on would be built as part of the alternative application.
yeah,
The pelletizer building. So what's that building 47? Yeah,
Yeah.
would not be built.
yeah, the pellet wouldn't be built. Yeah,
So therefore, the carbon benefits from that proposal would be purely those related to the solar panels.
yeah,
I say I don't really want to go through all the numbers. I say in the carbon assessment
yeah.
on page 13 that I do not say on page 13. Yes.
Yes.
So I say in page 13 that the proposed development
Yeah,
would generate 1,253 megawatt hours from solar.
I see that. That's the penultimate line.
Penultimate line.
Yeah,
I say in the description of the baseline
yeah,
in section 5.33 that the current solar panels, which I think are on the existing buildings,
So this is page
this is page
20.
20, the second line of the first paragraph,
Yeah,
that the current panels produce 301 megawatt hours. So the new panels will produce 950 megawatt hours of solar. Therefore,
I see. Yes.
um,
Right. So we take the 301 from the 1253.
yes,
Yes.
so we're getting 952 strictly.
Yeah.
Each megawatt hour of solar would displace about 0.2. I'll find my number in the appendix.
Yeah.
So in section 5 of the appendix, table 1,
Yeah.
we have an electricity emissions factor.
Sorry. Hold on. Let me just get to take.
If you're doing maths, right?
Sorry. What's your page?
Page 8.
Page 8.
So the
yes.
Yeah. Have an electricity emission factor of 0.207
Yes.
kilograms per kilowatt hour
I see that.
or tons per megawatt hour.
Yeah.
So just again being approximate, 0.2 times 950 is 190 tons being saved by the solar panels in the proposed development. And around 2/3 of that would be saved by the new development, which is about 125 or so. So the benefit of those solar panels is 120 odd, 125 tons of CO2, which is a benefit.
Yeah.
It is obviously a much smaller benefit than the overall proposed development would be providing,
Which is
about 40,000.
Yeah, so it's 125, around 125 tons compared to 40 around 40,000.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Thank you. Right now, I do want you to pick up on anything said by interested parties last week that you feel requires a response, and I have on my list, and we're now, and thank you for your indulgence, sir, but we're now pretty much there. I have on my list the NHS clinical waste strategy, Mr. Oakham, as a key item to pick up. So could you do so, please?
Yes. So a number of interested parties on the first day refers to the NHS clinical waste strategy. So I noted that was Natasha Marco, Lorna Watkins, and Kim Moosey at least.
Yeah,
had referred to that strategy. Actually, Mr. Whitehouse also refers to it in his proof.
yes.
And the officers refer to it.
Yeah, although to be fair to Mr. Whitehouse, of course, in his proof, Mr. Whitehouse introduces it to point out that the NHS is saying that their current amount of clinical waste generated is going to increase.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But just to explain, it's been in the referred to in the inquiry quite a lot, which is why I felt it was beneficial to have it as an actual document.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt, my learned friend, just to be accurate.
Yeah.
What my learned friend's just summarised in terms of Mr. Whitehouse's evidence is correct insofar as paragraph 6.7 is concerned.
Correct. Yeah.
But he goes on in 6.8
to
refer to it in the context of efficiencies.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. No, that's fine. Yeah. Thank you. And we now have that, don't we, Mr. Oathan? As the core document, as we discussed, as a core document rather, as we discussed earlier, which is CD 6.1.12, which is the strategy, and then 6.1.13 is the appendices. And we also have this two-side summary sheet concerning essentially a procurement framework from autumn 2023 that the NHS put together.
We do. So that's a slightly different document, but it's linked to this.
Thank you, sir. I will ask, sir, that, well, this will get a core document number, so we'll refer to it when it gets it.
Yes. So the NHS clinical waste strategy, as you say, has been referred to by a number of people who were saying that what this strategy is asking for is for there to be a reduction in incineration, therefore a reduction in the need for this facility. And I don't think it's quite as simple as that. There are a number of different things in this strategy. So what I was going to do, and I apologize, I'll have to jump around a bit in the document. So the first point I wanted to say was that the key policy which has been referred to appears on page 9 of the strategy.
Yeah.
And in fact follows on from page 8, which is around improving clinical waste management practices. So the intention is to segregate waste better so that only waste which needs to be incinerated or go to alternative treatment does, and waste that doesn't need that is separated out and can go elsewhere. And that is the policy which is hoped to reduce high temperature incineration requirements by up to 35%, reduce alternative treatment requirements by up to 60%, and increase demand for all the other types by 229%.
Yeah.
It's worth saying that that's offensive waste, much of which also does go to incineration.
Yeah.
Just not necessarily to a dedicated healthcare plant always.
Yeah.
So that, I think, is the policy which we've been focusing on. However, as Mr. Whitehouse notes on page 7 of the strategy, there is also an acknowledgement that clinical waste and healthcare waste is going to continue increasing. There's an anticipated growth rate of 3%. And what that does is eliminates quite a lot of the benefit from segregation. So while a smaller proportion of the waste is going to has high temperature incineration, the actual tons of it are still going up.
Mm.
The other point around that is the alternative treatment. Alternative treatment is broadly waste going to autoclaving or sterilization, which produces waste which still needs to be handled. And that is one of the types of waste which I would expect to come to this plant rather than go into landfill. Mm. Another point which was made by third parties appears on page 19 of the strategy. Where there is an intention to improve, so it's the second paragraph of section 4.5, looking to improve in-house waste processing capability.
Yeah.
The implication being that the waste should be treated more locally. That again is definitely part of their strategy, but more details appear on page 10, which says what they're aiming for here. If I jump to page 10, section 3.1.
Yeah.
There's an aim to do various things around improving waste management. The third bullet is the new commercial model, just while I'm there. So that relates to the framework I'm going to talk about in a moment in response to Mrs. Hope. But the fourth bullet point is driving NHS ownership and control over its own processing assets, with 25% of large and acute teaching hospitals owning their processing capacity. So that is a focus on the large hospitals, such as Addenbrooke's, which generate quite a lot of healthcare waste, having their own on-site capacity. Clearly in this area, Addenbrooke's does already have that. So that won't have an immediate local effect. And it's also saying, we're looking at some hospitals have it, not all, there'll still be a need for locations off hospital. And then the final point I wanted to make, and this is actually in the appendices. The appendices give quite a lot of supporting information, including, and I'll just note, sir, there's more detail about the segregation strategy and where the numbers come from in about page 10. I don't think we need to discuss that now, but it's there. But in page 15, the strategy talks, the appendices talk about the current status of infrastructure. And it says, many existing clinical waste incinerators were built in the 1990s, which is definitely true. They are not as young as they were. And it mentions that there have been challenges with how those operate with the maintenance levels of being offline. And so that therefore there is benefit in looking to bring on newer facilities. It's recognized that the NHS is going to struggle to fund that, but that's really where the third parties are coming in. Page 15 also actually specifically says in the final paragraph that the regions of England that appear to have insufficient clinical waste capacity include the south, the east of England, and the northeastern Yorkshire. So clearly northeastern Yorkshire is less relevant, but the south and the east of England is specifically the catchment area we're looking here, that there is insufficient capacity at present.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So in terms of what, if anything, this NHS waste strategy means for the question, and I put it no higher or differently than that, but the question of a current existing capacity need for dealing with local healthcare waste, your comment on that?
So my comment is that this fits into the overall strategy, that there is a need for this type of plant.
Yeah.
And while there are intentions to try to manage that need, it will still be there.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and just to be clear, when you say this type of plant, you are talking about
the HERF.
The HERF.
The
Yeah.
HERF. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Otham. Now there were a couple of other points made by interested parties.
There were.
And I don't know, well, you've referred to the procurement framework.
Yeah. So deal with that one first. So
Yeah.
Philippa Hope referred to the procurement framework, at least I think that's what she was referring to, about a procurement framework for NHS waste strategy. So that's the document which will at some point have a number.
Yes. And that's the procurement thing that goes with the strategy.
It is.
Yeah.
So this feeds from the strategy. That I think the strategy was saying that hospitals and healthcare providers were procuring waste management services in a fairly piecemeal manner, and it would be beneficial to have a better commercial basis. Essentially, this framework is the better commercial basis. Philippa Hope was saying that Envar was not on this framework, which is true. The reason for that, I believe, is said on this framework. It said the framework agreement covers the period from 23rd of October 23 to 23rd of October 2025 with a potential extension. That means that when companies wished to get onto this framework, they needed to have been able to provide waste management services now. And clearly Envar is not currently in a position to provide those services.
Until it's built the hearth, essentially.
Once it's built the hearth, this is the sort of framework that it could apply to be on in order to have access to the NHS's waste from not just the large hospitals, but from smaller hospitals or other types of provider.
Good, thank you. Now, there was a point made by Ms. Marco about, and I think you might have covered this, but about the HERF releasing CO2 or in fact, she said 20,000 tons of CO2 per year on site.
Yes, and Natasha Marco was concerned that the HERF releases quite a lot of CO2 directly, and taking numbers from the carbon assessment about that. And that is clearly correct. There will be CO2 released from the HERF that would not have been released at this location previously. However, by releasing those 20,000, 15,000 or so is not released from other healthcare facilities. But actually, more importantly, and this doesn't come from the calculations, but having looked at it, if the HERF is not there, then the energy needed for the other processes is needed to be provided by something else. Which is broadly by burning additional natural gas. So the overall effect of the HERF is to have an overall climate benefit.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Watkins mentioned that there was a questioning of that figure for transportation of healthcare waste, 60 kilometres. I think you've dealt with that.
I did. So the 60 kilometres is specifically an average. Ms. Watkins referred to a number of cities which are further away than 60, which is definitely true. And some waste would indeed come from further away than 60 kilometres. But some would come from closer. So the intention is it's an average number.
It's an average. And then Ms. Moosey mentioned ash. You recall that?
Oh, she did. Yes. And so by burning the waste, two forms of residue are produced. So that's bottom ash from the bottom of the grate process, which is a non-hazardous material, and the residues from air pollution control treatment. So those are so I think she was concerned about the lorries for those, so that I can confirm that the transport emissions associated with that has been included in the carbon assessment. And in terms of where they go, the bottom ash as a non-hazardous material will go to a fairly conventional landfill, so it doesn't need to travel particularly far. The air pollution control residues will need to travel to a specialist facility, so they will travel a reasonable distance, but that is a small amount of waste. Most of those waste would have been produced by burning it elsewhere anyway, so it's not a new material, it's just coming from here.
Understood. Right. I've got one final question for you, myself, unless there's anything else you want to say, and it's just I want to understand your contextualization of the greenhouse gas savings. That's around 40,000 tonnes. You contextualise that by comparing them to the total annual emissions of the Cambridgeshire waste industry. You say it's about 11% of that, or the annual footprint, carbon footprint, as I understand it, of a Cambridgeshire resident, which the average Cambridgeshire resident in that sense, which is, you say, about 28,000 residents. Can I check, where do those figures come from?
So as I say in in Proof 3.4.4. So these come from the database published by the Department of Energy Security and Net Zero, as it now is,
Yeah.
which is data on greenhouse gas emissions by local authority and region, broken down into different categories.
Okay.
So that's where that data is coming from there.
Right. Thank you. Right, Mr. Oathen, thank you. It's been quite a lengthy, Chief. I'm grateful to you. I'm very grateful to you, sir, for indulging me in that. I hope it was helpful. Unless there's anything else you want to say, Mr. Oathen, if you wait there, Mr. Grant may have some questions for you, or he may think it's a suitable time for a break.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Grant. It's probably a good time for an adjournment, unless Mr. Grant, you have another.
So I'm happy either way. For obvious reasons, I don't have a lot of cross-examination. You've seen my time estimate.
Yeah.
For those who are listening, as you'll appreciate, so the council aren't taking issue with the broad calculations and conclusions. So I'm not going into the detail of that. So I'll be relatively brief, but I don't know whether you would rather take that now or whether you'd rather break now.
I think if we break for 20 minutes, that'd be a good time to pause, and we can reconvene at, well, 35 minutes past.
Thank you very
Okay,
much.
thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
The inquiry is resumed. Mr. Grant, you have some questions.
So thank you very much indeed. Good morning, Mr. Otham.
Good morning, sir.
You appreciate, of course, that that in response to your report, the council's position, as put by Mr. Whitehouse, was that your conclusions were considered broadly acceptable. So I'm not going to drill down into the detail of the approach you've set out.
Okay.
But a number of matters I just do want to pick up with you, though. You tell us through your proof that you were instructed in June of 2023.
Yes.
1.1.6 for reference. And you indicate that the purpose of your instruction in June of last year was to carry out a more detailed assessment of the carbon and climate change implications of the proposal. Yes?
Yes.
And presumably that involved a quantification process of the type that you've subsequently produced through your evidence.
Yes.
And at the time that you accepted the instruction, you must have at that stage appreciated that you'd be able to do that exercise.
Yes.
Yeah. And can you just pick up, and this is no criticism of you, Mr. Otham, can you just pick up, please, the appellant's statement of case, which we've got at core document 2.3.1.
Yes, I have that document.
Thank you very much. And can I ask you, please, to turn forward in the document on the internal pagination to page 20.
Yes.
And you'll see there, can you see a section under the heading climate change and carbon footprint?
I can.
And you can see set out a series of paragraphs 8.3 through to 8.9. And again, it's not a criticism of you, you didn't write this document, but it not suggested, is it, within that section of paragraphs that, that there was going to be a technical report providing a quantification of savings in the way that you've done it.
I agree that's not in those paragraphs.
And I think just for completeness, if we just in that document go back, please, to page 11. We can see there are three further paragraphs, 5.18 to 5.20. Again, dealing broadly with the benefit in terms of energy savings, and the same point. So far as the statement of case is concerned, no indication that a report of the type generated by you was going to be provided.
I agree that's not in those paragraphs, yes.
And just last point on this issue, please. Can I ask you then to just take up, if you don't mind, the statement of common ground, which is at core document 2.4.1.
Yes.
And can I invite you, please, to turn forward to page 26?
Yes.
And again, we can see there, can't we, a subheading, design, climate change and carbon footprint. Do you see that?
No, not on page 28.
Internal
page. I found yes, found it now.
Yeah.
Page 28, yep.
Maybe on different pagination to
Possibly, yes.
Can you see it's 26 on the internal? I think
can.
we're in the same place with you.
It's table 11.5. Am I looking at a different document? Anyway,
So we're in the
there is a
same page.
section called Design, Climate Change and Carbon
Exactly,
Footprint.
that's
Yes.
where I want us
Okay,
to go.
excellent.
And do you see there within that section, there's a columns topic, agreed matter and explanation.
I do.
And again, I'm going to put this in broad terms, but it sets out there, doesn't it? The carbon savings in broad terms.
It does, yes.
Yep. And again, at that stage, no indication as to quantification or as to the provision of a technical report to deal with quantification.
Again, that is not in those documents. Yes.
Good. And I think just the last question on this particular point, you told us you're instructed in June, and again, as a matter of fact, but if you don't know the answer, then say so. I think the appeal was made in October. Is that your
I
understanding?
believe that's the case, yes.
Can we move then to just the next point I just want to pick up with you, which is in your proof of evidence at 2.2.4.
Yes.
And you're dealing here with the officer's report, and you say here the planning officers concluded there was no reason to refuse the application, but didn't say that the contribution to managing the effects of climate change was a benefit. As a result, in the planning balance in 21.19, climate benefits do not feature specifically, although the use of clinical waste, which cannot be recycled to generate energy, is afforded positive weight. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
And I just want to please have a look at that with you. And can I ask you to turn then to the committee report, which is at core document 1.4.2.
Yes.
And can I ask you please to turn to paragraph 21.19, which is the paragraph you've referred to, and it starts on page 123 of 196 on the internal pagination.
It does. Yes, I'm there. Yes.
And it's under the heading planning balance. And I think if we go over the page to page 124, officers write, it's considered that the following aspects of the proposed development are positive and weigh in favour of the application. Do you see that?
I do.
And then it sets out 4 bullets. The 4th deals with biodiversity net gain, so we can put that to one side. And I just want to look at the first 3 bullets with you, please, just to contextualise this within the report. The use of waste which cannot be recycled to regenerate energy. I mean, that as a point of principle, first of all, is dealing with climate change benefit, isn't it?
It's more of a waste hierarchy point, I think. I mean,
Well,
it doesn't specifically talk about climate change, but yes, it has a climate change benefit, but it isn't specifically said.
Yeah. And so far as the second bullet point, the use of dry AD of in-vessel composting for some of the green and food waste, that again is a matter which, the consequence of which is a climate change benefit.
Yes. So similarly, it's a waste hierarchy point, which is driven by the climate change benefit.
And third, so far as the interrelationship point between existing waste streams and processes, the same point. That's a point which has a climate change benefit as a consequence of that interrelationship.
It does in this case, yes. I don't know whether every co-location would have that benefit.
And then can you turn back, please, to page 120 of the report? Of course, it's 21.5 and 21.6 on page 120.
Yes, I have that.
And I've got the benefit of a hard copy, so I can say that I'm going to keep my finger in the page where we were a moment ago. But can you have a look under the subheading, excuse me, climate change and carbon footprint? It tells us under that subheading, the purpose of the proposed ERF and dry AD plant is to generate energy from waste. See that?
I do.
And that corresponds, doesn't it, to the first bullet that we were just identifying as a in terms of climate, in terms of benefits at 21.19.
The first two actually, so it was AD as well.
Yeah, I was just coming on to that as being the second of the
Yeah,
bullets that
right.
we're looking at a moment ago. But that corresponds, doesn't it, to those first two bullets of the list that we were just looking at.
Sorry, I have to move up and down. Yes. Yeah.
And I think just for completeness, if you look in the next sentence at 21.5, it refers to the interrelationships as summarized in 21.2 above. You see that?
I do.
And if we look at 21.2 above, if you go to the fourth line of 21.2,
Yes.
you can see there it tells us approximately half of the green and food waste would be treated by means of dry AD. Do you see that?
I do.
And if you go down from there another 6 lines or so, you'll see the reference to managing waste that cannot be recycled.
Yes.
And if you go back further down the page to 21.6, again, under that subheading, climate change and carbon footprint,
Yes.
the interrelationship, which was the point we saw a moment ago at the third bullet of 21.19, do you remember that?
I do.
We see at 21.6, we're told that the relationship with existing processes on the site would make a contribution to reducing reliance on energy derived from fossil fuels and moving to a lower carbon future.
It does say that. Yes.
So in terms of the 3 bullets that we were just talking about, which I think you very fairly agreed to have consequences, at least in terms of climate change benefits, we can contextualize that, can't we, by referring back in the report to the paragraphs we've just been to, which are 21.2, 21.5 and 21.6.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Except to say that what 21.5 and 21.6 leads to, which is the final sentence, where they, which I quoted, it is concluded there's no reason to refuse the application on the grounds that it would not contribute to managing the effects of climate change, isn't really saying there's a benefit. It's just saying, well, it's good enough not to object to it.
Yeah. But in terms of whether or not the report identified the benefits.
Yes, the benefits are identified.
Yeah. And I think, and it may be in the light of that answer, we don't need to go to it, but have you seen the committee minutes?
I have, though I wouldn't say I'm as familiar with those.
No, I mean, I think we can go to it if you want, but do you recall we've had evidence last week, and I think you were here when we had it, that the applicant was represented by a planning agent, by Dr. Owen and by Mr. Cooper at the committee report. Do you remember?
Yes, I do that. Yeah.
And that they were indicated that they were content that the report accurately summarised the relevant matters, and then they amplified. Do you want to turn it up, because I can see you, and I completely understand what trying to look at it. It's 1.4.3.
Yes. So where is this?
And this isn't paginated, so you had to go, I'm afraid, through the slightly laborious process of counting forward 8 pages into the document.
Okay. Ah, yes, I remember this bit. Yes, you took some of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And once you get to that 8th page, you can see in the second paragraph that Christian Smith, planning consultant, Dr. Owen and James Cooper addressed the committee. Do you see that?
I do.
The applicant noted that the officer report had addressed all the relevant planning related issues. Do you see that?
I do.
And then in the following paragraph, in response to member questions, the applicant, and then a series of bullets. Can you see that?
Yes.
And then if you follow on to the next page, which is the 9th page in, you can see the 3rd bullet down on the next page. Those appearing on the applicant's behalf explained that suggested benefits were significant in terms of climate change and energy generation. Do you see that?
I do. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Next, third small topic that I just want to deal with together. So far as the second scheme, which is the scheme that's been submitted by ENVAR but not yet determined, you were asked some questions about that in chief.
I was, yes.
And you, it was described, wasn't it, in the way that it was put to you as a partial proposal. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And on the basis of that partial proposal, as it's been described, the way in which you put matters, as I understood it, was that in terms of solar panels, it would provide around 2/3 of the number of panels and therefore around 2/3 of the extent of savings in respect of solar panels.
That's my understanding, yes.
Yeah. And therefore, so far as the solar panel component of the carbon savings case is concerned, so far as the solar panel component, that partial proposal is capable of achieving around 2/3 of the benefits. Solar panel, I'm talking
Of the solar panel benefits, yes.
Okay. Good. Next topic I just want to look at with you, please, is the NHS strategy document, which again you dealt with a little bit in your evidence in chief. And we've got that, as you know, at core document 6.1.12. And I wonder, please, if you'd be good enough to turn to that.
Yeah.
And again, just to remind ourselves of the context of this, this is published by NHS England in early 2023. Yes?
Yes.
And if we look at, please, together at the foreword, which is on the first page of text.
Yes.
And the third paragraph of the foreword, we can see the first sentence: this clinical waste strategy has been created to support NHS providers in making the necessary step change in waste management practices. Do you see that?
I do.
And then in the following paragraph, the best waste management practices reduce waste, improve compliance, and can lead to significant cost savings from lower waste volumes. Do you see that?
I do.
And then can I ask you please to turn forward to page 7. And this is a page I think that you went to in your evidence in chief.
Yes.
It's under the heading, what is clinical waste? And about halfway down the page, you see the paragraph that begins, clinical waste is categorized.
Yep.
And it talks there in the second sentence, waste that poses the highest risk to the environment or human health needs to be treated using high temperature methods such as incineration, HTI. And then over the page, I'm sorry to take you through this series of references, but page 8, under the heading improving clinical waste management practices, we see that the strategy sets out, doesn't it, that improved compliance in the segregation of waste types is crucial. Yes?
Yes.
And the next sentence, all members of the NHS workforce, both clinical and non-clinical, have individual responsibility for managing waste sustainability. And then a sentence about good clinical waste management. Yeah?
Yes.
And final reference from this, please, over the page on page 9. We see at the very top of the page the sentence that you picked out in your evidence in chief, which was the important sentence about segregation and the effect of segregating waste on reducing the incineration requirements.
Yes.
And finally, on the same page, under the heading NHS Clinical Waste Management Review, we see that the 3 themes set out, the second of which is productivity, And that picks up, I think, on largely on the points we've just been through, which is about how reduced volumes of waste and improving compliance culture and data management can improve productivity and clinical waste management.
Yeah, yes.
And classic barrister's thing, I'm afraid, having said finally, there's then another finally. Can you just turn forward, please, to page 11? We see there the waste hierarchy. We're all familiar with that, but at the very top of the hierarchy, just above correct segregation, is prevention. See that?
Yes. Yeah.
So in terms of the strategy, a strand of the NHS waste strategy is plainly dealing, isn't it, with reducing the volume of waste, number one, and number two, with improving the segregation practices.
Yes, those are the objectives, yes.
And then can we just follow that through, please, into, that's obviously dealing with matters from an NHS perspective. Can we just follow that through, please, into the much broader context of the Climate Change Committee report, which you've got at core document 5.1.6.
Yes, so that's I have the full chapter, yes.
Thank you. And just before we go into the chapter, but keep it open, please. In terms of energy from waste, so that we understand that you understand obviously what energy from waste is, but so that for the purposes of the benefit of the inquiry, we can see what that really means. The best place to look at that, I think, is in the DEFRA's energy for waste document, which is at core document 5.1.16. And once you've got to that, can I ask you please to, on the internal pagination, to go to page 68.
Yes, that's the definitions, yeah.
And you can see there the glossary of waste-related terms and acronyms. And just over halfway down the page, energy from waste, EFW, process of creating energy, usually in the form of electricity or heat, but also potentially biofuels from the thermal treatment of a waste source via technologies such as incineration, anaerobic digestion, gasification, or pyrolysis, if I pronounce that correctly.
Pyrolysis, yeah,
Pyrolysis.
that's what it says, yes.
All right. So there we have the definition of EFW, and with that in our mind, can we then turn back to where I promised a moment ago we were going to, which is chapter 12 of the Climate Change Committee report.
Yes.
And if we go right to the beginning of that chapter on page 299,
Yes.
the first sentence under the heading Introduction and Key Messages tells us the continued growth in the use of EFW plants is undermining efforts to reduce emissions within the waste sector. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then can I just ask you to turn over the page to page 30? We see there at figure 12.1 a flow chart under the heading monitoring map for waste. Can you see that?
Yes.
And in the purple section at the top is about required outcomes. Yeah.
Yes.
And if you follow across the purple boxes, you'll see right in the middle of the top line of purple, limit emissions from EFW, incineration. Yes.
Yes.
And we're going to come to your point in a minute about the size of plant. And lastly, in terms of the figures, can I ask you please to go forward to page 303, figure 12.2. And the key indicators for waste, do you see that?
I do.
And can you see at D, so that's the second row of data. We can
Yes.
see waste incinerated, including EFW, and we can see the chart and the annotation significantly off track. Do you see that?
I do.
Your point, I think, is as I understand it, is that you read this as applying to large EFW plants. Is that the point you're trying to make?
As applying to, yes, to large plants which are looking at burning broadly municipal and similar commercial industrial waste. Yes.
But if you look at where we were reading a moment ago, page 299, and this is a point a learning friend and I can both comment on in submissions, but if you look at page 299,
Yes.
That what I suggest is a crucial first sentence. The continued growth in the use of EFW is undermining efforts to reduce emissions within the waste sector. I mean, that doesn't include, does it, the qualification that you've suggested that it includes, i.e. in respect of large plant?
No, I agree that qualification isn't there. That's why I explained why I came to that view, given the evidence base behind it and the way it's been building up.
Yeah, but the underlying principle is the same principle, isn't it?
The principle, which is that there should be a reduction in the use of energy from waste where it can be avoided, I guess, is just to say, sorry, just because we went through a number of references, probably this is a good moment to mention it. You took me to the definition of energy from waste, including anaerobic digestion. I'm reasonably certain that the Committee on Climate Change wasn't thinking about anaerobic digestion in this when it refers to energy from waste. I may be wrong, but just to say, I don't think that's what that was being considered at that point.
Yeah, that definition of energy from waste includes specific reference to incineration, doesn't it?
It does, but it also includes AD and other things.
And in terms of the government's response to this committee report, can I put it, I hope, as neutrally as possible, which is that the government didn't adopt the recommendation, but equally didn't reject it?
I'm not sure that's quite fair. So the recommendation was there should be an immediate moratorium, and the government said no, there shouldn't be.
Yeah.
So it didn't accept the recommendation. It explained the methods it was taking as part of the broader waste strategy.
Yeah. Effectively a wait and see and monitor approach, wasn't it?
Effectively, yes.
And Mr. Oathen, in terms of waste production, and we can narrow this down, I think, to healthcare waste, healthcare waste, that there is, isn't there, when you read the NHS strategy and when you read the Climate Change Committee report, and in fact all of the relevant documentation that you and the various parties have brought to the inquiry's attention on this issue, there's a balance, isn't there, between on the one hand trying to reduce the generation of waste where possible,
yes,
and on the other hand increasing the capacity specifically of incineration.
There's yes, there's a balance in the overall waste policy. Yes, so there are elements about reducing the waste that is there to manage, and there are elements about ensuring there is sufficient capacity to manage the waste we've got.
And then if we can just on that point, if we can just pick up, please, your rebuttal on page 8, paragraph 2.2.6.
Yes,
You refer there to a statement made to Parliament by the Parliamentary Undersecretary of State at DEFRA on the 1st of December of 2022. Do you see that?
I do.
And that obviously, I think it predated, I don't think it matters actually, but predated the NHS strategy being published and the Climate Change Committee report, or the update of the
So,
Climate
so
Change
it certainly predated the NHS clinical waste strategy. It predated the 2023 report, but postdated the 2022 report from the Committee on Climate Change, which similarly had a recommendation for a moratorium.
Yeah, and you've set out a sort of lengthy extract from that statement, and I don't want to be accused of taking anything out of context, but can you just have a look, please, at the top of page 9 of the proof and the extract set out at the top of page 9?
Yes.
And what the Undersecretary said there, and I think it reflects the last 10 minutes or so of our dialogue. The strategy is about reducing waste, reuse, cycling, and so forth. The whole point is to reduce the amount of waste we get.
Yes.
And that really mirrors, doesn't it, what we've just gone through in terms of the various strategy documents and committee report, in terms of prevention being at the top of the hierarchy.
Absolutely.
Good. Mr. Otham, thank you very much indeed. So those are all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. Mr. Otham, you've mentioned about the term large EFW as opposed to small.
Yes.
Quick question from me. Is there a particular threshold or definition of the term large that the appellant or yourself has worked to? Or is it more a case of just loose terminology?
When I refer to this, okay, I think I had to answer that. When I refer to large, so most plants processing municipal type waste are 60,000 tons per year or larger. And actually most ones being proposed now are more
Sorry,
hundreds of thousands.
I didn't catch that, sorry.
Sorry. So most plants processing, municipal type waste would be processing 60,000 tons plus. Many of them are up to numbers of hundreds of thousands of tons. Whereas plants processing clinical waste tend to be around the 8,000 to 10,000 ton. So that's the broad position. There is actually a distinction. So in terms of, within the environmental permitting regulations, there is a concept of a small waste incineration plant, which is smaller than 3 tons per hour, which would be 24,000 tons per year or so. So that is the only specific legislative distinction. And there used to be a distinction on clinical waste plants smaller than 1 ton per hour, which is why most of the existing ones are a little bit smaller than 1 ton per hour. But that is no longer in the legislation.
And that's the same legislation you've just quoted.
So that was in the predecessor version to the current environmental permitting regulations. I'm going back a number of years now, sorry.
Thank you, that clarifies. I don't have any further questions on this particular topic. However, I'm aware that the appellant wants to raise a matter.
I have one question in re-examination, sir, if you wouldn't mind. And it's only a question I ask out of an excess of caution, just in case I'm told in submissions that doing maths is giving evidence in submissions. I'm going to put you on the spot, Mr. Otham, and put your maths on the spot, and you'll probably tell me you've got access to Excel on your laptop or something like that. But you were asked a question, do you recall, about what we're calling the partial scheme and the solar panels and the solar energy that would be generated by the partial scheme by comparison. You had an exchange with my learned friend, the effect of which was in terms of solar alone. only that aspect. The partial scheme will generate about 2/3 of the solar of these proposals.
Yeah.
Now you've told us, of course, that the partial scheme will save about 125 tons of CO2 per annum, and that the proposals will save about 40,000 tons of CO2 per annum. Are you able to give us the fraction?
Yes, I will use
Yeah.
computer assistance just to make speed things up. So that is 0.3%.
0.3%, right. So the partial would save 0.3% of the carbon of the proposals.
Correct.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Otham. Those are my questions.
I'd never whinge about maths and closing submissions so long as it flows from the data and the evidence. So.
Thank you, Mr. Burton. I only had that one single question on this particular topic, but there may be members of the public who might want to make a comment or a contribution or have a question. So now's your opportunity for that, if anybody wants to raise anything. Yes, if you'd like to come forward and introduce yourself and make the points you wish to make, please.
Okay, sorry. Can you hear me? Yeah, it's just a couple of questions. A couple of members of the public have pointed out, but the NHS strategy encourages the NH hospitals with incinerators to take the waste from other NHS hospitals who don't have an incinerator, rather than outsourcing it. And currently the southeast of England and the south of England could take advantage of, spare capacity that they have, because, it's currently lacking. And just a couple of other points raised. One of them from one of the members of the public watching was that from 2008, the UK government will include energy from waste operations in the emission trading scheme. So Enver's proposal is such an energy from waste scheme. So this widening of the emission trading scheme is an acknowledgement of the concept that the polluter pays, and recognises that waste incineration emits greenhouse gases and should be taxed as such. So the idea recently enshrined in UK law and widely supported by the public holds that the costs of pollution should be borne by those causing it, rather than the person who suffers the effects of the resulting environmental damage of the wider community. So it gives weight to the argument that perceived harm to health and well-being is a rational perception of the proposed incinerator. So our perceptions are not, some kind of mass hysteria. Our concerns are built on solid ground in relation to air pollution in our community and wider climate change effects. So it's just a point made from a member of the public watching today. Also, can we ask, I know this was included on Friday, but with regard to Dr. Owens, she answered some of our questions, and we just had a few other points to raise, but I'm not sure if this is the right time, Inspector, to raise that.
It can be raised, but could I give the Mr. Owen a right of response to any of the points you made earlier before you come on to the
Yes, yeah, that's fine.
the
Thank
information
you.
from Dr. Owen?
Thank you. That would be easier because then I'll remember them if that's okay. So there are a couple of points. So the first one was about using the spare capacity existing hospitals. Yes. So I think there is some spare capacity in the southeast, although to be precise, that's on the other side of London, which is obviously a joy to get to. There is, however, not enough capacity in sort of the broader south and the east, so there's sort of a shuffling around there. The NHS does say it would be useful to use the spare capacity at hospitals. Not all of those plants are at hospitals. There is a bit of variety there. Okay. In terms of the point around the emissions trading scheme, so that is correct. The intention is that the emissions from energy from waste plants, which are currently excluded from the emissions trading scheme and also excluded from the European one, will no longer be. And therefore there'll be a requirement for operators to obtain greenhouse gas permits. the expectation on the basis of polluter pays is that that will then be transferred up the chain to the people who are producing the waste. So therefore there'll be an increase in the cost of that.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
And in response to that, is there a particular timeline when that's likely to be triggered?
Yeah, so the current proposal, so it's not actually in legislation yet, but the current consultation moving towards energy from waste plants being included in 2028 and starting to measure it in 2026. There is quite a lot of discussion going on about how to measure it and how to apportion it, which is really why we're waiting to 2028 to give everyone the time to work out how to do that. It will, as I said, it would include all plants. If you're a small plant, your requirements are slightly lower. Small emitter, which is true across the whole emissions trading scheme.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Owen. Yes, the further comments or questions about Dr. Owen's evidence, I
Yes.
believe.
It was just a few things, 2 points actually, not a few. So our air quality expert reviewed Dr. Owen's evidence, and we just had 2 points to raise. Dr. Owen clearly agrees that there would be, and I quote, something to worry about where the levels above that which science suggests there is no problem below. So she basically says there is extensive scientific evidence that there are no safe levels of air pollution, so i.e. there are no thresholds below of which there is no adverse effect. The most recent comprehensive synthesis of the scientific evidence from the World Health Organization was published in 2021. We have shared the most up-to-date data with your case inspector officer this morning. She also mentions that it appears that Dr. Owen has assumed that the assessment levels, so limit values, target values, and objectives, are purely based on the health effects. In reality, they were set taking into account the economic efficiency, practicability, technical feasibility, and timescale, as well as the medical evidence, which is now 20 years ago. So as such, the air quality assessment levels that Dr. Owen used are now not levels below of which there are no problem, and I quote, and no health effects. So it was just something we pointed out, and we sent it across to your case officer with the figures.
Yes, thank you. I have seen an email communication this
Yes.
morning, and I've asked
Thank
for
you.
it to be forwarded to the main parties. I
Yes,
don't know
yes.
if they've had time to digest that.
Yeah.
Obviously, you're raising the same information now that the email or the correspondence raises.
Yes, yeah. It was just
So
so the
that-
public
yeah.
could hear.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And
Brilliant.
I've taken into account what you're saying. Would the appellant like to make any further responses? I know we're sort of separating things between Mr. Owen's evidence and the evidence of Dr. Owen now, but if there is anything else that needs to be raised.
So I won't surprise you to hear me say this, that it's clearly not the way things should be done. If interested parties raise points pertaining to Dr. Owen's evidence after Dr. Owen has finished giving her evidence, I mean, that is extremely unfortunate, and I really would have thought that interested parties would have had a bit more of an understanding that you ask Dr. Owen when she's there to be asked, rather than coming along days later. I don't know if Mr. Owen has anything at all to say about that. I'll clearly have to think about what if anything to do about these comments with my team generally in any event. So I'll turn to Mr. Owen in case he has anything to say about what's been said.
I'll make a general comment because, as you say, Dr. Owen has done all the work here. So I wouldn't want to make a specific comment about this site. The general point about the air quality standards and air quality levels. So yes, those are set based on scientific evidence and then an assessment of an appropriate economic level, which is really on the lines of thing that life needs to happen. So if we set the levels at nothing, then we couldn't drive, we couldn't do anything at all. So that's roughly where the number's coming from, but they are set in order to provide a high level of protection to human health. And I think that's what Dr. Owen had said. And the contribution of this plant to those levels is a lot lower than the standards. So I would have expected there to be, therefore, as Dr. Owen said, no significant risk and no impact. I don't think that changes based on what has come through. Now, you're right, the WHO has done some further work, which I know the government is considering.
Yes. Thank you. I do appreciate that. Sorry to put you on the spot. It's just obviously we're not scientists and we just wanted to get some extra information on that.
Away, and I actually didn't. I got the contribution of this plant is a lot lower than the standards, and we heard Dr. Owen explain.
Yeah, so I was just, yes, that's what Dr. Owen said. That's all I was really saying.
Yeah, and then you said I'd expect, and I'd lost your note.
I expect there would be no significant risk and no adverse impact.
Yeah, like I said, yeah. Right. Thank you, Mr. Oaken. And just one other point, in terms of capacity, you said, this is talking about the NHS. You said there is some spare capacity in the southeast, but it's on the other side of London.
Yes, I think if I look at where the capacity is.
Yeah.
It's just, sorry, in.
And then you said, but there's not enough capacity in the broadly in the south.
Right,
so could you just explain?
The strategy says that there is insufficient capacity in the east of England and the south of England.
Yeah.
Possibly excess in the southeast region. And the southeast region includes a plant in Ashford, a plant in East Kent, and a plant in Fawley.
Yeah.
So there is. It covers London. There's also a plant in London, which is separate. But the southeast, so the southeast is covering Kent and then sort of down to the south coast.
Yeah.
Which is a reasonably long way away from the east of England.
Yes. Yes, and just roughly, I mean, I'm sorry, we want to look at a map of England and see where we are compared to where Kent is. Yeah, we do that. Okay, fine. Thank you, Mr. Oaken. I don't know, sir, if you had any extra questions arriving out of that.
No more questions from me. Thank you. There is a gentleman who would like to speak, I think.
There's only one quick one. Thank you very much. It's just
if you could just confirm your
yeah.
name just for the
okay.
people.
Yeah, my name is Mr.
Yeah.
Spate. I'm a local resident. The assumed offset of the CO2 emissions by transport was averaged at 60 kilometres, which is actually only 36 miles. The southeast region would be greater than that, more like 150 kilometres. So why was that lower average taken? And in my opinion, not a more larger element, and therefore the offset would be not as great as what you're saying.
Oh, okay. So I wasn't anticipating that waste would come from the southeast of England. That we've just talked about the southeast having spare capacity. Mm-hmm. So that's more talking about waste going from here to the southeast as an alternative to this site. The waste coming to the end of our site would be coming from more locally and then sort of more broadly in the east of England region rather than the southeast.
But still an average of 60k.
So an average of 60k is a reasonable average. It's covering some from much closer and some from further away.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I've got no other issues to raise on this particular topic. Does anybody else want to raise anything before I move on? We're coming up to nearly past. It's probably a good time for lunch, for an hour's adjournment, and then we can reconvene just after that. So I'll pause now for an hour and we'll have a lunch break. So the inquiry is adjourned. Thank you. Okay, the inquiry is resumed. Welcome back, everybody. I'm going to turn to Mr. Burton. I think he's got some points to raise to me.
Thank you, sir. Yes, I've handed up to you, sir, what is an agreed note of what Mrs. Thatcher said to the inquiry after Mrs. Bean had given her evidence. And you'll recall there was an issue because folk watching at home, as it were, could not hear Mrs. Thatcher because, understandably, she asked us all, could we hear her? And we said yes, but we were not hearing her at home, and she wasn't near enough to a mic to be heard clearly. So that note has been checked both with Mrs. Thatcher and with my learned friend. And as I say, we have Miss Butler to thank for the accurate transcribing. Entirely up to you what you want to do with it, sir, in terms of whether you want to read it out aloud so people at home could hear, which I would suggest. But obviously that would be you, not Mrs. Thatcher, reading it.
Yes, there was a request from a member of the public on this who couldn't hear what was said. So I'm going to read the note out. Mrs. Thatcher is here as well in the background, so I'll read it out for everyone's benefit. The point was made points rather was made by Helen Thatcher in response to Mrs. Bean's oral evidence. The point of clarity regards the question of tranquility. Mrs. Bean mentioned the Whitton Air Base. This is only 20% of the study area. The airfield has been decommissioned since 2013, and the activity that happens there is all underground. The Royal Air Force Base is now largely residential. There is an odd helicopter there. It was mentioned there is car storage here. That is correct, but it is largely transient. So sometimes there are lots of cars and sometimes there aren't many at all. The airfield is by definition tranquil. A local farmer based 2.3 kilometers away remarked that once you are away from the road, it is really peaceful. This is evidenced by the large herds of deer living very close to the airfield. Deer are shy, retiring animals that would not live near the industrial site. The second point raised to me was relates to Mrs. Bean's comments on the character of buildings on roads through Huntingdon. This is 12 kilometers away from the study area, and there is a green belt between it and the site. She mentioned that the B1040 is a B road with no footpaths. The site sits at a crossroads where the B1040 intersects Bluntersham Heath Road and Wheatsheaf Road. These roads are unclassified roads. Anything that travels in that area has to travel down St. Ives before it can pick up the main road network. Now, those are the comments made to me in the background. And as I say, I agreed to read these out for the benefit of the members of the public who wanted to hear those, given that they weren't picked up by the microphone system. So I hope that closes that off. If anybody else does want to raise anything on this matter, I'll just pause slightly just so that they can if they want to respond on anything. No? So I'll move on and I'll turn to Mr. Burton again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. So I will now call Mr. Bashforth, who you will have noticed, sir, is my final witness. In terms of CD references, in addition, of course, to Mr. Bashforth's own proof and rebuttal and Mr. Whitehouse's proof and rebuttal, I will be asking one question at least about Mr. Cooper's rebuttal. And then other CDs, I've got a question about the main statement of common ground, or two about that. That's CD 2.4.1, the development plan, CD 4.1.1 and 4.1.2, the officer report, CD 1.4.2, and the Eunomia January 22 addendum to the planning statement, which is CD 1.2.2i. And we've looked at all of these already, sir. But that's the list. So without further ado, Mr. Bashforth, you have been the most patient of all because you've sat here throughout, and now finally you get to give your evidence. Let me please introduce you to the inquiry. You are Sean David Bashforth. You hold a first-class Bachelor of Arts degree in Geography and a Master of Arts degree in Town and Regional Planning. And you are a member, in terms of your qualifications and memberships, you're a member of the Royal Town Planning Institute. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
You are a Senior Director at Planning Consultants Quad. And you tell us a bit about Quad, and in terms of your personal experience, you've been advising clients, you tell us, for over 26 years on regeneration and infrastructure projects. You've acted as an expert witness on many occasions in planning and compulsory purchase inquiries and in the Upper Tribunal Lands Chamber. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Good. In terms of your involvement with these proposals, you were instructed on this matter in July 2023. Could you just read, please, 1.3 of your proof out aloud, all of it?
Yes, I was instructed by Envar Composting Limited on this matter in July 2023 to provide an independent view on the planning matters following Cambridgeshire County Council's refusal of its application. I read all of the background information and made inquiries such as I consider necessary to fulfil my duty as an expert witness. My evidence comprised my true professional opinion is provided in accordance with the RTPI Code of Professional Conduct and the RTPI Practice Advice for Planners as expert witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Bashford. Now, you have prepared, and we're looking at it, a proof of evidence, and you've also prepared a rebuttal proof. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Good. Is there anything in those to correct or alter?
Yes, just three minor corrections, if I can.
Yeah.
First one is paragraph 2.5.
Yeah.
And this relates to the, I think it was called the partial scheme that we were talking about earlier with Mr. Othen. It just needs to be an addition in the last sentence. We heard earlier that I say here, it excluded the dry and aerobic digestion facility, the healthcare waste energy facility, and it should also include the PFPF, which is the pellet fertilizer production facility as well. That should just go in after where it says HERF. So it should say comma PFPF.
Yeah, it also excludes that.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
The second correction is on page 31 of my proof.
Yeah.
And if you look at, I don't know if you have a paper copy, sir, but if you look at, it's on the opposite page, page 30, if you look at footnote 13, and if you look at footnote 14, in error there, duplicates.
Yeah, see that.
So what footnote 14, it was actually in relation to a matter relation to biodiversity net gain. So that was, it should refer to the biodiversity net gain regulations, which is Schedule 7A. Of the Town and Country Planning Act. And then open brackets, as inserted by Schedule 14 of the Environment Act 2021, close bracket. And that's so, as you, I think most planners are aware, that came in on the 12th of February, it says in my evidence. So that's just to clarify that.
Yeah. Yes, and that is, yes, I think slip of the tongue, Mr. Bashford, you said regulation, but you did tell us it's in Schedule 7A of the of the Principal Act.
Yeah.
And that's, yes, and as you said, that's what came in on the 12th of February for major applications. Yeah.
And sorry, there's an error in my rebuttal evidence as well. Paragraph 2.7.
Yeah.
If you look at in paragraph 2.7, you can see that I say that I draw on Mr. Othen's evidence and say there's a reduction of 40,000 tonnes of CO2, which we've just heard the evidence of that. But then I go on to say, and this should be deleted, akin to removing some 28,000 cars from the road. What that should have said is 28,000 residences, because that's what Mr. Othen's evidence said, and it's actually what my main proof says as well. So I confused the two. It's not cars, it's households.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I think we've got that. Good. Right. Those three aside, which I've just noted down. Anything else?
No, that's all. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Well, you actually just read your expert's declaration, as it were, at the start, but you've also got an expert's declaration at the end. Do you stand by that?
I do, yes.
Great. Thank you. And then in terms of, so we see how your evidence fits into the evidential jigsaw. in terms of the scope of your evidence, you deal with that, do you, at 1.4 through to 1.10 of your proof? Is that right?
I do, and a lot of that's quoting the reasons for refusal. I mean, just in summary, essentially, we're left with one reason for refusal based on policy, which relates to the visual and landscape impact of the chimney.
Yeah.
And then, as per your CMC notes, we're then dealing with the planning balance. My evidence deals with that as well. So
yeah. Thank you. Now I've got a number of topics, Mr. Bashforth, and I hope it will be helpful if we go through topic by topic. I'll just explain what the topics are, and you can tell me if you think I missed anything.
Yeah.
The first topic, I want to discuss some preliminary matters with you concerning actually what we have by way of areas of agreement, and including in that the position of expert statutory consultees. So that's number one. Then next topic is the nature of the existing site in planning terms. Then third is policy generally. Fourth is then turning specifically to the inspector's main issue, the landscape and visual impact. Fifth is the question of perceived health or / well-being harm. And then sixth, we'll come to the planning balance and the benefits. And then I'll ask you to give your conclusion by way of a final point, as it were, final topic. But those six are the six main I want to cover with you. Are you happy with that?
yes, thank you.
Yeah, great. Okay. So going then to the first topic, could I have you turn up the main statement of common ground, please, which is CD 2.4.1. And I would like your evidence, please, regarding the areas of agreement.
Yes, so I mean, as a general kind of comment, really, I mean, it's probably obvious from this the one reason for refusal, but there is wide-ranging statement agreement on many matters, if you like, and particularly things I draw out is the section 7 in the statement of common ground, where strong consistency with the policies in that. So if you turn up to page, very faint on my version, page 18, the statement of common ground.
Page 18, yeah.
That goes through key headings on the key waste policies 3 and 4, development in the countryside, co-location, and also talks about any policy conflicts as well. And again, very strong consistency, I say, with the policies cited there and the principle of development, and that has to be weighed in the planning balance. Again, we'll come on to that in terms of the weight to be given to that, but I say that's very significant, particularly for a waste proposal like this.
Yeah.
And then section 10 onwards, really. And again, I don't believe there's that much between us on the council in terms of the perceived health benefits, but I'm going to come on to those things. But critically, particularly on the area of perceived health in section 10, it's not just that there's no objection from the council. I think there's agreement, there isn't actually any harm either. And that's really important. It's not just a case of, again, we've seen that in the committee report already today. It's not just there's not an objection, but there's agreement, there's no harm. That's really important in terms of how things comply with policy, because the policies are all about harm. Does it harm someone? And I think there's agreement that there isn't any. Maybe perceived harm, and I'll come on to that, but it's a very important distinction.
Yeah, got that. Okay, thank you very much. Anything else to say about agreed matters before I ask you about expert statutory consultees?
Only, again, just carrying on from those things, section 11, other topics, again, very strong agreement on, or consistency, should I say, rather than strong agreement on air quality and health, all the technical matters of that, noise, traffic and highways, ecology, design, and all those matters as well. So we are talking about the visual impact of the chimney. That's what this is all about.
Yeah. Yes. And I will ask you actually about heritage, but the position regarding heritage by way of preliminary.
No impact on heritage assets.
Yeah.
I know it's been raised that some people said they can see them from there, but again, the agreed position as set out in these statements of common ground is that I'm looking at page 27.
Yeah.
top of that, and the second, it says heritage assets. The appeal proposal will have no direct impact on designated and non-designated assets.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and then we can read the explanation.
Yes.
Alongside it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Good. Right. Expert statutory consultees. Now, I think I believe I can lead on this because it's not a matter in dispute, of course, that there is no objection from any of the expert statutory consultees. Your comment on that, please.
Yes, 2 points really. One is, I think the reasoning for that is, and again, we've seen this in evidence, that that's because the matters were addressed during the determination of the application. So you've heard, sir, that there was issues with the plume. Could you see it if you like? And again, further evidence was produced and other matters came up. The council went, in my opinion, did an awful lot of work both themselves and getting their own consultants to look at air quality and everything else. So things came up in the consultation process. They were addressed, if you like. But even when the application was initially submitted, there weren't many comments, if you like, they're outstanding, but the ones that were there, they were addressed through council instructing the air quality consultants to look at the air quality, because clearly that was a concern for the residents. But also the things about the plume as well, that was the only thing that was really raised by the landscape officer. So it's not surprising that we've had 2 rounds of Regulation 25 further updates, and that, if you like, sort of meant every matter was addressed during the application process.
Yeah. And any comment from you regarding the way that officers approach this application generally off the back of what you just said?
I mean, again, so you've read the committee report. It's very, in my opinion, probably one of the most detailed and sort of full ones I've ever seen in terms of a committee report. It's very diligently written. They clearly responded to the matters that came up during the determination of the application, and particularly on things like the HERF and things like that, and very detailed reviews of those things. And it's not just that they took the applicant's view on things, they actually, I think, went and did their own sort of analysis as well to really kind of respond to the issues, which clearly were very live at the time during the determination of the application.
Yeah, and I might have I've got one question that I'm going to come to about how they dealt with landscape actually when we come to it. Good, right. Anything else to say about expert statutory consultees before I move on?
Only in terms of, again, we all see consultation responses come in applications and appeals, and it is very striking that there aren't any outstanding objections from technical consultees, so environmental health officer, all of those things, particularly that residents and local businesses have been concerned about. All of those things have been, the experts in those fields were not concerned.
Yeah. Right. Thank you. Now, next topic, the nature in planning terms of the existing site, and indeed its context. Anything there that you feel the inspector should, as it were, be particularly bearing in mind?
A lot of these things are, I think, set out already in statements of common ground in terms of the constraints. And again, I think what we can say is the site isn't constrained in terms of many designations and everything else. But I mean, just a few things that hopefully are relatively self-evident from the evidence. It is an established waste site, and it has the same permission. It has a permission for the same amount. So we're not actually, or the proposals aren't actually changing the overall activity of the site. It may change the nature of them, and again, that's what the objections have looked into. But actually, the overall change isn't significant. So it's there, it's being changed, but actually not being changed as an overall position very much. It's largely previously developed land. Again, I think that's common ground. I think one of the things, again, you'll see this on your site visit, so when you go there, is it's a site that's been developed over time. So we've heard about the history of the site from Mr. Cooper. And in terms of that, as things develop on an incremental basis, that has limits in terms of what it looks like, because it's been built in sort of an ad hoc way, if you like. And that's one of the things this proposal is trying to address. So both functionally, what it does, and also aesthetic, what the buildings look like. That's almost a constraint just because of the nature of the site, if you like. It has been built up over years and years. And then just other things, again, these are set out in the statements of ground, particularly in section 2. We've heard, again, a number of times in evidence that there's no specific designations in terms of landscape particularly, so it's not a valued landscape for the purposes of the NPPF 180A. I've already mentioned the not in the setting of a designated heritage asset. And again, we've heard a lot about the particularly in landscape evidence of what's the context, if you like. And again, I'm not drawing into that, but from a common sense perspective, you know, my perspective is yes, it's in the countryside, but there are a cluster of large buildings, and in the wider area, there are a lot of non-rural features in the wider area. It's not typically sort of something you'd find in the middle of Scotland or something like that. It has got lots of stuff in the wider area to be kind of quite sort of high level about it.
Okay. Good, right. Anything else to say about the nature of the site or its context in planning terms before I move on?
I don't think so, no.
Thank you. Now, policy generally, please, and I want, please, your I want your oral evidence about policy compliance generally, that issue, please.
Yes, and as a general point, and I know this has come up in cross-examination and discussion earlier in the choir, I agree it's not a numbers game in terms of, you know, here's all the policy it does comply with, if you like. But I think the key point is, and I've mentioned this already, is that strong compliance with the key policies in the waste local plan, particularly, that kind of, you know, that's what I think goes the weight as well in terms of how much we give those in overall balance. So particularly if you look at waste management plan, it's probably worth going to the plan itself just to kind of go through them if that's okay. So
yeah, let's absolutely turn 4.1.2 up, CD 4.1.2.
So I'm going to look at policy 1, which I think is on page 13.
Yep, page 13, and
yeah. So we've just heard the evidence of Mr. Oathen on in terms of the carbon benefits, and again, just putting that in context of this first part of the first policy in the waste and minerals local plan is, again, I might as well just read it in terms of just letting everyone else read it. So minerals and waste management proposals will be assessed against the overarching principle of whether the proposal will play an active role. Again, the word active role is important, guiding development to sustainable solutions. So again, when we're considering the evidence of carbon and everything else, we've got to consider it in that context. Clearly, there's other things to consider in that policy as well. I'll come on to those, but just looking at that, how that affects the weight that we give to things. So it might be worth just turning up policy 3 now in terms of need as well. So, and that is on.
yeah. Well, just before you do, Mr. Bashforth, you've said something about the first paragraph. Obviously, we've got the second paragraph.
Yeah.
Propose you should take a proactive approach to mitigating and adapting to climate change. I just want your comment on that. I don't want you to comment on the whole thing, but
yes, again, same point. I sort of mentioned in terms of overarching principle, but that, again, that sort of hammers it home again even further, if you like. Second paragraph of the first policy. So.
Yeah, right.
And again, even the third part must take into account climate change. So if there's any doubt about what that policy is trying to do, it's really very clear.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Sorry, you're going on to 3. Yeah.
Yes. So I think that's page 27.
Yeah.
So again, this policy, again, we've heard things about need earlier, if you like, particularly on the HERF, and this has been raised by objectors as well in terms of whether there's a need for this. Again, my understanding is that it is common ground that there is certainly a need. I think the only real disputed point is whether that's now or in the future. Again, our position is that it is now. again, maybe worth just turning up the Eunomia document just to sort of
Yeah.
explain that perhaps. Again, I don't think it's.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
don't
can
think
I
we're
just
actually-
check, can I just check that? Sorry,
Yeah.
you said the only real disputed point is whether it's now or in the future, and you said our position it's now. Could I
Yeah.
clarify?
Yes.
Is your position that the need is now and only now, not in the future? Or is it
sorry, now
in
and the future, because again, I think the only disputed part is that is it in the future? Sorry, the only
Yeah.
disputed part is now. I think both parties agree it's in the
Yeah.
future. So
Yeah. Yeah, fine. Yes, go on, turn up Eunomia. Obviously, sir, as we've said, or if we haven't made it clear, we'll be letting the transcript speak for itself as to the dispute about what Mr. Whitehouse did or didn't say. So I'm not obviously going to ask this witness about what he did or didn't say. And we'll come to that in submissions. Yes, so that's CD 1.2.2I, isn't it?
it is, sorry,
Yeah.
I'm in paper version, so it takes me a long to find things.
Yeah. That's right. Well, tell us where you want us to go, please.
Yes, so 1.2.2I. And again, I'm not going to repeat the evidence of Mr. Othen, but there's two observations from this in terms of, I don't believe it's disputed in terms of what this document says, if you like.
Yeah, where are you in the
Sorry, I'm
document?
on page 19 of the document.
Yeah.
And again, I quote this as my rebuttal, but top part of that says, Eunomia's original report identified between 15,500 and 24,000 tons is required. And again, I've referred to that in my rebuttal evidence, but there's 2 points on that. And again, this sort of puts some of the things in context that Mr. Othen was saying, that if you go down to the third paragraph, it explains that a lot of that landfill that's already been dealt with in the region is being put in the landfill. So if you look at the third paragraph, second sentence, it says significant quantities are currently being put into landfill at 8,000 tons.
Yeah.
And again, yes, it's declining, but again, it's quite a significant amount. And the last paragraph, and again, this really talks to the point that Mr. Othen was explaining, in terms of the balance, and it says significant amounts of clinical waste generated in the east of England have been treated outside the region. So again, important, it's not just about the numbers, it's about where the waste is going.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Yes, so just to be absolutely clear, your position as to whether or not there is a present capacity need to deal with the healthcare waste in the local area.
Yes, having heard the evidence of Mr. Othen, which I think explained it very clearly earlier, and taking into account the Eunomia report, I believe there is both a current and a future need.
Yeah,
Okay,
thank you. And how have you dealt with that, please, in your evidence in terms of policy compliance and indeed benefits?
Yeah, so I've dealt with it mainly in terms of compliance with policy 3. What I haven't done, and Mr. Othen has done, if you like, in my conclusions, I don't deal with need as a specific topic, if you like. I note that Mr. Whitehouse did deal with it as a separate topic, and you'll have seen, so in the rebuttal evidence from the appellant, that there's some question of that. He's effectively said there's moderate weight, but because of that difference of opinion, if you like, in terms of the current versus future need, he's sort of de-weighted or a counterbalancing factor, I think it's described as. I think the key point we're saying is it must be at least moderate on the basis of Mr. Othen's, on the basis of Mr. Whitehouse's evidence, but on the basis of Mr. Othen's evidence and what we see in Eunomia, it must be more than moderate.
Yeah. Yes. To be clear, well, you've now heard, as it were, you've heard all the evidence. So there's no one else to come after you.
Yeah.
The evidence regarding local capacity need is not going to change. Could you now, having heard that evidence, could you give it a weight using your scale for the inspector?
Yes, I think it's between, is it significant? Probably is, in terms of the way it sort of things. I think the need manifests itself not just in terms of meeting a policy 3 need, if you like, it also in terms of how it relates to the co-location thing. So again, I'm probably it's probably sort of low significant, if you like, because again, we've got these I've got a sort of very much as a limited, if you like.
You've got a three.
I've got a three-part one, if you
Yeah.
like. So kind of, I've got a limited one, I've got a moderate one and a significant one.
Yeah.
It's probably low significant, if you like, because I haven't really got any increments, if you like. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Can I clear a point up that came up in cross-examination of Mr. Cooper? And you'll need to turn up Mr. Cooper's rebuttal and Mr. Whitehouse's proof to just understand this and remind yourself of what happened. So Mr. Cooper's rebuttal at paragraph 3.10, please. Could you turn that up? Do you have that?
sorry, it's slowly going through things in.
Sorry, it's at page 6 of his rebuttal.
Yes and no.
Yeah. Now this is where Mr. Cooper says, finally, he says, finally, this is in the section of his, it's in the section of his proof where he's discussing optimizing previously developed land and assisting in net waste self-sufficiency. He says, finally, regarding dry AD, in paragraph 33.6 of Mr. Whitehouse's proof, he states there are other facilities benefiting from planning permission in the area. MBAR have not been able to find any evidence of other dry AD proposals in the area, either in planning application stage or benefiting from planning permission, and certainly no operational plans we are aware of in the area. Just to put that in some context, and I think the point my learned friend was making to Mr. Cooper is, well, if you look at 3.6 of Mr. Whitehouse's proof, what Mr. Whitehouse was, as it were, merely doing was saying what the policy 3 says. You just turn that up to remind yourself.
Yes.
But you'll recall that my own friend, as it were, asked or put it to Mr. Cooper, whether he had checked with the county council regarding, had he actually checked with them regarding any consented facilities? And he said he hadn't, but he was pretty sure he knew what was what. What can you say about that, please, if anything?
So outside inquiry, we were appointed to a, I think it's called the Peterborough, it was called PREL or something like that, energy from waste plant. And it's something that's in the November 2019 waste needs assessment. So again, I may have got that wrong, but I think that's something that hasn't got planning permission. So it's got planning permission and got planning permission in 2009. It's been implemented, I think, by building a access road to it. Certainly in 2009, it hadn't been built. And again, as I understand matters, it hasn't been built since either. And again, I think the important thing about that is it's an energy from waste plant, not dry AD. So I may have cross purposes in terms of where the comments on that were, but again, I think it's definitely not sort of capacity for dry AD, so, or for AD generally. So, but
yes,
yeah, that may be cross wires in terms of what the kind of things we're given, but I did look at that specifically. So
sorry, did you said it's not dry AD or
no,
AD
it's energy from waste, not AD. Sorry, just to
not AD at all.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Fine. Right, yeah, because I was right. Okay. Great. Okay. Is that policy? Is that right? So you have policy 1, policy 3. Anything more about policy 3?
Nothing more on 3.
No.
No.
Where do we go on to?
To 4, I think.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
So again, all those 3 key policies.
Yeah. Yeah.
And again, it's just as a general point, again, going to the start of this policy. So again, I don't think there's anything between the parties in terms of compliance with this as a general position. But if you look at the second paragraph of this,
yeah,
it talks about, in line with Objective 2 of this plan, the council aims to actively encourage, will in principle support the management of waste, which includes encouraging waste to go as far up the hierarchy, net self-sufficiency in the surrounding area. So again, it's demonstrating those core principles that the proposals comply with, just in terms of those. Again, that will goes back to the weight, which we'll come on to as well.
Yeah. All right, thank you. I will have another question about policy 4, but I'm going to save that when we get to matters of planning balance. Can I ask you though, you just a moment ago referred to 1, 3 and 4 as key policies.
Yes.
And just why do you describe them in that way?
Because they are, again, it's all about the principle of development, but they include all of those core principles that the waste hierarchy requires you to consider, if you like, and again, at statute level, national policy level, and again, they enshrine those core principles in the development plan. So complying with them is absolutely critical.
Yeah. And so you just referred to the waste hierarchy, but are you limiting your comments to that? Or
No, co-location
Yeah.
and proximity principle as well. So all of those key principles that come up all the time in waste planning,
Yeah.
they're all in those policies.
Yeah. So can I just have your summation then regarding compliance with those 3 key policies in a nutshell?
So strong compliance with those policies. Again, I don't think there's any disagreement that the proposals comply with any of them. That they're not cited in the reason for refusal 1. And again, that comes to the balance as well in terms of that strong compliance.
Yeah. Right. Now, in terms of the principle, anything else to look at in the waste plan, or do we go to the Huntingdonshire local plan? I assure you I'm going to be coming to other policies, but
yes, probably worth just going to the local plan.
yeah. Well, where do you want us to go?
If we go to policy 19 on page 84.
Yeah. Bless you. So this is LP19, rural economy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's it's common ground that we are in effect, or the proposals are in effect, the in the section where it's expansion of existing businesses. And it then says there, I don't know if you've got it, sir, underneath that, just reading it, it says a proposal for the expansion of an established business with its existing operational site will be supported. So that's a sort of full stop. The policy doesn't go on, if you like, to the proposals wouldn't then be tested to what's beneath it, because that's a separate proposition, if you like. It says proposal for expansion of established sector in rural areas. So, but importantly, if you then go on to look at the criteria for that, so E, F, if you turn over on the page in my version, G and H.
So this is the criteria it's agreed don't apply.
Don't apply.
Yeah.
So again, H, which doesn't apply to these proposals, the scale, character and site proposal will have a detrimental impact on its immediate surroundings and the wider landscape. So that doesn't apply as a policy test because of that first proposition in terms of expansion of existing businesses.
Yeah. Now the consequences of that, please, for any landscape or visual impact, as it were, policy test the proposals have to meet.
Yes, so effectively, when you go to policy LP2 and LP10 and the paragraph 180 test of the NPPF, it's all about the recognising the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside. It's not a sort of hard and fast criteria, if you like. It's a very much qualitative judgment that you need to have, rather than that very specific test that's in that policy.
Yeah. Sorry. Just scribble that down. Right. We'll type it down rather. Now, obviously, apart from these, and I am coming on to landscape visual impact, and I will ask you about waste plan policy 17 and a couple of the others in that context. But we've got in the statement of common ground at appendix 3, I think, isn't it? Appendix 3. We've got the list of policies agreed to be, and as the main text of the Statement of Common Ground tells us, these are the ones that are relevant, agreed as relevant to the assessment of the proposals. And that's at page 34.
Sorry, I'm just finding the documents.
That's fine. So main Statement of Common
Yeah.
Ground, CD 2.4.1. Just, yeah.
Sorry, what was the reference again?
It's Appendix 3, which is at page 34 in the document.
Yeah.
And just to remind you of the context for this, Mr. Bashforth.
Yeah.
If you turn to page 15, I know you know this, but you turn to page 15, we'll see, as it were, the main text introduction to this appendix, which is at 5.3. And it reads, a list of the development plan policies which are relevant to the assessment of the proposed development is provided at Appendix 3. Yeah.
Yes.
And you heard me work through these with Mr. Whitehouse when I was cross-examining him.
Yes.
Your comment, please, regarding, with the exception of the landscape visual impact, as it were, policies, we're going to come to the rest of the relevant policies.
Yes, so I'm not going to go through them each in turn. I hope that's okay. I mean, the reality is, it's looking again, going back to that committee report. If you look at all the issues that arose during the determination of the application, particularly amenity considerations, concerns about traffic and highways, particularly, there's no policy, between the parties, there's nothing of concern, if you like, in the policy compliance. It does come back to what I said at the start. It is about the visual impact of the chimney, effectively.
Yeah. Right. Thank you. To which we should now turn, please. So,
sorry, Mr. Berg, could I just sort my documents out? My
please do.
Paper is again.
Please do.
I know I'm a dinosaur, but
well, if you are a dinosaur, then I am at the very least Paleolithic.
thank you.
No rush, Mr. Bashforth.
Thank you.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I want to ask you. I want to ask you about now the next topic, the landscape visual impacts, and how would you, in a further effort to assist the inspector, characterise the issue as between the appellant and the county council?
Yes, again, so this sort of, I guess I'm repeating myself to an extent, but from a landscape perspective, and consistent with kind of reason for refusal 1, you know, the landscape impacts of those 4 large buildings you've seen on the plans, and particularly all of the landscape mitigation and everything else, it's agreed that they are a concern, if you like, from a landscape and visual perspective. It really is only down to the visual and landscape impact of that chimney. So those buildings will be assimilated. And again, there's been some discussion about, who's assessed what and how they've assessed it and everything else, but it does come down to the chimney, if you like, in terms of that's the impact we need to really look at and consider from certainly between the parties. So.
Right. Yeah, so we can put the 4 large buildings, as it were, to one side,
yes,
and just focus on the chimney. Okay. In terms of obviously the issue between the appellant and the county council, right, I do not ignore that interested parties make broader complaint.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Can we turn to your proof, please, on this, and in your proof, go to section 8, which is your overall balance section, and 8.3. Now, you say there, and obviously you've considered the issue in more detail in the main part of the proof. But you consider there are no conflicts with the policy cited in reason for refusal. One, I mean, in fact, why don't you read it out to ground us, and then I'll ask my questions. I won't ask you to read very much out aloud, but why don't you read that out?
So the whole of 8.3.
Yes, please.
Okay, sure. So the reasons set out in section 5 of my evidence, I consider that there are no conflicts with the policies cited in reason for refusal 1, where policy 17 of the Waste Local Plan requires design to be sympathetic to the local area, the environment and landscape setting. Relevant parts of Appendix 3 require development to be well designed in respect to siting, sensitive landscaping, and to be provided and designed to be sympathetic to local landscape character and distinctiveness. And the local plan, policy LP2 and 10, requires recognition to be given to the character and beauty of the countryside. That's a very long sentence, apologies. The proposed development as a whole would sit comfortably in the landscape, and the large sheds buildings being already established part of the character. As explained in the evidence of this being, residual impacts on landscape and visual amenity arising from the hearth chimney are limited and cannot be further mitigated. This is corroborated by the consultation response of the landscape officer and the views of officers who recommended that members approve the application on the basis that landscape visual impacts did not justify refusal. I give moderate weight to the limited harm identified.
Right. Now, moderate weight to the limited harm identified. What is your position, having now heard, I think, again, all the evidence from others on the landscape visual impact topic?
Yes, my position hasn't changed. We've heard the evidence of Ms. Bean on the landscape. We've heard Mr. Reynolds as well. I mean, the main one important point I think we should make is that officers in the committee report, which I've already said is detailed and thorough, they didn't just simply adopt the conclusions of the LVIA, they actually reached their own judgment on things. And again, you'd expect the planning officers and to do that themselves. So if you look in, again, we don't need to actually turn them up, but for instance, in paragraph 13.9, 13.40 and 13.44, they sort of make judgments on that. Say, do we agree? Don't we agree on that, if you like? So it wasn't just the LVIA. Yes, that informed things, but officers took their own judgments as well. And that's what you'd expect.
All right. Well, hold on. I do want to turn those up. Did you say 13.9?
13.9, 14, 44.
Okay. Can we turn those up, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Just so this is the off. So we're back in the officer report, CD 1.4.2, as you know. And we're obviously in the landscape visual impact section, because that's the section 13, isn't it, Mr. Bashford?
It is, yes, that's right.
Yeah.
So do you want me to go to the specific part of the sentence, or?
Yeah, well, just point, just so we can follow, just point.
Yeah, of course. So 13.9,
yeah.
Again, I'm probably halfway through the paragraph, which starts these designations. Shall I just read that out?
Yeah.
So it says these designations don't afford any special protection. The landscape and townscape SDB guides consideration of plan applications. And it says it is accepted that the NVAR site is within a landscape area, and then it goes on. So again, officers have reached their own judgment on those things rather than just sort of saying, we've just accepted what's effective. They've effectively judged those things rather than just adopting the conclusions, if you like. And again, if you look at the same sort of thing in paragraph 13.40.
Yeah.
Again, if you look at the last sentence, I won't read it all out, but if you look,
this is the one that begins, if the proposed development area was a previously undeveloped site.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So just sort of starting from the third from last line. So, so if I start in the middle of say, so significance of the impact on the current proposal in the context of the existing site is moderate. And officers are inclined to agree. So again, a judgment's been made by officers about those impacts.
Yeah.
They didn't just accept it, but inclined to agree.
Yeah. And in terms of what officers did, to help get to the point where they could reach a conclusion. Do we see something just down about what they actually did?
Yes, so again, 13.44 is where they reached the conclusions on that. So
Yeah. Sorry, I was asking about 13.41.
13.44.
41.
41.
Yeah.
Sorry, what was the point on 13.41?
In terms, I'm just asking you whether the inspector can see something about what officers did to allow them to
Yes, sorry, you're right.
reach
Yeah.
conclusion.
Yes, so again, they've done some analysis themselves in terms of what's on there, the buildings. Again, middle way through the paragraph, it says planning officers viewed the site from all viewpoint locations and now by day on it. So again, they've gone to site and considered things as well. And I know, I'm sure members did the same thing, but I'm not sure they would have had all of the, all of the evidence in front of them. And these are professional planning officers as well. So.
Yeah. Well, you've heard Mr. Grant put,
Yes.
I think, more than once to witnesses that
Yes.
members had the LVIA available to them.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Good. And then, okay, so that's you referred to having heard the evidence of Mrs. B, Mr. Reynolds, and what officers did.
Yeah.
You've obviously got your own. You've got your own section in your proof, and you've also, you've obviously just also said something about what members did.
Yes.
Your own section in your proof is section 5, on point landscape and visual effects on the locality, and it runs through all the way to page 23 from page 18, including quite a chunky table where you deal with appendix 3. How does that factor in?
So again, I take into account the evidence of Mrs. Bean, but I have looked at things myself as well in terms of the views, in terms of how big the chimney is. I've looked at the committee report. So again, I've taken my own view as a planner, as you'd expect me to do, to actually consider the impacts and look at them against policy as well. So for instance, in 15.15, again, I'd look at the actual, consider the impacts myself, take into account the width of the chimney.
Yeah.
And again, just carrying on really in terms of those things. So.
Yeah. Now, in terms of turning to the policy tests then, and your work through of those, am I understanding correctly that from paragraph 5.7 onwards, that is you?
It is,
working through the detail of the question of policy compliance. Is that what you're doing?
It is, albeit interspersed with drawing on evidence from the committee reports and to an extent Mrs. Bean as well. So
yeah. Okay. And we can see that you're drawing on the evidence of Mrs. Bean there as well. You heard her evidence in chief, of course, on top of her written evidence regarding policy compliance, did you?
I did, yes.
Did you hear any challenge to that evidence from Mrs. Bean regarding policy compliance?
No.
The landscaping.
Yes.
Well, I mean, but no, before I get to that, why don't you just encapsulate? But I think you can do it in an encapsulation way, policy by policy and reason for refusal to your position, so the inspector hears it and public hears it orally.
Yeah, so I set this all out in my in section 5, if you like, of my evidence, if you like. And again, in essence, again, going back to what I say in terms, it's all about the chimney. There's lots of evidence, if you like, in terms of it's a very slender feature in most of these views. And again, looking at the committee report, which has got a good summary of the things and all the other evidences, in most of the views, the ones it's seen in, it's a very small element in that. And again, going back to the landscape evidence, it's a small evidence, but there are other things in that context as well. It's not as if this is the only thing sticking up, if you like. There are sort of, again, there's been lots of discussion about probably semantics in terms of is it semi-industrial, is it semi-rural and everything else, but there is lots of things there's large buildings there. Some of the views, there's things like trees there as well. So again, just in terms of the layering of how this sits in the landscaping, it does look like a very small element in something that wouldn't necessarily be completely alien, if you like, in terms of what's there. There are things that, certainly break the skyline, which is what's talked about a lot in the policy. So particularly in terms of policy 17, in terms of meeting those requirements, I do believe it complies very strongly with those things. So, it doesn't, again, there's been a lot of discussion about, is it moderate and everything else? But again, from a common sense perspective, it really is a small element in most of them in an area which has already changed from being entirely rural. So
yeah, can we let's get the policy text in front of us, please. So policy 17, and we know where we, as it were, need to be looking, Mr. Bashforth, because we had, as I discussed with Mr. Whitehouse, the 2 points in policy 17, and it's only 2 points in respect of which the council, as it were, raises an issue. Are the sublimbs F and H.
Yes.
So let's just have your thoughts on the policy wording and then the policy application, and we'll just do this with 17 and then LP2 and LP10 as well.
Yeah, of course. So again, I've already been talking about sympathetic. That character is one that's got elements in it in terms of, and the history, if you like. So again, that's why I say it is sympathetic to that. It won't be seen very much, and that character is, again, I've seen in the landscape evidence in terms of it being be able to absorb change as well. So
yeah.
So part H, should I go to that now?
Yeah.
So part H again is all about providing a landscape scheme, and again, I don't think there's anything between the parties that landscape scheme will be successful for those 4 large buildings. It's just clearly it can't screen the chimney. So
yeah.
So again, compliance.
Your comment, please, about this being a design policy.
Yes, so this is the design policy for the waste plan. Again, we've heard that in evidence, and this is what it's trying to do to make sure that again, reading the top of it, secure high quality design and being sympathetic to. Now, I know it was discussed about, there was a lot of discussion about as good as the design could get, if you like, and it was put in terms of how that means. And again, I agree, if a scheme is so big and, from a functional perspective, it could function very well, but if it's absolutely massive and it can't be seen, clearly that wouldn't meet the test. But here it would do, if you like, in terms of how prominent it would be.
Sorry, Mr. Bashforth, you're gonna have to say that again. Sorry.
So one of the questions I think was put out in terms of meeting this policy test was, again, form following function, if you like, in terms of would it still meet policy, if you like? Is it as good as it can be? So if it was an awful design and you couldn't change it, would it still meet the test? I guess is kind of the corollary of what that sort of question would be, if you like. And yes, I guess there's something in that. But here, I think the important thing is, in terms of being sympathetic, the impacts are small. The main buildings have been mitigated, if you like, in terms of their impacts, and they have been assimilated. And with the chimney being the way it is, again, that will be sympathetic too as well. So,
okay, thank you.
But again, going back to your main answer, it is about design, though. That's what it's seeking to do. It's making sure good, high quality design and being sympathetic too. So sorry, I went a little bit off. Just to try to answer that.
Yeah, understood. Thank you. Yes, and Yeah, well, obviously, I mean, you've just referred to it. We heard evidence from Mr. Reynolds to the effect that the design's as good as it can get in terms of being sympathetic, and it was a similar answer in relation to recognising the character and beauty of the countryside.
Yeah.
But Mr. Reynolds, of course, considered that it wasn't sympathetic and it
Yes.
didn't recognise the character and beauty of the
Yeah.
countryside. And the same was said regarding criteria H. The landscape enhancement scheme was doing all that it could to assimilate,
Yeah.
but he didn't consider it did assimilate. So then obviously that was the difference between him and Mrs. Bean in terms of policy compliance. Yeah. A specific question about Appendix 3 in the context of that difference of opinion between the witnesses regarding policy compliance. What do you have to say about Appendix 3, which common ground we established that the council raises no issue regarding non-compliance with Appendix 3?
Yes, I think I heard that in the evidence of Mr. Whitehouse. So might be just worth the last Appendix 3 comes up in the last paragraph of Policy 17.
Yeah.
And it talks about the waste management proposals. Detailed design can be found in Appendix 3. And it says designed for a framework creating distinctive places with consistent high quality standard of design. And it goes on to say, whilst the guidance provides a degree of flexibility, it will be used to assist in determining whether a proposal is consistent with the approach set out in this policy. So one of the things I don't understand from the council's evidence, the council have said that it complies with Appendix 3, but fundamentally, this is almost sort of saying, well, if you comply with Appendix 3, you comply with the policy. So there seems to be some inconsistency there. I don't quite understand why they say that. I mean, for instance, if you look in my proof, I go through, and I don't think either of the witnesses on the other side actually go through Appendix 3 to actually look at the compliance. But again, I do think the proposals comply with it. So if you go through the table on page 21,
yeah, of your proof.
my proof, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So sorry, I don't know if you were there yet, but if you look at, for instance, I'm not going to go through because it goes on for a number of pages and that, and even here I've sort of picked the most relevant parts, but if you look at the local distinctiveness, which is the second from bottom row, it says, I've just sort of paraphrased here, but it says, in both rural and urban locations, built forms reflect local distinctive and be sympathetic in design. So again, it's very similar, if you like, in terms of the requirements of the policy itself and criteria F to be sympathetic. So if you comply with the appendix, why don't you comply with the policy?
Yeah. Yes. Well, of course, we know your position on that.
Yes.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Fine. Thank you. Anything else to say regarding policy 17 of the waste plan?
No, I don't think so.
Before I move on, I just want to pick up with you, please. Policy 18, which is under the heading, it's the very next page in the waste plan, under the heading amenity considerations. Common ground that there's no issue raised by the county council regarding this policy, and I just want your comment on that, please.
Correct. Yes, it's common ground. Now,
Yeah.
reason for refusal 2 is gone.
Yeah. Anything else on the waste plan before I move now to the the Huntingdonshire local plan? And I want to ask you about the 2 policies and the reason for refusal there.
No.
Yep, great. Okay, so LP10 and LP2 and LP10 in the Huntingdonshire waste plan. And we know, because again, I discussed this with Mr. Whitehouse, that actually it's the insofar as LP2 is concerned, it's only that text that is the same, recognising the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside bit of the policy. So I don't actually propose, unless Sir can come back to it if he wants to ask you a question. I don't propose you look at LP2, just go straight to LP10 because we've got exactly the same wording there. Mr. Bashforth, unless you disagree with me on that.
No, I agree.
No.
So just one of the bullet
Um,
points of that long policy.
So LP10, which is at page 62, first of all, please, let's just have your evidence on interpretation of that policy wording, recognise the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside, and then the application of it to these proposals. Let's do that first, please.
Yes, so part B, yes, that's engaged. And again, I deal with that in section 5 of my
Yeah.
evidence. Part C, though, I don't believe.
Well, hold on,
So,
hold
sorry.
on, hold on. But you deal with it. I just want, I know you've said it all out in your proof, but what is
Yeah.
your position? Firstly, regarding
Yes,
See
so
that?
I explain in paragraph 5.24, for instance, but other parts as well, that
Yeah.
you know I explain that the proposals will have been carefully designed and assimilate into the surrounding countryside, for instance. So
Yeah. So compliance or not compliance with that limb?
compliance.
Yeah,
And again, that was a position of officers in the officer report as well.
yeah. And then there is this issue as to whether or not item C is engaged or isn't engaged. Can I have your evidence on that, please?
Yes, so I've looked at this and read it a number of times, and I really don't think it's engaged because it does talk about, I think the word active sort of impacts was been used earlier in the inquiry because it talks about noise, odour, obtrusive light or other impacts which would affect the use and enjoyment of the countryside by others. It doesn't say anything about amenity. And again, this, as all of these things, it's always useful to look at the supporting text. So if you look at the supporting text for that, which is on page 63,
Yeah,
4.113.
yeah,
And again, looking at the second sentence of that, it talks about a proposal could adversely affect the character and tranquility of the countryside.
hold on.
Sorry.
You're reading from the third sentence.
Sorry, third sentence, yes, sorry.
Yes,
Apologies.
that's good.
Yeah, so it says a proposal should not adversely affect the character and tranquility of the countryside.
Yeah.
And then goes on to say should not and should ensure this, it will not give rise to impacts that reduce the opportunity for others to use and enjoy the countryside. Again, use and enjoy the countryside, including for wildlife. Again, that's not an amenity impact. Particularly proposal should create artificial light. Again, that's not about visual amenity. And again, I don't think there's any concerns certainly from the county council on that.
Yeah.
And again, goes on to say in an area of potentially high risk on wildlife or in intrinsic dark landscapes. So again, don't think that's talking about visual amenity in general terms. It's talking about those active impacts. For instance, in relation to, does it affect wildlife? Is it affecting tranquility in terms of light at night? Or I guess the other thing you could think about is it changing any rights of way or anything like that? And again, I don't believe it is. So again, I don't think that's engaged, certainly in relation to the issue for a reason for refusal one.
Yeah. Can I just to make sure so we can follow this through? I mean, how on what basis is it you say that bit of the supporting text is concerned with limb C? Do you want to just walk us through the supporting text?
Yes, so
we can understand your thinking.
Yeah, so again, if I look at part C,
yeah,
again, I'm just paraphrasing the words. Does the phrase would adversely affect?
Yeah.
And going back to the third paragraph, not the second, it's got the word adversely affect in there.
Yeah.
And again, going back to part C, it talks about enjoyment of the countryside by others.
Yeah.
And again, reading down that, you can see the phrase enjoyment of the countryside. So that, I think 4.113 is probably talking about both limbs B and C, but the third paragraph is certainly talking about limb C on its own, in my view.
So the third paragraph?
Third sentence, sorry.
Third sentence. And what are the first two sentences talking about?
So the first one talks about minimize potential impact and recognize intrinsic character. So again, just looking at the wording, almost identical to part B of the policy.
Yeah, I see. And then we can see the paragraph above 4.112 is talking about agricultural land.
Yes.
Yeah. I got you. Yeah, I see. Right. Thank you. Was now limb C, what was it raised by officers, limb C?
Not as far as I'm aware.
Okay.
And again, the only place I've actually seen in the evidence of the county council is, I think it's mentioned in the conclusion of Mr. Reynolds' proof. So again, I've looked at it in terms of, I don't think Mr. Whitehouse specifically raised it. And then it's quoted in the conclusion of Mr. Reynolds, but I don't see anyone actually taking the point, if you like, in terms of this is engaged and this is why it doesn't comply with policy.
Yeah, but Mr. Whitehouse was clear. He considered it. It was.
He said that orally,
Yeah,
but not in
yeah.
written evidence. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Anything else to say about the landscape and visual impacts topic?
No, I don't think so.
Good. Okay. Fine. Right. Next topic. We're making decent progress. Next topic is the question of the perceived health and well-being impacts. We've all now heard a lot of evidence about these. Again, you're standing here at the very end of the process in terms of the evidence that the inquiry will hear. How do you say the inspector should approach this issue of perceived harm to health and well-being?
Yes, so a few points on this. It's clearly, there's been lots of representations on this matter, and you can't ignore that. And people clearly have raised concerns about those things. Going through the application process, I think the council were very diligent in terms of trying to respond to those and make sure that the evidence was provided to sort of see how far those things went, if you like, in terms of, is there an issue here for people to really be concerned about? But I think we've come to the position now, through the application process, but also through the appeal, I genuinely don't think there is any harm. There's no reasonable basis for that. We've got, through the application process, we've had officers review it. They were informed by their own independent air quality consultants. They came to the conclusion there wasn't any harm. We've now had expert evidence from Dr. Owen. And I know things keep being sort of put forward and everything else, but again, I think all of the professional advisors and everyone else is very clear that there isn't any harm. Again, that comes from the consultees as well during the application process as well. So I think it is very clear that there isn't any harm or scientific harm, if you like. And again, I've dealt with this in my proof and my rebuttal. It has been come up in similar proposals in the past, if you like. Again, I think I've used the Smith case and referred to it in my main proof, my rebuttal thing, in terms of, if there's no scientific basis for it, you can't judge it in planning terms to be harm. Again, it doesn't in planning terms to be clear. And again, you'll have seen, sir, that in Mr. Whitehouse's proof, and I've put the full versions of those appeal decisions in terms of the Wycliffe Business Park decision, which didn't completely dismiss it, but had regard to Smith, and then talked about slight weight, if you like. So, yeah, I think it's taking those into account, but critically, it's that point where there isn't any actual harm from a kind of planning perspective. It's an important place to be, if you like, on this. So I gave it neutral weight in my evidence. That is consistent with officers in their report. I think it's also agreed between the parties that there's no conflict with policy as well. And again, just referring to, I think I heard this correct, but I'm sure I'll be corrected if I'm wrong. I understand that Mr. Whitehouse said that if the inspector finds that landscape and visual impact doesn't justify refusal, then the addition to perceived harm wouldn't tip the balance, if you like. So again, I think that's the sort of degree of harm that should be attributed to this. It's not going to tip the balance. At best, it's slight, if you like. But again, my view and officer's view was it was neutral in the balance.
Yeah. Yeah, you said at best it's slight. Did you mean at best or at worst?
At worst, sorry. Yes.
Yeah. 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 Thank you. Right. I'm going to move to planning balance, unless you want to say anything else about that topic.
Oh, no.
No, good. Right. I said I had a further follow-up question about waste plan policy 4, and I do, and I want to ask it now because it does have, of course, this What I referred to when I was cross-examining Mr. Whitehouse as a balanced test in it. Let's just turn it up so we make sure all are clear what it is being discussed. So page 33 of the waste plan, a couple of sides into what is quite a long bit of policy text. We have the waste management facilities co-location limb. Where after telling us what will be supported in principle, and particularly, of course, it includes integrated waste management development that has specific links to the existing waste management operations already taking place on a site. It's common ground, but this proposal ticks that. It says proposals for co-location will not be supported if the benefits do not outweigh the harm when assessed against the wider policies of the development plan. Now, I want, please, your evidence on that policy wording and its relationship or relevance, indeed, to what we often refer to as the wider planning balance.
Yeah, so as you say, this part of the policy is the one that's engaged for the purposes of the appeal proposals. And critically, this isn't a reason for refusal. So it was, as you recall, certainly, it was in part of the original reason for refusal, in part the reason for refusal 2, but it's not cited in reason for refusal 1. So on the basis of the council's case, we can't consider this as part of the reason for refusal, if you like, and part of the development plan. So effectively, all you could do. So if this was a reason for refusal and there was evidence to demonstrate that the proposal did cause outweigh the benefits, if you like, that would be sort of enshrined into the development plan, if you like. That would be part of your considerations in terms of does it comply with policy. Effectively, this isn't engaged on the basis of the council's case. It's only then a material consideration, if you like, in terms of that planning weight.
Sorry, what is only a material consideration?
So effectively, the planning back. So
Yeah,
this, if again, I don't accept this in any way. If this policy was engaged and it was considered that the benefits outweigh the harm, that would be contrary to the policy directly, if you like, in terms of the development plan 38.6, if you like. It's not the council's case, as I understand it, that this is a reason for refusal.
No.
So therefore, the policies we've cited against, if you like, are other policies, LP10, LP2 and 17. It's not this one. So any balance, it's a case of those landscape policies, effectively, the assimilations, sympatheticness, if you like. And then there's a planning balance, there's material considerations on top of that, if you like. Hope that's clear, but again, very happy to answer questions on that. But that's,
let's take it right. So let's take it in stages, make sure I've understood what you just said. So in the hypothetical world, if this policy was engaged and if the benefits did not outweigh the harm assessed against those wider policies of the development plan, I think you just said that would be a point of conflict with the development.
It would be, but I think the key point here is the council aren't taking that case. That's the point. So again, you've got to judge the policies. The proposals still need to be considered against them. But my understanding of the council's case is they are not taking this point, if you like, in terms of this balance is contrary to the development plan. So, you know, we all still have to consider the policies. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the council's case isn't that this applies to the proposals because it's not cited this in the reason for refusal.
Yeah. Oh no. And Sarah's heard the council's evidence, and well, obviously, we've all heard it. Yeah. Good. Okay. Now, turning then to turning, as it were, away from the internal balance set by policy for internal to the development plan to the wider planning balance, and the question of benefits. We've discussed the two areas of harm that the council raised, landscape and visual, and the perceived harm to health and well-being. So let's now turn to the benefits, please. I think I mean there are clearly many differences between you and Mr. Whitehouse regarding weighting of benefits. But before we get to weighting, I want, please, your thoughts as to whether the county council's evidence has identified all the benefits in the first place.
So I guess the kind of key things that have come up in evidence are whether it's been properly recognised in terms of the benefits of the HERF, if you like, in terms of what that's doing, both from terms of meeting capacity needs. Again, we've talked about that earlier.
Yeah.
But also in terms of the co-location benefits and the energy benefits of that as well, particularly.
Yeah. So is it a yes or a no?
So no, that hasn't been taken into account. And again, that also applies, I think, to the pellet fertilizer as well in terms of those quantified benefits. But again, you've heard that from Mr. Oathen this morning. So.
Yeah. Okay. Well, obviously, we know that Mr. Whitehouse gives essentially all the benefits he identifies a moderate weight. Now that's on, we need to remind ourselves, that's on his scale, which runs from nil, then limited, then moderate, then significant, then very significant. And we need to bear in mind that your scale, as you reminded us, is nil, limited, moderate, significant. That's correct.
That's right. Yeah.
Let's have, please, your oral evidence regarding Mr. Whitehouse's weighting and what you say about the correctness or otherwise of that weighting.
Yes. So again, particularly on some, I've drawn attention to those key policies earlier in terms of 1, 3, and 4 of the waste local plan.
Yeah.
And moving the waste up the hierarchy, that's a kind of key requirement of statute and planning policy. So that's clearly achieved. The parties agree that. And again, I set this out in paragraph 7.6 and 7.7 of my proof in terms of those policy and other requirements. I believe they have to give that significant weight.
Yeah.
Again, the same applies to co-location as well. So we've heard
sorry, just before you go on.
Yes.
Significant weight on your scale. What about Mr. Whitehouse's scale?
Very significant weight.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I'm going to please take it that I'm asking you the same question as you go through all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. You just said you were going to co-location.
Yeah. So again, co-location. Again, I don't necessarily need to turn the documents up, but the officer report at 933 talked about good example of co-location. I found Mr. Cooper's rebuttal evidence. Remember that table, if you like, in terms of how the different sort of activities feed one another, if you like. That to me is an excellent example of co-location in terms of whether it's energy or whether the inputs from one output to another fit together. It really does meet that requirement. And again, and that's got to be given very significant weight as well. So
yeah. Yes, that's on Mr. Whitehouse's scale now, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, in terms of the counter, what Mr. Whitehouse has referred to as counter factors or counterbalancing factors.
Yes,
What's your potted evidence on that, please?
I mean, a lot of them just seem to be there to almost sort of, well, again, we've heard these in evidence, if you like, in terms of, are they there just to sort of take, some of them look a little bit to me to be sort of not very good points that are just trying to take sort of the weight away, if you like. And again, we've heard one particularly in terms of the proposals that are in at the moment, in terms of that Mr. Oathen went back in terms of particularly on the carbon side of things, if you like. I think it was 0.3% of the carbon savings of the proposals. It's just, some of them don't really make sense as counterfactuals. And I don't see those in the committee report either. So
yeah, that's the partial proposal.
Partial proposal, sorry, that was the term, wasn't it? So,
yeah. Well, I mean, I think you deal with I'm not going to have you just rehearse your evidence because you do deal with them. I'm just asking for potted summaries, and that's fine.
Yes.
Let's move then to the carbon benefits, shall we? And you
Yes.
you can have a
So yeah, I mean, I deal with this. I dealt with this specifically in my rebuttal evidence in terms of, again, this is very significant weight. Again, it's not. Hopefully, it's self-evident in terms of why that is. In terms of, you know, there is a climate emergency that flows through all the way through the Climate Change Act into national policy in terms of the energy policy. The NPPF is probably catching up on that. I'm sure we'll see another version of that. But even so, it's ingrained in that, if you like, in the NPPF. But also, it's very, very strong. And for those, the policy, again, going back to what I said about policy one of the waste local plan, it's in the first 3 paragraphs of that. So anything that has very significant savings of carbon, you have to give that very significant weight.
And what do you say about this proposal? Does it have very significant savings or fall below?
It does as well. And I know there's been a lot of debate about, you know, was that clearly expressed during the determination of the application? And, you know, is it because it's kind of car mileage and everything else? But we now have the full evidence on that. And it is very clear that, again, I don't think anyone's questioned the overall 40,000 tons of carbon savings. That is a huge amount of savings in terms of, again, the way Mr. Oathen characterises that in terms of 11% of the waste requirements for the local area, and is it 28,000 households as well?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Any other points? Any other points to make about the balance?
Just 2 quick points. One is, again, reading a committee report, they did, it's probably just worth quickly turning up. So, yeah, I think it's paragraph 2119, if you like. So
this is that long list of bullet
long list of bullet points in terms of what's positive.
Yeah.
And again, we went to the recycled energy sort of as a benefit. Again, no weighting of that as we heard earlier.
Yeah.
And then we go through the neutrals, if you like. And there were
Yeah.
2 elements of the kind of aspects that don't kind of adverse impacts that can't be entirely mitigated. One was a visual impact, and clearly that's the whole purpose of the inquiry, if you like, to consider.
Yeah.
But highway safety and congestion, and again, I think just worth reading 21.21. Sorry, it's reading what officers go on to say in 21.21. They say that it's only that visual impact, the clearly negative aspect of things. So even officers weren't saying that there's a sort of very negative aspect of transport, if you like, in highways. And again, having read the consultation responses from highways and looking at the number of vehicles on the road, if you like, because of that overall cap of waste, if you like, at the site, consented weight cap hasn't changed. There's going to be more vans and a bit more staff things. Actually, the change in traffic is not significant as well. Again, there's no real adverse consultation responses from the Highway Authority either. They mainly talk about just actually making sure there's conditions to control things which have been imposed. So
yeah, in terms of what officers, what's your understanding in terms of the carbon benefits? What is your understanding of how officers were approaching those in their reports?
So I think, to be fair, it's officers didn't have all the full information that Mr. Oathen's now provided. They didn't look necessarily at the I wouldn't call them indirect aspects, but the things that are kind of consequential on. So one was really the pellet fertilizer, and the HERF as well. Although it was acknowledged that, because again, going up the hierarchy, if you like, there's no choice. It would either go in landfill or it would go. It could be incinerated, if you like. But again, that wasn't quantified in terms of the way Mr. Oathen's now done that. So
okay. So in terms, I mean, just by way of a stand back in terms of your assessment compared to officers' assessment, how would you characterise that then?
Broadly similar, effectively. I'm saying that again, officers didn't necessarily weight things, but it is interesting that they did weight some aspects of things. I find a reference in terms of the co-location and other things as well, because that's one of the few things they did use a similar weighting to that Mr. Whitehouse and I've used. So.
Do you mean back at the start of section 221?
Yeah, sorry, just I know there's a reference here somewhere. Yes, here we are. Sorry, 21.2.
Yeah.
And it talks about, again, just reading the last sentence of 21.2, it says, it would be in accordance with MWLP policy 3 by driving waste up the waste hierarchy and provided the benefits not outweigh factors should be given significant weight. So again, that's where I come for the significant weight. That's where I'm consistent with officers on that. I know it's conditioned in terms of meeting policy 3, but officers did say it did do so.
Yeah, I think to be fair to officers, when they say these factors, I think you probably need to read all the way up the paragraph, don't you?
Yeah, so it talks about co-location, it talks about CO2 benefits as well. I agree. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and then in terms of so the wrap up then, in terms of officers' approach to harm as compared to yours.
Yes, so in terms of harm, effectively, I think we're left with the visual impact effectively, and then they come to the conclusion that they acknowledge there's some harm, but not so much as it be contrary to policy. So that's why I'm moderate and the same as them effectively, although they don't quite use the term moderate. So
yeah. Okay, fine, thank you. Anything else to say about the planning balance, Mr. Bashforth?
No.
Okay, right, so could we please then have your overall conclusion, and if you know, by all means, tick us if you want, tick us through your proof, the final section, or however is best, but I just want you to encapsulate that.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm not going to read the final paragraphs of my proof out, but in essence, just kind of going through and just highlighting the key headlines, if you like. So paragraph 8.3 talks about the policies relating to landscaping, and in essence, I'm saying it complies with those policies.
Yeah.
Again, and then 8.7, I talk about the balance, and again, I'm not disputing that policy 4 doesn't apply. I'm just saying on the council's case, they haven't, that's not a reason for refusal, but I say we do comply with that element of the policy in terms of the benefits outweigh the harm. 8.8, again, common position in terms of you have to consider the development plan as a whole. My view is that considered in terms of just the policies themselves, but also in the whole, it complies.
Yeah.
And again, last point, really, 8.10, even if I'm wrong about policy compliance, the material considerations are very significant and compelling, particularly the carbon ones, and then one of co-location and moving up the hierarchy. They are, in my view, even if there was considered to be any policy compliance, that would outweigh it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bashforth. Anything else you'd like to say in chief?
No, thank you.
No, thank you very much. I'm sure my learned friend, Mr. Grant, will have some questions for you.
Mr. Grant.
Very much. Mr. Bashforth, 3 topics: policy, then harm, then benefits. So starting please with policy, and a couple of preliminary points picking up on a question that was put to you in chief. First of all, who's the planning witness for the appellant, you or Mrs. Bean?
Well, hopefully that's self-evident. I'm the planning witness.
Good. And secondly, so that in relation to each of the policies 17, LP10 and LP2, so that as we go through them, I don't have to formally put to you the question, do you agree with the council that that policy is conflicted? Because your answer is going to be no. But you understand, don't you, that the council's position in respect of reason for refusal 1 is that policies 17, LP2 and LP10 are conflicted?
How do you mean by conflicted? Just sorry to be clear. Breach, yes.
Yeah. and that your position is that they're not breached. That's the difference on policy, those policies.
Correct, yes.
Yeah. And so far as framework is concerned, paragraph 180B or 174B as it used to be, same point.
Yes,
You
the wording,
understand the council say it's breached, you say it's not.
yes.
Can we just start please then with paragraph 180B? And just one matter to clear up, please, if you can take up your rebuttal and at the same time, if you can just have open Mr. Whitehouse's proof, please. And 2.8 of your rebuttal, please, which is on page 4. You got that?
I'm there, yes.
You pick up on Mr. Whitehouse raising the tree limb, if we can call it that, of 180B. And you in particular pick up his paragraph 3.23. I want to deal with this point quickly and proportionately. Do you see at 3.23, he sets out the whole of paragraph 180, B, doesn't he? Again, not a trick question.
Sorry, just repeat the question.
Yeah, 3.23.
Yes,
This is the policy section of his proof under the heading NPPF. And he sets out the whole of limb B of paragraph 180, doesn't he?
he does, yes.
And then if you turn forward to page 18, paragraph 4.11.
See that, yeah?
He refers to Mr. Reynolds' conclusions in terms of policies and you can see explicitly, can't you, third to fourth line reference to failing to recognise the character and beauty of the countryside. Do you see that?
That's what it says, yes.
And I think you probably agree, so I don't want to bang on an open door, that so far as the council are concerned and as through the evidence of Mr. Whitehouse, the council's position in respect of 180B is in respect of recognising the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside and not the tree limb.
I agree, that's right. I mean, this was principally a point in relation to the BNG question, if you like, and fair to Mr. Whitehouse, he did respond to that in cross-examination and did accept that with, was it condition 13, I think, in terms of he'd accept there'd be moderate weight to that, so. And
so far as the countryside, I think common ground between the parties that the site lies within the countryside. I don't think we need to go to the statement of common ground for that, do we?
Correct, yes.
And in terms of the approach by the inspector, I mean, a central matter for the inspector in reaching his conclusion in respect of 180B for the purposes of his report is the impact of the proposal on landscape character and visual impact to inform his position in respect of 180B.
Yes, that's right. Take into account the character of what's there at the moment, though, in terms of, again, we've heard a lot of evidence about that in terms of, we've heard the words semi-industrial, semi-rural and everything else. And they are clearly, you need to analyse what is that countryside to then take a view and consider the impacts as well.
Yeah, we've been through that. I think
we have been that, but that's the important part. It is what is that countryside, and all of the policies say you need to consider what is that character and what is the beauty, if you like, to then consider how it affects it. So
yeah. So when I asked you a moment ago about whether or not we agreed that the central issue in informing that was the impact on the landscape character and visual impacts, the answer to that is yes.
Yes, you have to take those into account and the impacts of the proposals as well.
And I just want to get your position clear on this issue. When the inspector is approaching 180B, and you want to just get it in front of you. So
yeah, I'm there.
when the inspector is considering that, is it your position as the planning witness for the appellant that when the inspector reads 180B, and I appreciate, of course, interpretation of policies, matter of law, which we'll deal with, I'm sure, in submissions, but is it your understanding that the inspector should effectively insert into 180B, after the words recognising the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside, should he insert the words as far as possible?
No, but the word does say recognise, so you have to take it into account. It's not a hard and fast, but it does say take it into account.
And if a scheme, I'm going to put up a hypothetical to you. If there was a proposal which by its very nature, proposal in the countryside, by its very nature, couldn't recognise the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside, if there was a scheme of that nature, and there was a conclusion reached that it would cause very substantial harm to the countryside, you wouldn't say then, would you, that it wouldn't fall foul of 180B because it's done as much as it could do to recognise the character and beauty of the countryside? That's not your position.
No, so I agree, just with the caveat though, that that's not our case. I don't agree with that hypothetical in terms of those things, but I don't agree that what the scheme in front of the inspector does that at all. So, and again, the important thing about that is as well, it's recognised as the key test, and also you'd have to consider things in the whole as well. So are there any other countervailing factors in the planning balance?
And then can you take up please policy 17 from the waste plan? And if you can go please, Splashbook, to F. And just to remind ourselves, this is dealing explicitly, isn't it, with new mineral and waste management development?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's a design policy relating to those.
And so far as the bullets H through A through to J, they're prefaced on the basis new mineral and waste management development must go on. Yes.
It does say yes in relation to design though, because that's the
Yeah.
purpose of the policy.
Yeah. And then if we go to F, we can see be sympathetic to local character and history, etc. And then it goes on.
Yes.
Just want to read the whole thing out. And that, I think you know, without us hopefully having to take up the framework again, that is a mirror image, isn't it, of paragraph 135C from the framework.
Can I just check?
That's good.
Yes, that's right.
And when we look at the words of F, can we, for the purposes of these questions, refer to F as part 1 and part 2? Part 1, be sympathetic, ... to landscape setting. And part 2, while not preventing or discouraging. Do you see that point?
I can see that, yes,
Yeah.
the first part could be sort of conditioned in relation to the second.
Well, that's just what I want to ask you about. I don't think, but you tell me, you're not, it's not your advice to the inspector, is it? That on a reading of F, if the inspector is satisfied that a scheme is for appropriate innovation or change, that he need have no regard to the first part of F, which is that a scheme should be sympathetic to local character and history, including surrounding built environment and landscape setting.
No, although I would say that you'd have to have regard, particularly these proposals, because it does say in the committee report, sorry, to the innovation and change, it does say in the committee report that these are innovative proposals. So you can't just rule out having regard to that. So.
not suggesting that, but the second part of F, to put it another way, it doesn't trump the first part, does it?
No, yeah, I agree.
And then so far as H is concerned, which is the other bullet that we're concerned with. In the assessment of whether or not the landscape enhancement scheme demonstrates the development can be assimilated into its surroundings and local landscape character, I think we're all agreed, aren't we, that the residual issue effectively is the chimney. Yes?
It is, although I'm not clear whether this H is actually engaged for these proposals because it's talking about the landscape scheme takes into account, because again, it's about the landscape scheme H.
Yeah. Yeah, but so far as the landscape scheme is concerned, the landscape scheme, which is part of your proposal, is intended to mitigate the landscape and visual harm, isn't it?
It is, yes.
And I think, and I thought this was a matter of common ground, but in terms of that mitigation, it would mitigate the proposed buildings in the sense that it would provide screening upon maturity. Yes?
Correct.
But it wasn't, again, I think as a matter of common ground and the landscape statement of common ground, it wasn't capable of mitigating the chimney in its entirety because it's not going to grow as that tall.
Yes, the chimney will be visible.
Yeah. And so when the inspector is considering little h, the issues for the inspector include, first of all, the common ground that the landscape enhancement scheme won't screen the chimney, first of all, agreed?
That's great.
And secondly, whether or not the development, and let's narrow it down to the chimney can be assimilated into the surroundings and local landscape character.
I don't think the chimney can be. It's a case of will it be assimilated, if
Yeah,
you like. And I don't think it necessarily follows that the landscape, it has to be the landscape scheme that does that.
Well, H is couched in terms of the landscape enhancement scheme and what that demonstrates, isn't it?
It says that, but you have to look at it as a whole and sympathetic and local character. If actually that chimney isn't very prominent, you wouldn't necessarily have to mitigate it, even if it were capable of doing.
And then we turn to the policies, please, in the local plan, LP2 and LP10. And I'm going to the
Sorry, can I put this? Can I put the other one away? Sorry.
You can. We're going to come back to it in a few minutes.
Okay.
Put it to one side. So LP2 and LP10. And
Shall I go to LP10 on the basis it repeats?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm going to adopt that approach.
Yes.
So let's go to LP10. And first of all, the policy says, isn't it, all development in the countryside must. So that's the gateway to A, B, and C. Yes.
I see that. Yes.
And so far as B is concerned, I think common ground that's engaged.
Correct.
And so far as C is concerned, there's an issue between us, isn't there? Because of, I understand your evidence in chief, your position is it's not engaged.
That's right, yes.
And so far as I understand your point about supporting text, and I'll deal with that in submissions, but look just at the wording, please, of C itself. Noise, odor, obtrusive light, or other impacts. Yes, it's underlined for the moment, other impacts. And assume at the moment, please, that other impacts may incorporate visual impacts.
It doesn't say that though.
No, other impacts. It's not an exclusive list, is it?
It's not, but it doesn't say visual impacts. No.
The question was, assume that can include visual impacts, because it's not an exclusive list, is it?
I'm not sure that's a question, though, is it?
Is it an exclusive list?
No, it's not.
No. Does it exclude visual impacts?
No, but it doesn't say them either. So again, reading it, and you have to read it with the supporting text, it doesn't follow that it does include it.
That would adversely affect the use. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the use and enjoyment of the countryside by others, where the evidence of the landscape witnesses refers to, for example, public rights of way. Do you recall that evidence? And
I do,
viewpoints
yes,
of public
yes.
rights of way? The use by members of the public of public rights of way is a use of the countryside, isn't it?
It is, but it's not. I don't believe this will deter anyone from using those rights of way.
Now, that's a separate point.
It's,
in the
well,
engagement.
it's a very tangential point, though, in my view. It's not something that necessarily follows just because you're getting your enjoyment from being in the wider countryside, not because it's not suddenly deterred from that enjoyment because something's popped up in the view.
Turn back, please, into the, I asked you to put it to one side a moment ago, to the minerals plan. First of all, page 27, policy 3. I'm going to deal with this incredibly briefly because it seems to be a battle that's been picked that isn't a battle in the first place. Mr. Whitehouse, in his proof of evidence, in his policy section, was setting out what policy 3 says, wasn't he?
He was, yes. But again, a lot of those policies were quoted, and again, we raised those in rebuttal because they seem to be trying to make a point. That's why, again, we may have misinterpreted that, but there's lots of those policies where you're thinking, why on earth has it raised this, or why has this raised that?
Yeah, I mean, in the analysis within his proof of evidence, did he say anything anywhere or draw upon policy 3 and its reference to permitted but not yet operational capacity sites?
No, not as far as aware, no. So again, I'm right. I hope it is a non-point, but
It's
yeah,
a battle
yes.
that isn't a battle.
Quite.
Can we then go, please, to policy 4?
Sorry, we're still in the same plan.
Same plan,
Yes.
policy 4, page 31. And you were asked some questions in chief about the co-location section, and particularly the proposals for co-location will not be supported if that internal balance, as it's been referred to.
Right.
And there's quite a lot of cross-examination of Mr. Whitehouse about it. And do you recall the distinction he was trying to draw between it being a not supported policy and a conflicting policy? Do you remember that part of his evidence?
I heard it. I wasn't quite sure I understood it. So.
Well, so far as the wording, please, of the internal balance, can you see it says proposals for location will not be supported? Do you see that, those words?
That's what it said.
Yeah. And I just want to get your help, please, Mr. Bashforth, in comparing that to the way in which other policies within this plan have been framed, and to pick out some illustrations with you. Can you go forward to policy 17, where we've been already, to page 49.
Yes, ma'am.
And can you see in the second paragraph, with apologies from me for repeating the point we've been to already, but can you see there that it says new mineral and waste development, waste management development must, and then the list A to J, yes?
Yes.
And then can you turn over the page, please, to policy 18? And can you see the third line of that policy? It tells us new development must not result in unacceptable adverse impacts, etc. That's the amenity issue.
Yes, and that's not cited in the reason for refusal.
No, I know. I'm not suggesting any of these policies are a matter for objection.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the difference in the wording of the policies. This is picking up on Mr. Whitehouse's point That it's not a conflicting policy, he said, it's a not supported by policy. Can you turn please to policy 22 on page 58? And can you see the second paragraph, development located on sites in areas known to be at risk from flooding? This is the flooding policy. Yes?
Yes.
And the wording there is will only be permitted following, and then a series of subpoints.
Yeah.
See that? And 23, page 60. Mineral and waste management development will only be permitted if, do you see that? And then a series of subpoints.
Yes.
24, I'm not going to go through all of them. 24, the opening paragraph. This is about soil, will only be permitted where it can be shown that. Do you see that?
I can see that. Yeah.
Let's just do one more. 26 on page 63. Third line, will only be permitted where it can be demonstrated that. Do you see that?
I see that. Yes.
So in terms of, and again, we'll deal with this largely in submissions, but in terms of the way in which the policies have been framed, whereas policy 4 that says proposals will not be supported if, that is a different form of wording, isn't it? From development will only be permitted where or development must.
It is, but it's, again, it goes to, there is a test there, if you like, in terms of the benefits have to outweigh the harm. So again, that's not the council's case that we're not compliant with that policy.
Yeah, it's a question of Mr. The criticism made of Mr. Whitehouse in cross-examination about the failure to cite that policy within the reason for refusal.
Yes, but I've explained it just now and in my chief in terms of that is the point. It's not been cited in the reason for refusal. So,
right. Topic 2, please. Harm.
sorry, can I just ask about a break in terms of, because we've been going quite a long time now. So I'm not saying what one now, but
Yeah, we're coming up to nearly 2 hours, so yeah. So 20 minutes, we'll adjourn for and then reconvene.
thank you.
It could be for us. think that's about 20 minutes, Mr. Grant, if you want to continue.
Mr. Bashford, topic number 2, we're coming on to harm. And can we take as our cue, please, the statement of common ground and section 13. So it's core document 2.4.1.
Sorry, what was the reference, Mr.
It's
Grant?
it's core document 2.4.
Sorry, I'm at the document. What was the reference? Sorry, in the document.
13.1 on page 30.
Yeah.
And again, taking this as our cue in terms of the principal areas of disagreement, little 1, the impact on landscape character and harm to the visual amenity resulting from the scale of the proposed chimney. And second, let's paraphrase that as the perception point. Couldn't actually, I think, agree the wording of little 2, but that's the perception point, isn't it?
The second point is, it is the perception point, yes.
And I think it's not controversial, is it, between us, that so far as the council's case is concerned, the council relied primarily plainly on the policy conflict arising out of little 1. Yes?
Rely entirely, I believe.
Yeah.
Retire, yeah.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
the only point for policy conflict.
Correct.
But the primary council case in terms of harm is in respect of little 1.
Correct.
And so far as little 2 is concerned, that is advanced not as a policy conflict, but as a material consideration of limited weight.
It is. And again, just referring to what I said in my chief in terms of Mr. Whitehouse did explain that nothing would turn on that, is effectively just a paraphrase.
Yeah, that's common ground between us.
Yes.
And just a few narrow points then, please, on little 1 before we turn to little 2. So in respect of little 1, we've heard obviously the technical evidence of the 2 landscape witnesses, and I'm not going to go behind that in cross-examination with you. But can you take up, please, your proof?
Shall I put the statements common ground away?
Yeah, I'll keep it open, but to one side. And can I ask you, please, in your proof of evidence to go to section 5, which is the chapter landscape and visual effects on the locality.
Yes, and that.
And on page 19, we can see your heading MWLP policy 17. Do you see that?
Yes, I did.
And you indicate then at 5.10, in respect of your analysis of that policy, that you draw on the evidence of Mrs. Bean. Yes?
Yes, and although subsequent paragraphs do explain, I draw on other things as well. So
yeah, she's the landscape witness that the appellant relies upon, isn't she?
she is, or informs. I wouldn't say to entirely rely upon, but yes.
So far as landscape character is concerned and visual impact,
She is the witness, yes.
she's the witness and
Correct.
she's the expert.
Yes.
Yeah. And then if we turn over the page, please, to page 20. In fact, turn forward again to page 22. You're dealing here on page 22 with LP2, LP10, and paragraph 180, effectively collectively, aren't you? Because
Correct,
of the
yes.
common thread of the countryside.
Yes.
And again, at 5.24, you make the point there that you're drawing on the evidence of Mrs. Bean, and you refer there to Mrs. Bean's section 4 before setting out your conclusions.
Yes, although I do make it's my own opinion as well. So yes.
Yep. And at 5 point, moving away from your approach to policy, at 5.26 on page 23, you make the point on the fourth line, you see the fourth line of 5.26, you write this, that the proposed development complies with what the SPD seeks. Do you see that?
Yes.
And there's one document, I just want to have a look at that point with you, please. And can I ask you to take up the SPD, which is at core document 4.2.22.
No, Mr. Grant.
You there?
Yes.
Can we go together, please, to first of all to page 5? I just want to pick out some references with you.
Yeah.
And this is under the heading Understanding Character. And can you see at paragraph 2.3, the SPD says that developers should demonstrate how the proposal responds positively to its context and has drawn inspiration from the key characteristics of its surroundings. See that?
It says that, yes.
And the words key characteristics, we know, don't we, that follows through into each of the various character areas, particularly including the central claylands, and we've been to that in the landscape evidence, haven't we?
We have.
And then if you go over the or further down the page, please, to paragraph 2.5. We can, or 2.4 actually, we can see that factors of key importance for landscape are set out. Do you see that?
I can see it says that, yes.
And if you can whiz forward, please, to page 12, 2.17.
Sorry, I'm going to have to get the electronic version because I only have it partly printed out. So.
Two point 17 on page 12. You there?
Slowly, sorry, it's a large document. Yes.
2.17. Do you see, Mr. Bashforth, the text says that the following questions are provided to help in the consideration of landscape and townscape character when assessing potential impacts of proposed change. Yes. And then a series of bullet points under the heading landscape. How does the site relate to the wider countryside? Has it features in common with the surrounding landscape? Is it part of a larger landscape feature, such as ridge or field pattern characteristic of the wider area? What is the current use of the site? What will the impact of the wider landscape be of the site's development? What function does the site serve in the wider landscape? For example, is it part of the countryside setting, etc.? Do you see that series of bullet points?
I can see them, yes.
And I just want to understand your position here so that we've got a clear note of it. Where you say in your proof that the proposal complies with what the SPD seeks, when you look at the SPD overall, and that's why I think it was important to take you to those introductory sections on understanding character and so on. When you look at the SPD overall, if the inspector were to conclude that the proposal through the chimney is harmful to its surroundings, would the proposal be doing what the SPD seeks? Yes or no?
So again, hypothetical question, just to stress.
Well, if the inspector's conclusion was that the proposal is harmful to its surroundings.
But I don't see a specific test saying being, sorry, if you could take me to the comment, the references before, it doesn't say that in the specific part you're taking me to now, which is just their questions. So it doesn't say there's no specific test there, if you like. It just talks about how you consider things. So how does it relate? has it got common features? These are questions. They're not sort of criteria policy tests.
Yeah, well, look at the fourth bullet point, for example. What will the impact on the wider landscape be of the site's development?
But again, that's the question. It doesn't say an adverse impact will
Yeah.
equal, doesn't comply. It doesn't say that.
Well, just tell us your answer. If your answer is no, then
Well,
say
no,
it.
they are considerations. There's not a sort of specific policy test. And it's a very general, I have read the earlier sections of it. And it's a very general document. So and it's only when you drill into the specific guidance that's later on that you actually have something to compare against.
So if the inspector were to conclude that the proposal is harmful or would be harmful to its surroundings, would the proposal be doing what the SPD seeks?
But unless you can find me a clause that says where is the test that it cannot be harmful, I can't see that in this SPD.
Answer yes or no?
Sorry, can you ask the question again?
Yeah. If the inspector were to conclude that the proposal would be harmful to its surroundings, would it be doing what the SPD seeks?
Would it be doing what the SPD seeks? I think I understand the question's rather, again, perhaps I'm not quite understanding it. If I understand it correctly, if the scheme, if again, big if it's harmful, are you saying it wouldn't comply with the SPD?
Turn back in the document, please, to paragraph 1.2 on page 1.
Yes, I see that.
Application of the guidance in this SPD aims to contribute to a variety of benefits.
Yeah.
See that?
Yeah.
Conservation and enhancement of landscape's distinctive qualities, promotion of a sense of place and local distinctiveness, minimization of the impact of new development on the surrounding area through successful integration, etc. Do you see that list of bullet points?
Yes, they're general aspirations. So again, it doesn't say, there's not a test in relation to if a scheme's harmful, therefore you should refuse it, consistent with this policy. It doesn't say that. They're more general aspirations of what the guidance is seeking.
I want your answer, yes or no.
You're going to have to answer.
You're going to ask it for the third time.
I am, yes, because
Right.
your question is very sort of multi-layered, shall we say?
If the inspector were to conclude that the proposal would be harmful to its surroundings, would it be doing what the SPD seeks?
No. So my view is that there isn't a specific test in this policy which requires you to have anything to do with harmful. It's about, these are the things you need to take into account. That's what it's effectively saying. It's not saying if there's something harmful. There isn't a policy test of that nature in here. It sets out a broad character of what the area is. So I don't see that. Again, if I've understood the question correctly, you're saying it's harmful, therefore it doesn't comply with the policy, and I say that's not the test.
I wasn't talking about policy. I was talking about the
Well,
SPD.
this is an SPD. It's a policy test.
Doing what the SPD seeks.
The SPD is a policy document,
Right,
isn't
so
it?
we've got your answer. Last. Picking up, please, on a couple of points you made in your evidence in chief. First of all, you were asked about
Sorry,
the...
can I put the SPD away now?
Yes. You were asked in evidence in chief about the approach to matters at the application stage. And one of the points you seemed keen to make was about whether or not the members would have had the LVIA available to them. Do you remember that?
Yes, and it's come up in evidence, I think, at least twice in terms of, I think it's been explained to other witnesses that they did have it on their site visit. So I understand that. So.
Right. Maybe I misunderstood. I thought
No, so I think the point I was trying to say was that professional officers took the LVIA. They didn't necessarily accept everything in it. My point was professional planning officers who are, they know the area very well. They are professional planning officers. They reached their own view as well. So that was my point. So.
Okay, so you weren't suggesting that members didn't.
No, and
Okay.
again, I wasn't at that committee, but I understand that has come up and it hasn't been contested. So.
And I think you made the point earlier, didn't you, that so far as the committee report was concerned, I think you said it was one of the most detailed you've seen, words to that effect.
It was particularly on the issues that were at kind of large, if you like, at the time. It is very detailed. So.
And so far as the issue of visual impacts as assessed within the LVIA, I think, and I don't think you need to turn to it probably for the purposes of this question. I mean, there are pages and pages in there, aren't there, of officers setting out the content of the LVIA viewpoint by viewpoint.
There are, and again, a lot of those, again, the way I haven't gone through it, if you look at them, it does say it's the chimney is seen as a small element in some of the long views. That's kind of repeated phrase all the way through. So,
well, it's deferring to what the LVIA says, isn't it? It's setting out.
it's not referring to it. It's going through it, and then the officers explain their opinion on things, as I said in chief. So,
Go please to paragraph 13.40, which is on page 99. 13.40 on page 99.
yes, I'm there.
Thank you. And can you see the second half of the paragraph there? It tells us that the applicant considers that significance of the impact of the current proposal in the context of the existing site is moderate, and officers are inclined to agree.
Yes,
Impacts of moderate significance are likely to be important considerations. Do you see that?
yes,
And that is, I think, in consequence of a lengthy section which precedes it, going through the visual impact viewpoint by viewpoint. Yes?
sorry, 13.40, just to say, make sure I've got the right.
Yes.
Yes, well, yes, in conclusions. So yes, if you look up at
Yeah.
above 13.39.
And even the LVIA found there to be some viewpoints, I think 3 of them, which were concluded to be major moderate in terms of significance of effect, didn't it?
Some of them did, yes.
Yeah. And I think so far as those in the LVIA that were concluded to be major moderate, I think during the appeal process, Mrs. Bean has agreed that viewpoint D, which is further south, she also categorized as a major moderate effect in terms of visual impact, didn't she?
I'm not 100% sure, but I believe it's something like that.
And then can you turn please to your proof at 8.3? You went there in chief as well.
Yeah.
And can you count down, please? I think it's 9 lines, Mr. Bashford, to the sentence that begins as explained in the evidence of Mrs. Bean.
Yes.
And you write there, as explained in the evidence of Mrs. Bean, the residual impacts on landscape and visual amenity arising from the Herf chimney are limited. See that?
Yes.
And then in the final sentence, I give moderate weight to the limited harm identified. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the limited harm identified, you mean by Mrs. Bean?
Yes, but also taking into account other considerations more broadly in my section 5. So again, the whole of that, you have to read the whole of 8.3 together. So.
And leave aside Mr. Reynolds' evidence, but having heard Mrs. Bean's oral evidence and taking that in combination with her LVIA and her written evidence, just so that we understand your position, is it still your position, based on Mrs. Bean's evidence as it stands now, that the residual impacts on landscape and visual amenity are limited with limited harm?
Correct, taking into account other considerations as well, including my own analysis and officers as well.
Okay. On the basis of Mrs. Bean's evidence,
yes.
On the basis of Mrs. Bean's evidence, is it your position that on Mrs. Bean's evidence, the residual impacts on landscape and visual amenity are limited with limited harm?
Yes, overall, she considers that there may have been some upping and downing, shall we say, of the kind of things in evidence, but overall, I don't think it fundamentally changed the conclusion. So,
right. So just to make clear on this, you say that.
But again, going back to what I said, again, I consider it in a broader sense as well. So it's Mrs. Bean's evidence, but also my own considerations and then the broader ones that are in my section 5. So
Yeah, but I asked you in that last question.
you did
about
ask that
Mrs.
specific
Bean.
question, but again, I'm allowed to qualify the answer as well, aren't I? So
Yeah, but I'm asking about Mrs. Bean's
yes,
position.
and I've answered that as well. So
And just so that we're clear, Mr. Bashforth, your position is that Mrs. Bean's evidence is and remains that the landscape and visual amenity residual impacts are limited with limited harm, correct?
that's my understanding from, again, she may have changed some of the ratings on some of the views, but again, my overall understanding is she wasn't saying that there's anything more of a significant harmful effect. So
Perception, please, the next point. I want to be clear on this point. I don't want to be disproportionate about it because you understand even on the council's case.
yes.
How it's weighted. So just a small number of questions, please, on it, which is that you've referred in your written evidence to the case of Smith,
Yes.
and that refers to the, in inverted commas, some reasonable basis. You recall that?
Correct.
It then goes on to provide a qualification, which is effectively a level short of a policy objection, is the effect of that.
It has to be there has to be something to some impact, if you like, or
Something
harm.
to hang it on.
Yes, exactly.
And you referred in your evidence in chief to the scientific position, and we had a little bit of that on Friday with Mrs. Owen. And Mrs. Dr. Owen, I'm so sorry, she drew the distinction, didn't she, between acceptable tolerances of harm and nil harm. Do you remember that?
Yes, I guess I think it's important not to kind of confuse things, if you like, because I think there's, again, from my understanding of harm, it's like you have to, again, this is me sort of generalizing as a planner, if you like, in terms of I see harm in two ways. One is, does it comply with policy, if you like, but the other one is, does it affect any established thresholds or anything like that in terms of those things as well. So again, my understanding is she says it doesn't, if you like. So that's why we can't consider it, if you like, because there may be some effect, but that doesn't necessarily equal harm, if you like. So
yeah, I think what she did, didn't she, was to identify the 0.00.
yes, very small amounts, if you like. And again, from a planning perspective, I don't necessarily see that as harm, but it's not, there's no scientific basis to say there's a harm there. So
no, but that's what led, isn't it, to the consultation response to which she referred from Public Health England or the Health
yes, no objection, no, yeah.
Harm can't be eliminated, I think was the word that.
Well, yes.
And can you just take up very briefly, please, the Northacre decision letter, which Mr. Whitehouse included an extract, and then you included the whole of the decision letter. So we'll go to your rebuttal appendices, Appendix 2, please. Again, you let me know, please, when you're there.
Very unhelpful. I have got paragraph, difference between the two.
It's your Appendix 2.
Yeah,
Appendix
we're in there.
2,
It's just two decisions together.
the Northacre Trading Estate, that one.
Yes, in there.
And again, just so we put it into context, it's the decision letter of the 21st of February of last year. And it was this decision letter following, I think, two-week public inquiry. Yeah,
That's right, isn't it?
and if you can you just turn forward, please, Mr. Bashforth, to page 45, paragraph 225.
Yes.
And in terms of the approach of that inspector, beginning of paragraph 225, he identified an absence of any objective justification with respect to air quality. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
And he goes on then under paragraph 226 to attribute only limited weight, he says, to the perception of harm to public health. Do you see that?
I do. Again, I think I can see that. What's interesting about that case, though, is that that didn't quote the Smith case law. So the first one that I think Mr. Whitehouse included, which is the Outcliffe Business Park one, that did include it. It's in the footnotes in terms of the case law, in terms of the Smith one, and that again found slight weight. So that's kind of very different from.
Yeah, but so far as North Acres, I mean, query whether there's a difference between slight and limited, but
Yeah.
Paragraph 225. You're making, if I may say so, the assumption that the inspector wasn't familiar.
Well,
with
again,
Mr. Smith,
as we know, we've always got to be very careful about looking at other decisions because context is different cases
Yeah.
were put and everything else. But all I'm trying to say is that this one didn't take into account the Smith case, whereas the one before it did, and that had a slightly different analysis. And
Well, it didn't explicitly refer to Smith, did it, in North Acre?
I think it did. It's got a
North Acre, the one we're looking at.
no, the one, no, that it doesn't.
No.
That's not. I can't find that in the at all. So that's what I'm trying to say. So you just need to be slightly careful because this one didn't seem to reflect the
Well,
case
yeah,
law. So.
okay, well, we'll deal with the submissions as to whether that's consistent or
Yes.
inconsistent with the Smith approach.
Yes.
But the approach of the inspector was to consider whether or not there was what he referred to as objective justification, correct?
That's what he considered. Yes.
He concluded that in his view, there wasn't any objective justification. Do you see that?
I've seen that. Yes.
But he still gave it weight, albeit limited weight.
That's what it says. Yes.
And just so that I can understand your positions, I want to make sure we both parties recorded accurately in closings. So far as your position on weight, in your proof of evidence, the way you put it was very little weight.
Yes.
In your rebuttal, you said less than limited weight.
Yes.
And in evidence in chief, you said at worst slight weight. I hope I put that fair.
That's fair. And I also, I think just to confuse matters even, I think also said I agree with officers. I think I say neutral in the balance as well. So just to sort of add a different part of that. So it's definitely less than limited, I think. And again, following the approach of that first appeal decision, I think it is. We can't ignore it. There's lots of consultation responses and people behind me sort of concerned about that. But it is. I think slight is probably the right sort of term, if you like. It's less than limited. So again, difficult because I haven't got that my sort of, if you like, scale of weightings. But
that's the point I was coming
yes,
to, really. because
yes, exactly. So I have limited, but it's less than that. And if that means equals slight, that's I think where I am, if you like. So
I think that's what I'm coming to.
Yes.
And it's to be fair to you, so that we don't have any confusion about
Yes.
it later.
Yeah.
So far as your scale is concerned, and you were asked about this in chief.
Yes.
You go nil, then limited, then moderate, etc.
Then significant. Yes.
So far as Mr. Whitehouse is concerned, going from the bottom up, he also goes nil, then limited, then moderate, then up.
Then significant, very significant.
So
right.
what I'm just trying to be clear, please, with you is this. You're not suggesting nil weight. I think you've been fair about that in the last few minutes. That's not your position.
Yes, I agree. So I think but it's less than limited. Again, that's on the scale of things. There's clearly perceived harm, but there's nothing you can pin to policy. Again, we've lost reason for refusal too. And kind of the council's case is that there's no scientific basis for it, which again, I believe that's common ground. And there's no actual harm, which again, from a policy perspective, I believe is the agreed position. But clearly, you, sir, have to take into account the people behind you and consider those things as well. So I don't think you could ignore that. But in terms of what the actual harms are, I think you have to give that very slight weight.
Can we agree on this? Because I can't remember the last time I was cross-examining about the difference between slight and limited. But can we just agree on this? I think that you, in evidence in chief, in respect of a different weighting, you referred to the lower end of significant. Do you remember that?
Yes.
But because on your scale, you don't have anything in between nil and limited.
Yeah.
Is it fair for us to record that your weighting of this issue should be at the lower end of limited?
Correct.
Good, that's helpful. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, just to clarify, it's in between, if you like, where we call it lower end of whatever it is. It's in between nothing and
I know,
limited.
but I'm trying to,
I know, but just to be clarified, because lower end, because it could mean, does that clinging to the bottom end of sort of limit, again, it's semantics, isn't it, in a way, but it's not nothing, but it's, I don't,
Alright.
it's something that has to be taken into account, but I don't believe it should be given, very limited weight. It's less than limited weight, so it's lightweight.
I was just trying to make it correspond to the scale.
I agree. So,
Topic 4, please. Topic 3, I'm sorry, benefits. And can we start, please, with the appellant's statement of case?
yes, I'm there. 3.1.
Yes, 2.3.1. And can we just take as our starting point, please, section 5 that begins on page 9. And this is just about scope of benefits that I'm hopeful, Mr. Bashworth, that we can broadly agree on this issue.
Yes.
Section 5, statement of case, beginning on page 9. And this is under the chapter heading, overview of the case for the appellant. Do you see that?
I do.
And at paragraph 5.1, Mr. Bashworth, the document says, at the end of that longish paragraph, amongst other things, it will, and then it lists 4 bullet points. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
The first, optimizing PDL, assisting net waste self-sufficiency, then waste hierarchy, then low carbon future, and then co-location efficiencies, I'm summarizing. And then again, there's no trick in here, I promise you. And then in terms of on the pages that follow, the statement of case includes some narrative text in respect of those 4 points. But then at page 12, I think it also goes on to address the agreed benefit, which is the job creation point. See that?
I can see that.
And in terms of the treatment of need, can you see 5.6? It deals with the question of need within that subtopic of optimizing the use of PDL and assisting net waste self-sufficiency.
Yes.
And if you can put that to one side, and we can then follow this through, please, to your proof of evidence. And Mr. Bashworth, when you get your proof up, can you go, please, to page 37? And it's paragraph 8.9. And you identify there 7 bullet points of benefits to which you attribute weight, and you weight them individually. Do you see that?
I do.
And in terms of those 7 points, the 7th is the biodiversity point, but the first 6, and there's no criticism or point I'm taking here, but the first 6 are the ones that are reflective of the section that we just identified within the statement of case.
I think they actually respond to paragraph 611 of the council statement of case, because if you look at the footnote 17.
Yeah.
So that's where the list comes from. So
Yeah, I think we might be in one of those situations where the council would say their statement of case was taking it up from your statement of case.
well, possibly, but that you can see in the kind of that's where I respond to those points. So.
Yeah. And so far as the points that are listed, whether it's in your statement of case at 5.1 or in your proof of evidence at 8.9, in terms of the let's call it the headline of each benefit, because I know you've got a point which we'll come to on the scope within the headline. But on the headline of each of those benefits, each of those is a benefit that was identified by Mr. Whitehouse in his proof of evidence when he was considering benefits.
Yes.
And so far as each of those, he gave them his assessment of weight.
Yeah. Plus
Yes.
need, because that's not on here, but yes. Because the first part
Yeah.
of his, I think the first of his he lists in here is need. So
Yeah, he incorporated that as your statement of case had done, didn't he, within the optimizing the use of PDL and
No, it's got a separate heading in there. So
should we take it out? I don't think anything turns on this particular. Well, if you go to 6.4 on page 23,
yeah, okay, I see that.
you see what I mean? He's got underlined the subheading optimizing the use of PDL and assisting net waste self-sufficiency.
Yeah.
And then within that, he's got the subheading of need as a benefit at 6.6.
Yeah.
And at 6.14, optimizing PDL and assisting in net waste self-sufficiency. Do you see that?
Yeah.
So it's I think, to be fair, it's a parallel, isn't it, to the structure from the appellant's statement of case on that.
It looks like that, yes.
And so he weighted each of those, and we know that in his assessment, he gave moderate weight on his scale to each of those benefits.
Yeah.
And so far as the co-location point, which is where you had a point in chief about the scope of benefits within the subheading, do you remember that?
Yes.
And I don't want to trawl through his evidence in chief on this issue, but do you recall the thread that he drew where he referred in his proof to the common ground on co-location benefits, and then went to the statement of common ground, and then went to the officer report paragraphs that were identified in the statement of common ground? Do you recall that thread?
Vaguely, not in detail.
Right. If you just go to his proof of evidence, please. At paragraph 6.29. Can you see the first sentence under the co-location subheading? It's common ground, there are co-location benefits. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And then in the statement of common ground, if you go please to page 19, you need the core document number if you've got it.
That.
Page 19. The parties agree the co-location benefits, and he refers, and that paragraph refers to 9.32 and 9.33. Do you see that?
It does, that's what it says.
And do you recall now, is this prompting you that Mr. Whitehouse was explaining that so far as co-location benefits, common ground referred to this common ground, which was parasitic on the officer report, and what that had to say about co-location benefits?
It does. It doesn't say anything about waiting here, though, does it?
No, not waiting.
No.
In terms of the scope of co-location.
Well, this is what the
benefits.
statement of common ground says.
Pardon?
This is what the statement of common ground says.
Yeah, and that refers itself to the officer report. And do you recall we went through in his evidence from the officer report what that had to say about co-location benefits and their scope?
Again, vaguely, but again, I think I talked about this in my chief about officers saying very significant benefits of co-location. So.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the scope of co-location benefits. Right. So far as job creation and biodiversity, I don't think we need to go there. You didn't go there in chief. I don't think there's any substantive difference between you.
Yeah.
And so far as the your weightings at 8.9, on the first of those weightings, optimizing the use, etc., your position was moderate weight, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
But I think now, is it your position that your treating need as being separate from that issue, or are you incorporating it within it?
No, I think need is in within that. I think the point I was trying to make, and I make this in my rebuttal as well, is that I think Mr. Whitehouse has split it out as I think he gives it moderate weight, if you like, but then he, because of counter factors, particularly the element in terms of whether the needs now or in the future. Again, we've heard that several times at the inquiry, haven't we? So I think as part of that, the need itself is probably more than moderate, if you like, in terms of that. But again, I recognise this is a broader topic, if you like.
Yeah,
So.
and just on this, the capacity point, and I just want to see where the agreement is between the parties. I'm going to put things very carefully. I think as a matter of agreement, in terms of Addenbrooke's and Papworth, you've seen the evidence about the Addenbrooke's operating at 85% of its realistic capacity. Did you see that, with a spare capacity of about 450 something?
459
tons per annum.
tons.
So and they don't do they third-party waste. So I think an agreed position on that, isn't there, that as things stand, Addenbrooke's have got residual capacity in that amount.
But Addenbrooke's have, but again, my understanding is it's not just about the gap. There is a gap, I understand. Again, that's the anomia. And again, Mr. Whitehouse, I believe, confirmed that he doesn't dispute the sort of figures in there. But again, as I said in my chief, there's two parts to that. One is you need to make sure that it's in the right place. And again, we've heard that in the evidence of Mr. Oathen in terms of saying there's a shortage in the east of England and south. Just be very careful about not the south of east. And then there's the other point about a lot of it going straight to landfill as well. So it's important to consider it in a broader sense, if you like. And again, officers went through all of those things, included there was a need as well. So,
but we'll come on to the couple of the other propositions in just a minute. But so far as Addenbrooke's and Papworth is concerned, that there is, as things stand today, the residual capacity that we've seen in evidence, that the 450 odd tons per annum.
yeah, what I'm not clear on though is, again, this may be me not being that close to the figures, because again, it's Mr. Oathen was dealing with the need, if you like, but the need now, this will take between 2 and 3 years to build. Surely that needs to be factored in as well. So I don't know why that hasn't been kind of considered. It just seems that now at this point in time, surely in 2 or 3 years, that need, even if there is a gap, and notwithstanding the other issues I've mentioned about distribution and shortages and everything else in certain parts of the country, I don't understand why that gap won't have been narrowed.
But we're just focusing on the position now.
Yes,
Mr. Whitehouse distinguishes, and
well,
now
he does, but again, I don't quite understand that. It's not qualified by saying in a couple of years' time, when this is likely to be built, subject to getting planning permission, etc. Well, why hasn't that gap been filled? That's what I don't understand.
All right. Do you agree with the evidence that in terms of Addenbrooke's and Papworth, as things stand now, they have residual capacity to the extent they're operating at about 85% of their realistic capacity?
I'm probably not the right person to answer that, but I do notice there's something similar to that in the committee report.
All right. And you don't disagree with that? Well,
I'm not the right witness. If you'd asked Mr. Oathen that, he would have given you, I'm sure, a lot fuller answer.
All right. Second point, please. I think it's a matter of common ground that in terms of non-Addenbrooke's Papworth healthcare waste, that is going further afield. And do you recall Mr. Whitehouse said that's indicative of a lack of local capacity in terms of that waste is concerned? And again, is that something you disagree with, or are you not in a position to comment?
Again, I had read things about it going to Oxfordshire and places like that, but again, I'm not necessarily the right person to answer that. So.
All right. And then you refer to the office report. Can I just ask you to take up the office report, please? And when you're there, can you go to page 56, paragraph 10.14?
Yes.
And can you see the first sentence? From the information presented above, it can be seen that while CUH and RPH deal with their clinical and offensive waste in the Addenbrooke's incinerator, The other trusts are in contracts with waste collection companies whose own treatment or disposal sites or sites which they're using are in some cases many miles from the origin of the waste. Do you see that?
So that was what it said here.
And then in the final sentence of that, final two sentences of that paragraph, it's appreciated that the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Hospital Trust's waste disposal is subject to contracts, and it's not known when these will come up for renewal. However, if an alternative is not available, i.e. that we can read in brackets there, can't we, not available when they come to an end, then the options at the time of renewal will be limited. Do you see that?
I do see that, and I do note also that it's come up in evidence a couple of times. I think Mr. Ocean mentioned about the healthcare providers won't look at contracts until there's actually something for them to potentially sign up for. So again, haven't got planning permission for this. It's not in position. So again, how can we? That's not a barrier, is what I'm trying to say. Again, it's not my evidence, but that's what I've heard from earlier. So again, Mr. Otham would have been the best person to answer that question.
Sure, but the approach of officers then as set out in paragraph 10.14 was that so far as the other trusts are concerned, that's outside Addenbrooke's and Papworth, isn't it? So far as the other trusts are concerned, existing contracts don't know when they're going to come to an end. When they do, there'll need to be an alternative. That's a paraphrase.
Well, that's what it says. But again, I'll go back to my answer in terms of I'm not sure I'm the right witness to be asking this to. So.
Lastly, please. Oh, no, not lastly. I think on I think if we go back to your list at 8.9, again, just to crystallize where we are apart. On the second, third, fourth, and sixth bullets, counting down, you see that second, third,
Yes.
fourth, and sixth. You say significant weight, so you're at a higher level of weight, obviously, to Mr. Whitehouse.
Right.
And so far as the sixth of those concerned, that's the solar panels. Mr. Whitehouse has considered that incorporated into his consideration of the low carbon future point, whereas you've separated it out. So that's a difference in approach, isn't it?
I have, but just so we're not misled about that, I think the way, as I understand, Mr. Whitehouse has treated that, he's put them together, but then he's almost seemed to de-weight all of it on the basis of those solar panels, if you like. So we've, again, just to repeat what we've heard earlier, we've heard the 124 tons saving of carbon from the panels, whereas the proposals, that's the kind of almost the fallback or the partial scheme, as it's been called, compared to 40,000 tons. So again, I don't see how that changes anything, if you like. So, well,
it's as to whether there are two questions that arise, aren't there, in relation to the counterbalancing factors that Mr. Whitehouse has identified. Firstly, whether or not the inspector ought to regard it as a relevant factor to weighting. Yes.
Sorry, just answer.
So far as the counterbalancing factors identified by Mr. Whitehouse.
Yes. Could you just explain what those are? Just so I've got I'm very happy to look them up. So.
Yeah. Do you want me to list them for you?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Number one, the alternative, the partial proposal and the climate change benefits arising from that.
Yes, and we've heard there's nothing in that one.
I'm not asking for your comment on each at the moment.
Okay.
Second, no overall increase in waste to the site. Third, more greenhouse gas emissions from the site. Fourth, a significant proportion of food and green waste that would still be reliant on fossil fuels. And fifth, the disincentivization point. So those are the five.
Yes, and I think we've heard through evidence that a lot of those, I just don't think they stand up to scrutiny at all.
I understand your view.
Yeah.
But I just want us to try and agree, please, on the inspector's approach to those points. So in respect of those counterbalancing factors, question number one, in respect of each of them, is it a relevant factor to the weighting of the benefits, particularly benefits 2, 3, 4, and 6 in your list of bullets at 8.9?
I would say most of those aren't relevant, and to the extent that they're just not real. I just don't think they're credible, some of them.
Yeah, we know your position because you dealt
Yes.
with it in chief, but I'm asking about the approach of the inspector. Okay.
Well, the inspector can clearly reach his own view on those in terms of whether he thinks they are counterfactual or sort of counterbalancing, sorry. But the reality is I don't think some of them should even be treated as credible counterbalancing.
I know what your position is because you've already said it.
Yes.
I'm asking you if we can agree on the approach that the
Well-
inspector should take. Just wait, please. The approach that the inspector should take. So a series of questions that the inspector should ask himself. That's what I want us to agree on.
So I agree.
Just wait for the question.
Sorry.
Do you agree? Question number one, in respect of each of the counterbalancing factors identified, is it relevant to the weighting of benefits? Do you agree that is question number one for the inspector to ask?
No. So,
Why not?
and the answer is because I jumped the gun, but to say that I don't think some of those things are relevant. It's clearly for you, sir, to look at counterbalancing factors. Many of the ones that have been highlighted, I genuinely don't believe are relevant or actually do anything in terms of sort of counterbalancing factor.
Mr. Bashforth, I don't know whether the issue is the way I'm asking the question or the way you're hearing the
It could be
question.
if you're
I'm trying to agree with you. The questions for the inspector to ask himself in respect of the factors identified by Mr. White.
So should I try and answer the question again, and then you may say that I've answered it or not. So the answer is still no. I still think, though, that you need to ask yourself, sir, if there are any counterbalancing factors, whether they are the ones that the county council have come up with. I mean, they're the only ones that are there. My own view is they are not the ones that they don't genuinely go against the weight.
I think with respect now, it's not the problem isn't with the question, right? Are you saying that it's not relevant for the inspector to consider whether each of these factors is a relevant consideration?
Yes, he can consider them, of course.
That's what I'm asking
Yes,
you.
okay.
Right.
Yes,
So
with those caveats, of course. But
we know what your position is.
Yes.
Question number one, is it a relevant consideration? Agree that that is the first question for each of these factors.
The inspector can look at them, of course.
Yeah. Question number two, if it is a relevant consideration, what weight should I, inspector, give it? Agreed?
Of course, yes.
Yeah.
And then taking into account the evidence it's heard, of course, yes.
And question number three, having considered whether each of those factors is relevant and what weight it should carry, how should I treat them collectively when considering them in the weighting exercise?
So I consider, again, it's important, I think, to actually disaggregate the overall ones, but rather than just chucking them all together, if you like, because certain ones are counterbalancing certain elements, if you like. So
Yeah, but in terms of approach, which is what I'm trying to agree with you. In terms of approach, do you agree that those three questions are an appropriate approach for the inspector to take to that series of factors?
with the caveats I've mentioned earlier, yes.
Yeah, with your evidence on
Yes.
one hand and Mr. Whitehouse's evidence on the other hand.
Quite.
Right, so maybe it was a joint failing, but we got there in the end, I think, haven't we, in terms of the approach for the inspector to take?
Yes, with Martin earlier, yes.
And I think so far as the answers to each of those questions, we're pretty clear, aren't we, now, on Mr. Whitehouse's position and what your position is. And I'm not going to try and get you to change your mind on those positions because we know where the divisions are.
Correct.
Good. Those are all my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. Would you like to re-examine?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
I have a few.
Thank you. Mr. Bashforth, you're almost there. I do have a few questions in re-examination before any questions from Sir. And I'm going to take them in the order in which they were asked, which I hope will allow everyone to follow. Let's just make sure that I can find them. Yeah, so the first is this. You were discussing paragraph 180B of the MPPF with my learned friend, and he put to you that one doesn't insert the words quotes as far as possible in relation to the words recognise the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside. But firstly, do you recall the question?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, and you said you agreed, but you said, this is my note, you said, but it does say, quote, recognise. So so you take it into account, it's not hard and fast, is my note of your answer.
Correct.
Do you recall that?
Yes,
What,
correct.
just explain, what do you mean, please?
So it's not, I mean, it's the word recognise in terms of, so you've got to consider it, it's a consideration. So it doesn't say that it has to be, it's not a sort of test in terms of saying that it has to be follow, if you like, you've got to take it into account. So
Sorry, it's not a sort of test.
it's not a test, it's effectively saying you've got to take it into account, recognise. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you drew in, I think in your chief, you drew a kind of contrast between a test of harm, as it were, or something like that.
Yes, exactly. So it's not, you've got to be proportionate in terms of what's the impact and then how does it affect the character, if you like. So you consider it as far as you can. So
All right, thank you for that. Just going down to the next one. Next one was about policy 17 of the waste plan and point F. I don't know if you want to get it up, so you have the text in front of you. But you were asked. Yeah, fine. Get it up to have the text.
Yeah.
In front of you. You were asked questions on the basis, and you recall the way my learned friend put it, that policy 17 sublim F has two parts, part 1 and part 2. Do you remember that?
yes.
And part 1, my learned friend describes as the bit that begins be sympathetic to local character and history and so on. And then part 2 is the while not preventing or discouraging appropriate innovation or change. Yeah.
Yes.
And you made the point that the officer report acknowledged these were innovative proposals.
Yes.
I don't think that's disputed by the county council, actually. And then it was put to you that as a matter of principle, so a policy interpretation, a matter of principle, part 2 doesn't trump part 1, and you agreed. Now, I want to ask you a question now, turning to the facts of this case.
Yes.
Okay. In relation to that point, we've heard evidence that the chimney is required to be of a certain height in order to achieve optimum dispersion of emissions. And of course, we've heard evidence from you and others about the benefit of the healthcare waste recovery facility.
Yeah.
So your evidence, please, on how the inspector should approach the, I think, undisputed innovation in the proposals in terms of how it affects the application of what Melanie Friend was referring to as part 1.
Yes. So in effect, if you agree there is innovation and change, it is a qualifying factor to the sympathy and character. If you took the view that there was any conflict with the sympathy and local character, you'd have to take that into account. And again, importantly, it is agreed that there is those elements. So again, it does condition what you consider in terms of the first part of the policy, if you like. So
yeah, thank you. And then moving on, just down the policy, and this was, I think, the very next question. It was put to you that so far as H, so this is sublim H is concerned, which begins to provide a landscape enhancement scheme. It's put to you that in assessing whether the landscape enhancement scheme, as it were, does what policy requires, the residual issue is the chimney. And you said this. It is, though I'm not clear that H is engaged as it's talking about the landscape scheme. Now,
Yes.
Could you just explain that, please?
Yes. So again, the way I read this policy is it's saying about actually how it's effectively giving you direction about how the landscape scheme should work in terms of taking account the character area. So again, it's all about what trees you would plant if they're sort of ones you'd find in the local area, and also making sure that it does in terms of how it sort of assimilates things as well. So it's about the landscape you're providing, if you like, in terms of whether it fits the character of the site and the surrounding area.
And then you gave and you gave a further answer, which was a few on. You were still on. You were still on H, it was put to you the previous question. It's common ground. The landscaping won't screen the chimney, and you said the question is, will the chimney be assimilated? And it doesn't necessarily follow. It has to be the landscaping scheme that does that. Do you recall that? And
yes.
Then question was put, well, it's couched in terms of landscaping. And you said again, but if the chimney is not very prominent, you wouldn't necessarily have to mitigate. Could you just explain what you were?
Yeah, so it's again the same point, really. Again, it's what I'm saying is this limb of the policy, if you like, is all about the landscaping scheme. So is the landscaping scheme doing its job in terms of being in the character of the thing? So I say it is, if you like, and that's why I'm saying actually it's not about the things that aren't landscaped. It's about how good is the landscape scheme itself. If that makes sense.
Yeah, but the bit of the policy that says in which demonstrates that the development, can be assimilated into its surroundings and local landscape character.
Yes.
Yeah. I just want to understand what you were saying about if the chimney isn't very prominent.
Yes, so that wouldn't apply to that. It wouldn't need to be assimilated to the landscape scheme.
Right. And then a few further on, policy 4, you've got the waste plan open, so let's look at that. You were asked some questions about policy 4, and you made the point and about the internal balance in policy 4, you recall, under the co-location limb.
Yes.
And you made the point that the policy 4, that's that balance, that's not a point that the county council make in the one remaining reason for refusal 1. Yeah,
correct. Yeah.
Can we just take up I want to take up the statement of common ground with you, please, because we've got the 2 reasons for refusal set out there side by side at page 1. So it's CD 2.4.1, sir. Right. In paragraph 1.4, we have them both set out.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, what if anything can the inspector take from these as to whether the county council does or does not say something when it feels there's something to say about that policy for internal balance?
Yes, so clearly when it decided the councillors decided the application, it's clear that they were concerned about policy 4, that internal balance, in relation to the health impacts, because again, it specifically uses those terms from policy 4 in terms of the balance, if you like. So it says when a proposal is considered as a whole, would not outweigh the benefits to allow policy for. So again, it specifically made that point and particularly drawn attention to that part of the policy. Doesn't do that though in terms of landscape. So it clearly had that thought for the health risks, but didn't consider it to be engaged for the landscape, which is all we're left with now.
Yeah. Thank you. Right, moving on. Yes, you were asked lots of questions about the 2022 SPD. You recall that?
I do.
My learned friend put a number of questions along the lines of, if the inspector were to find the proposal would be harmful to its surroundings, would it be doing what the SPD seeks? Do you recall that, Mr. Bashful?
I do, yes.
And you went, I think, round and round. Were you saying, I'm not understanding, these are general aspirations, what can you point me to? And then we got to the end of that passage with this exchange. My learned friend put the question, essentially, as I've said it was, this is my note, if the inspector were to conclude that the proposal were to be harmful to its surroundings, would it be doing what the SPD seeks? And my record of your answer is, no, my view is there isn't a specific test in this which is about harmful. There isn't a policy test of that nature in here. So I don't see that, if I've understood the question, you're saying there's a policy test of harm and I'm saying no. And my friend said, well, we've got your answer at last. I mean, I need you to clarify, Mr. Bashforth.
Sorry, just
yeah. Shall I read it out again?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So at the end of that long run of questions, this question was put: if the inspector were to conclude that the proposal were to be harmful to its surroundings, would it be doing what the SPD seeks? Your answer I've got is no. My view is there isn't a specific test in this which is about, I've written about harmful. There isn't a policy test of that nature in here. So I don't see that. If I've understood the question, you're saying there's a policy test of harm, and I'm saying no. Yeah.
So you again, you want me to sort of clarify?
I want you to. I need you to clarify, please, to the inspector.
Yes. So again, my take on the SPD is, if I look at page 76 of it, that's what it talks about what development proposals should do.
Yeah, that's the bit you. That's the bit
I deal with in my proof as well. So that's the only operative part, if you like. And what it talks about is protect and manage ancient woodland, existing hedgerows. That doesn't apply. Plant blocks of native woodland hedgerows. Again, we do that, so it complies. Protect remaining orchards doesn't apply. Protect green villages and immediate surrounding character. Again, don't change that. So retain built form of distinctive nucleated villages and sensitive design rated airfields. So again, there's nothing that really engages in that. So that's what I'm trying to say, is that even if the proposals were harmful, you struggle to find anything in there that actually engages that. The only thing that might come up, and again, if things are harmful, is that you might say that, well, I don't know, actually none of them really come up, if you like. And that's the reason I came back with that answer, if you like. There's nothing in there that you sort of say, actually, you don't comply with there if it's harmful.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, understood. Understood. Yeah, but of course the point you were making in your proof about, I think what you've just described as the operative part.
Yes.
When you were, and this is your 5.26, isn't it, of your proof. Is that right, Mr. Bashforth?
Yes.
Yeah, and you effectively you work through that list, and then you get to the new planting.
Exactly. So we do comply with that. Again, it's plant new blocks. So that's where it does comply. But again, if you were to say you don't do that, that's where. But is that harmful in the sense of that Mr. Grant was asking me? I don't know. So that's why perhaps I was being a little bit evasive, because it didn't. They are the tests, and I didn't quite see how they applied, if you like. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. That's clear. I hope that's clear for you, sir. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and then right. Now you were asked various questions about your conclusions regarding landscape and visual impact, and of course the way you've put it is in your proof. You put it, obviously having considered Mrs. Bean's evidence, you put it in terms of limited harm, and you gave my learned friend said, so just so that we're clear, your position is that Mrs. Bean's evidence is and remains that the landscape visual impacts are limited with limited harm. And you say that's my understanding. She may have changed some ratings on views. Now, I just want to make sure we're clear about what it is you're talking about in Mrs. Bean's evidence and any differences of language. Were you here for Mrs. Bean's evidence, Mr. Bashworth?
I was. I must admit, I wasn't
Yeah.
following all of the going from one table to another table to another table in terms of the character and everything else. To be quite honest.
I'm not going to ask you about a table.
Great.
I'm going to ask you about what was it towards the very end of my re-examination of Mrs. Bean. And we went with her. Could you turn up her proof of evidence, please?
Yes.
Yeah. And can I obviously I check when you were writing your proof, you didn't know what she was going to say in her rebuttal, but
No.
so far as her proof is concerned, were you aware of what she was saying in her proof when you wrote your own proof?
Correct.
Yeah. Page 28, 4.2.22.
Yes.
And just turn that up, please. We looked with Mrs. Bean at the first couple of sentences, which she confirmed remained the case, and we've got there the degree to which the chimney, the ERF stack, contributes to change in the existing semi-industrial landscape character is moderate minor because of the semi-industrial pocket of built form. And obviously there's more explanation, but that's what she said. So is in terms of how the inspector needs to understand what you are understanding of Mrs. Bean's evidence, is that, as it were, where we start to see the linkage?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Okay, fine. And then I think this is the final one. When you got to the benefits, and the specific discussion you have with my learned friend regarding the benefits, you had an exchange about need.
Correct. Yes.
You recall, and the weightings that you and Mr. Bashworth, Mr. Bashworth and Mr. Whitehouse have given to the need, and I think this was not sure. Frankly, I'm not sure if this was specifically in the context of the need for the healthcare energy recovery facility or more broadly. But my learned friend put to you that you're waiting in your 8.9 for optimizing previously developed land. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
Your position is that gets moderate weight. And it was then put, but you're treating need as separate. And you said, no, I think need is in that. I think that as part of that, the need itself is more than moderate, but that's a broader topic. Now you're going to have to explain that.
Yes. So again, they are the kind of consistent headings, if you like. And the point I was trying to make is that because Mr. Whitehouse had dealt with need specifically and I hadn't, again, I dealt with this in my chief, if you like. So again, I think the important point is going back to need point, and there's no disagreement about being consistent with policy 3, and that's the way I dealt with need, if you like, in my proof, because that's all about need, and there's no disagreement between the parties on that. My point on need is if it is considered separately, as Mr. Whitehouse does, and that might be helpful just in terms of consistency, if you like, on the basis of that policy consistency with policy 3 and Mr. Whitehouse's position. He's moderate, if you like. I say it's more than that because of again, the difference between the parties, which we've rehearsed a lot today in terms of is that need immediate or is it in the future, if you like? So I say there's both, there's that immediate and the sort of longer need. So it's more than moderate. Again, those probably crude scales don't help us, if you like, but it's kind of, is it high, moderate or low significant, if you like? So, but it's more than moderate and on the basis of that benchmark of Mr. Whitehouse's evidence. So.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Bashforth. No, thank you. Those are my questions for your re-examination. Thank you, sir. Do you have any questions for Mr. Bashforth?
Thank you, Mr. Burton. I don't have any questions of the witness, no. There are members of the public here, though, and I think there are a few people wanting to speak. So I'm going to ask you to come forward and use the microphone system. Just reconfirming who you are, and then make the points you'd like to make, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Mr. Spate. I've spoken here before. I live half a mile from the Envar site on the B1040. And with the proof of evidence that we've heard this afternoon, I want to make it clear there was an amendment to it. And that amendment, as I understood it, was that the amendment was not 28,000 cars, but 28,000 lorries. Now, if that's 28,000 lorries delivering, that's 56,000 a year, presumably. So
I apologise.
Yeah.
Yes,
could I just clarify with the gentleman? Is this with reference to Mr. Owen's correction? Was this reference to Mr.
Yes,
Owen's?
I think the first comment was that in the proof of evidence, they were talking about taking out cars and putting in lorries. Is that not correct?
Possibly assist, sir. I'll direct my point to you and you can see if it does assist. I believe what Mr. Spate is referring to, but I'm afraid he's misheard, is the correction that Mr. Bashforth made when he was going through his short list of 3 points of correction. And you'll recall that in his rebuttal, he had essentially accidentally, rather than writing equivalent to the carbon emissions of 28,000 residents, he'd referred to the being like taking 28,000 cars off the road. And I think Mr. Spate, I don't know where he's got this from, has somehow heard something about 28,000 lorries.
So the correction was residences.
I see. Okay. I mean,
Residents, rather.
Sometimes when you're sitting here, you don't actually hear everything that's being said.
Yes, completely understand that. Yep.
I do apologise from that point of view. But what the point I'm making, which whether those lorries or cars, the point is that clearly there is a lot of traffic, and in particular, heavy lorries make that journey up and down the B1040. And clearly, specialist views and expert witnesses talk about harm, but they don't live next to the B1040, and I do. And I don't see how they can trivialise harm when there is light pollution. There clearly is noise pollution with all the lorries that do trundle up that road every single day. And with the air pollution, clearly there's emissions from the lorries. We've had infestation of flies, and the smell from the centre when the wind's in a certain direction is quite like a sewer. So I'm just making the point that when we talk about harm, is more than what specialist views say from afar to what it really is as a resident. And I thank you for the inspector's consideration on that.
All duly noted.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak? Possibly two people, I think.
Thank you. Thank you, Inspector. Thanks for letting us speak. I want to talk about two things today. Firstly, plume. Secondly, perceived harm. Starting with the plume. If we wind back to the committee meeting in April 2023, it was Councillor Catherine Ray, who was on that committee, who said at the time, when deciding what the decision was going to be, that the chimney introduced an element of industrialisation into the landscape. So this is not something that we've made up. This is something that a councillor said at that meeting. So talking about the chimney, I'd like to inject a note of caution into projections concerning the plume prediction. Mr. Bashford talked about the plume earlier today. For me, the plume, as well as emissions, is the most offensive part of a chimney visually. Now, I understand and I appreciate that these points are anecdotal. However, plumes do get under-predicted, as we can see anecdotally from Stuartby incinerator and Gloucester incinerator. I understand they are different types of incinerator. However, we haven't heard anything regarding the technical specification of the incinerator that Envar would like to use. I understand from an organisation called Plume Plotter that Envar's engineers, scientists, boffins, whatever you want to call them, use the same software for the predictions of Stuartby and Gloucestershire, the same software that they've used. Plume Plotter is an organisation that helps residents understand where a plume from an incinerator is going to blow when the wind blows and the fallout from it. They actually use AirMod software. And I asked them about this application quite a long time ago now, and they said that there are limitations within calculations. And if in the waste, the moisture content does vary, and this affects flue gases. And this may actually affect the plume visibility. And when that happens, obviously there's an interplay between temperature, weather conditions, and the moisture content of the waste that's being burnt. So as with all software, the answer you get depends on the information you punch in. So I would just like to make that point because, like I said before, the plume of a chimney is one of the most offensive parts of a chimney. And I got quite upset when Mr. Bashford said that when you're on a walk and a chimney pops up, that it doesn't spoil a walk. Well, I beg to differ, because I go on a lovely walk near Woodhurst along Butts Drove, I think it's called, Butt Lane. It's an ancient green walkway, and the view across the meadow towards the Envar site hasn't changed for hundreds of years. But now, if this proposal goes ahead, that view will change. And I would like to say that will spoil the walk for me. In technical terms, I don't know, is that called visual amenity? So that's my first point. My second point concerns perceived harm to health and well-being. Mr. Bashford mentioned that the harm is slight, and correct me if I'm wrong. The weight.
Weight is slight.
Sorry, Mr. Bashforth did not say there will be any harm. He said that the weight he gives to the perception of harm is slight weight.
Okay, thank you. The weight I give to the perception of harm is serious, not slight. When it comes to air quality emissions. I mean, Mr. Bashford did speak about this earlier, and he did stray into the area of air quality. Well, I would like to say that an absence of proof is not an absence of harm, especially if we're using air quality assessment tools that are 20 years old, as mentioned earlier today. People used to believe that bleeding with leeches, lead in cosmetics, and asbestos in buildings was safe. History will judge whether the experts here today are right or wrong on the harms of incineration. As our knowledge grows, history will judge that. At the end of the day, everyone here is going to drive away to their homes, wherever they live, in London or Leeds, or wherever they come from. But we're the people living here, as Mr. Spate has said. We're the ones that are going to have our walks spoilt. We're the ones that are going to have to look at this forever. And I would like the inspector to take my points into consideration when weighing up the harms versus the benefits. Thank you, Inspector.
All those points noted and understood. Thank you. There might be one more person, I believe. Sorry, the lady on the right.
Afternoon, Helen Thatcher. I am concerned as to whether the impact of the proposals would they have the appropriate weight attached to them. After all the deliberations that we've heard, and we've heard huge details of policies and enormous amount of documents gone through, but it basically comes down to questions of visual impact. The definition of impact, one definition could be to have a strong effect or influence on a situation. The key to the description of this area, as defined by local people, and they would robustly defend this, is that it is rural agricultural. And I think it was Mr. Reynolds who mentioned small pockets of development within that. If you drive in the area, specifically in the study area, you are struck by the simple truth that it's an area predominantly comprised of fields and orchards. Hopefully you will have a sunny day on Thursday when you visit the area, and you'll be able to appreciate that. The chimney would be the only foreign body breaking that skyline. It would be alien. I regret to say that it was alleged by Mr. Bashforth that as trees already break that surface skyline, so that will be fine. But trees are a natural feature, and a chimney is not. And a chimney, trees would never get to 26 metres anyway. I want it on record that I have received so much feedback during this period of this inquiry from residents who think that this area is very precious and very special, and that the impact of the chimney would be huge. But it's not also the site of the chimney, it's more subtle than that. It's the impact on the enjoyment of the countryside. I think my friend, I didn't realise she was going to mention that, but she mentioned about local walks. There are plenty of footpaths crossing that area. Anyone looking across the chimney would be reminded of the process that led to it being there. And the fact that it's incineration of medical waste that's happening in the buildings below the chimney. It represents not only a blight on the landscape, but it's a blight on their experience of their enjoyment of those natural surroundings. I have mentioned previously Mr. Brucefield in his orchards. One thing I didn't say is he told me they had been there over 100 years. And to introduce a 26-metre chimney would be almost say unforgivable. So undoubtedly it would also affect the wildlife. We've heard about that. We've heard about the the deer, and I also include the effect on the raptor birds as well in that. We need to remember, if this was a true industrial area, we wouldn't be having these discussions, because a chimney sat on a building in an industrial area, that's what you expect. But you don't expect a 26-metre chimney on the top of a line of buildings sat at a prominent point on a local landscape. We haven't got many hills in Cambridgeshire, but that is one of them. And to plant this chimney on the top of there is, in my opinion, too high a price to pay. Thank you.
Thank you for those points. I'm going to give the appellant a right of response if they wish to make one. I think there were sort of general points and questions rather than questions, but
yeah, I didn't detect any questions in those.
no.
Yes, I mean I don't know if Mr. Bashforth wants to reflect on what he was meaning about trees and the skyline, but I mean I'll leave that for him, frankly. What I was actually going to say, sir, is just to flag something up with you. In the course of today, there have been forwarded from, I think, your case officer, one or two written reps that have come in today. I don't know if you're aware of that.
Possibly, I've seen some information.
Anyway, I've seen something's come in from Mr. Bluff and from Powie, which have been forwarded on, I believe, both of them today, as I understand it. Just get this right. Yeah, both today, both late morning. I think those are mainly for Dr. Owen. It's in fact, it's a similar comment that I made to one of the interested parties that spoke earlier. It's pretty unfortunate that when they had Dr. Owen here, they didn't ask her about what they've now sent in today. I will be asking Dr. Owen to look at that and produce something. I'm not proposing to recall her, sir, but I will be asking her to look at it, and if it's appropriate to put something in writing. I don't think that there's anything you've just heard which seem more in the way of general comments that have essentially been made that require a particular response. But I am looking to you, sir, in respect of this point. I think, if I may say, you've been thoroughly fair with interested parties, giving them a chance to essentially make further representations as we roll on. There does come a point when we have to say, I suggest we have to say, okay, that's the end of that. Clearly, my client is entitled to the final say, as it were. My suggestion is going to be that we are now at the end, subject to anything that people, of course, want to say specific to conditions, which is a different matter, which we'll come to tomorrow. But it's entirely for you, of course, whether you agree with me or whether you say, well, we're going to draw the line here. But it's just that my team need to know, because I don't want to say to you, that's the end of all our evidence, sir, until I know that that's the end of all the comments coming in from interested parties. Yeah.
All understood. There is a tension between the residents wanting to have the say and being available for the inquiry. So that is something that I'm very much conscious of. Now we have the condition discussion tomorrow, but should somebody attend who wanted to raise something, we did say earlier on in the inquiry it would be possible for people to speak and raise a comment. Now, if it's more technical than that, if it's responses to questions in relation to scientific evidence, yes, I agree with you. There is a line to be drawn. So we'll have to take stock of that as we go. But I fully understand where you're coming from in terms of the line of fairness between the appellants and the residents. So I'm aware of that. There's nothing else I'm going to raise. Does anybody else want to raise anything?
So can I raise one procedural point, which my learned friend and I have discussed briefly outside the inquiry? We, broadly speaking, conditions tomorrow, your site visit Thursday, closings Friday. We've talked briefly about Friday, that there is there's the potential, or the capability, I should say, for closings to be done remotely by a combination of Zoom, but continuing to have the live stream. I understand it would be Zoom rather than Teams because that's compatible with live stream. But I don't know whether that's something that you want us to explore any further, or whether you've got any at least provisional view on that.
I don't have a provisional view as such. I'm hoping that closings can be made on the day. You're just checking the contingency of using.
Yeah, closings to be done on Friday. We're all agreed on that.
Yeah.
Issue, I think, is do we do them here or do we do them remotely? So they're done on Zoom but still live streamed. And we wondered whether or not you have any provisional view on your preference.
I anticipated we'd be here, but is the question arising from a particular need to have it as a Zoom? No.
No, it's just.
I just wonder why. I'm curious as to why it would be need to be done.
It doesn't need to be done remotely at all, but as you probably know, it often is these days. But I don't think either of us are angling for that approach.
I mean, provided there's not an emergency of some sort, I'm expecting it to be done in person.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, picking up this point, do you have a ballpark idea of sort of timings when we would like to finish? I mean, I'm conscious of train journeys and things.
We could discuss. I said maybe an hour and 15, possibly. My learned friend, I think shorter, bit. Yeah. I know my learned friend has a CMC at 2 p.m. on Friday. I think it would be, assuming we're coming here, it seems to me it would be possible, which we can discuss outside the inquiry, to hit what might be a happy spot in terms of a start time for those of us coming by train, which will be me. I think my learned friend will be driving, so he'll probably be coming early, as it were, in any event, to avoid the bunch up of traffic. But if we're looking at something like, let's say, an allowance of 2.5 hours, then I would have thought we could probably fit something in without, for example, a 9:30 start. Would have thought, but we can discuss this outside the inquiry. So,
yeah. Okay, yeah. So the expectation is it will be in person unless there's some change of circumstances. And on that note, we'll adjourn until 9:30 tomorrow. Thank you.